All right. Aye.
Before we get to education questions?
The second one, didn't it? All right.
Yep.
You ready? Order, order. Motion relating to the Highgate Cemetery Bill. Chair of the Ways and Means.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion relating to Monken-Hadley Common Bill. Chairman of Ways to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Excellent. Great progress. Right, let us move on. We now come to questions. Secretary of State for Education. I call Secretary Gavin Williamson to answer the substantive question from Ian Levy.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 1 and 2 together. The best place for vulnerable children, those with special educational needs, is at school. That is why we kept schools open throughout the pandemic. The high needs budget has grown by £1.5 billion in 2 years, and £42 million has been available for specialist organisations to support children with special educational needs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. During my campaign in 2019, I became aware that parents of children with special educational needs in Blythe Valley were very concerned about the lack of educational provision for their children. I'm delighted that plans are now well underway for the opening of a new special educational needs school in Blythe. This is on the site of the old Princess Louise Road School, an area well known to a lot of my constituents. Will my right honourable friend do all that he can to ensure that this much needed facility will be available as quickly as possible for these children who so desperately need that additional support and resources that it will offer?
Secretary Williamson.
Well, I'd like to very much join my honourable friend in sort of recognising the important role of this new free school being led by the Prosper Learning Trust. This will make a real impact to so many children in my honourable friend's constituency, and I look forward to working closely with him as well as the new school to ensure that we deliver the very best in terms of special educational needs education in his constituency.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The All-Party Parliamentary Group on Special Educational Needs and Disabilities heard some very moving and sometimes concerning personal experiences from young people about the impact of the pandemic on them. I know that schools and local authorities, including in Buckinghamshire, worked incredibly hard to provide the very best services they could, but I wonder if my right honourable friend could reassure the House that help and funding will now be made available specifically to support the mental health of young people with SEND as part of recovery from the pandemic.
Secretary Williamson.
My honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight some of the challenges that young people suffer, especially in the area of mental health, and that is why just a short while ago we announced extra provision and extra money and resources going to support children in schools in terms of supporting them to make sure they have the very best mental health, and we're supporting schools in doing that.
Substantive question to Secretary Williamson.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I'll answer questions 3 and 4 together. Helping pupils make up learning is vital. That is why this government has invested £1.7 billion to provide support to help pupils get back on track as they return to school.
Let's run up to Mark Logan. Mark.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And from its birth in Bolton to its national rollout, Tutor the Nation connects schools in more challenging areas to carefully vetted volunteers supported by professional tutors working for free. Unfortunately, Tutor the Nation is unqualified to participate in the NTP. What support can the Secretary of State's kind department provide to Tutor the Nation to give children across the UK the same opportunities as we are now enjoying in Bolton?
Well, the National Tutoring Programme is making great progress in terms of supporting so many children right around the country. I'd certainly happily to take up the details of Tutoring the Nation and look into that in greater detail to see if there's more that we can do to work closely with them to ensure that we're able to continue with a great expansion of this National Tutoring Programme across all constituencies.
Let's go to Paul Holmes. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we support vulnerable and disadvantaged children in returning to the classroom, ensuring that they have routines and structures in place to help them reach their potential will be essential. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that we cannot underestimate the importance of promoting behaviour and discipline in schools in our ambition to give every child a quality education?
Yes, Dave.
We all know how important it is that we create calm, positive and good environments for children to flourish, and strong behaviour and discipline policies have been the hallmark of being able to do that. And it's particularly important from children from some of the most disadvantaged backgrounds to ensure we create the sort of type of environment in schools that we want and expect to see right across the country.
Shadow Secretary of State Kickbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Tutoring Programme is reaching only 1 in 6 of pupils on free school meals, and changes to the school census date means schools are also losing out on thousands of pounds of pupil premium funding for those students. Will the Secretary of State now come clean and publish his department's full financial analysis of the funding lost to schools from this pupil premium stealth cut?
Well, the Honourable Lady forever moans and complains about the resources, the extra resources that we have been putting into schools. We unveiled just a short time ago a £14.4 billion expansion of funding into secondary schools. Then, on top of that, we've outlined a further £1.7 billion as is going to support schools in terms of helping ensure that children are able to catch up about having been away. And we continue to make those investments and continue to make that difference.
So, Mr. Speaker, head teachers moaning when they say that the pupil premium stealth cut means they won't be able to pay for speech and language therapy or a teaching assistant or additional small group sessions. One head told me they lose out more on pupil premium cuts than they receive in catch-up funding. This isn't a government that's serious about catch-up. Can the Secretary of State guarantee that no school will be worse off as a result of his changes to the pupil premium?
Well, this government is delivering real increases to schools right across the board. This is this government that's delivering an extra £1.7 billion in support to schools to ensure that they're able to help children catch up. That is what we're doing. That's the difference we're making through schemes such as the National Tutoring Programme. This is making a real impact on children's lives, and we're proud of that, and we're going to continue to drive it forward.
Let's go to the Chair of the Select Committee, Robert Halfon. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst I strongly support the government's summer holiday activity programmes, there's a risk that disadvantaged pupils may be less likely to attend. Extending the school day with proper buy-in from parents and pupils makes it easier to engage disadvantaged pupils who are already through the school's gates. All the evidence suggests that extending the school day has beneficial effects, including increasing educational attainment by an additional 2 months. And Sheffield Hallam University said that it generates £4.5 million from improved educational attainment. Will my right honourable friend support extending the school day? And can he confirm whether the government's conducted any modelling to calculate the potential cost of an extended school day in England?
Well, my right honourable friend's right to highlight the fact that we want to ensure children from the most disadvantaged backgrounds are the ones that will be one of the key beneficiaries of any changes and further interventions we make in order to ensure that children are able to catch up. And one of those areas that is right to look at is the issue of an extended school day, about how we ensure that children from all backgrounds are able to benefit from being in school longer. This is why we've asked Sir Kevin Collins to look at this with us, and we're doing extensive modelling on this whole area, but looking at a whole range of different options, not just in terms of time, in terms of a school day, but also about targeting, such as the National Tutoring Programme, as well as supporting teachers in their professional development and continuing to raise the quality of teaching in all our classrooms.
Substantive question to Minister Keogh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Devolution gives providers an opportunity to work with mayoral combined authorities to shape the ways in which they can contribute to meeting skills needs locally, so that more people of all ages and backgrounds are given opportunities to develop the skills and experience they need. Devolution is based on the residency of learners, so where learners reside near boundaries, they need to attend a provider with which their funding body contracts, and many providers are funded through a number of areas to overcome this.
Let's go to Rosie Cooper. Rosie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Both Greater Manchester Combined Authority and the Liverpool City region have been refusing funding for their residents looking to study outside their boundaries. That's severely limiting the choices available to students and has left West Lancs College in my constituency near both Liverpool and Greater Manchester boundary with a greatly reduced potential student pool. Liverpool have agreed to stop this, but Greater Manchester have not. What advice can the Minister give to local authorities acting in this protectionist way with taxpayers' funds to the detriment of places like West Lancashire College?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. We would always encourage all mayoral combined authorities to always look at the outcomes of learners. That's what we're there to make sure that learners get the best experience and outcomes. However, the White Paper that we published in January 2021 does set out the Government's overall objectives for the funding system, and that is to streamline the funding system. So there is a simpler allocation approach to give greater autonomy and flexibility, but also an effective approach that improves the accountability. We are currently working with the sector to develop and test our proposals ahead of consultation, but we will be looking to streamline the funding and accountability during the White Paper.
Shadow Minister Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister refers to a simpler adult education funding approach, but the decision to increase the adult education clawback threshold from 68% last year to 90% this year, and to impose it at the last minute, will place many colleges in a brutal financial situation, with Leicester College, for example, forecasting there could be as much as £4 million worse off than expected. Now, this government can either commit itself to a skills-based revolution, as it claims it wants to, or it can endanger the sector by repeatedly cutting its funding, but it can't do both. Why is there such a dangerous discrepancy between what this government says it wants on further education and what it does?
Minister.
Thank the honourable gentleman for his question. The Government has actually increased the funding across this sector quite significantly in many different ways. In terms of the issue that he refers to, it is wrong to categorise it as such. We have effectively changed from 97%, which is actually the clawback this year, down to 90%, therefore giving colleges some allocation, some leeway. The honourable gentleman refers to a previous year, which is true that we did reduce to 68%, because that was at the very beginning of the pandemic. And what we've asked providers to do is to still keep that provision available to move online, to give learners the experience, and we've given them time to do that. And that is a fair approach.
We now have a substantive question to Minister Dominic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Department of Health and Social Care leads on this area, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the excellent job that the University of Central Lancashire is doing. The Government is committed to supporting the NHS by ensuring that its future workforce needs are met. In fact, over the recent years, we have created an extra 1,500 medical school places and opened 5 new medical schools across the country. As a result of this, we've seen record numbers of medical students in training.
Let's go to Sir Mark Hendrick. Sir Mark.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, as a neighbouring MP to me, the quality of education at the University of Central Lancashire Medical School has been independently assessed as excellent. At a time when the health service has been crying out for more doctors during the COVID-19 pandemic, can the Minister please provide assurances that through her discussions with the Department for Health and Social Care, that the University of Central Lancashire will be allocated an evidence-based significant increase in its permanent allocation of domestic medical school places for the benefit of the County of Lancashire and the wider North West region as a whole.
I'm sure Cholden would like to hear the answer. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cap on medical places was lifted last year, and those students who had to defer in medicine won't count towards the cap this year. If medical training places are to be permanently raised in the future, there would be a process for medical schools to apply for a proportion of the expansion, just as was the case with the recent uplift of 1,500. I am sure that the honourable member will be more than happy to meet with the Minister for Care, who also looks after workforce, and she'll be only too happy to discuss this issue with him.
Right, a substantive question to the Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 11 and 12 together. This government has invested £165 million to help providers prepare for and deliver industry placements, building their capacity in relationship with employers. We've invested nearly £7 million so far in direct support for employers, and we're also exploring what short-term funded support may be appropriate to enable employers to offer placements.
Let's go to Robert Logan. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's plan for jobs, which rightly prioritises technical education. Does the Education Secretary agree with me that investing in further education and T-levels in places like the High Peak is vital for our economic recovery, improving skills and training, and for increasing opportunity, helping local people of all ages and all backgrounds into good quality jobs?
Absolutely do agree with my honourable friend, and it's so vital that as we see the rollout of T-levels, qualifications have been designed absolutely hand in glove with employers to make sure that they're delivering not just for the students but also for those employers themselves. And as we roll out our skills accelerators across the country, there's a further £65 million worth of investment that we're putting there to ensure that we're starting to link up jobs, skills and young people to ensure that we're getting the workforce right for the future.
Chris Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Each T-level comes with a 45-day placement in industry, which is a fantastic opportunity for young people to get some real-life experience of their chosen sector. However, due to competing pressures on business at the moment, some businesses are reluctant to commit to these qualifications. So will my right honourable friend meet with me and the principal of Hotwood Hall College to discuss how we ensure that young people can access these qualifications and that they turn out to be the success that they clearly should be?
Thursday.
I'd be absolutely delighted to meet with my honourable friend and the principal at Hotwood Hall College to discuss this. It's so incredibly important to ensure that we get this right and it works. And for T-levels, such an important element of that is the industrial placements that those young people will be able to benefit from. And I think we've seen this, I just think there's an agreement on both sides of the House, the importance of getting this right. And I very much hope that we can continue to build on what was original consensus about the vital role that T-levels play in terms of ensuring our young people have the right level of technical skills for our future economic needs.
So, substantive question to Minister Ford.
Thank you. We have been very clear that speech and language therapists are able to visit education settings and that ideally they should not be redeployed during the most recent lockdown. However, this wasn't always able to be the case in all parts of the country, so some children will have missed some therapy sessions. However, I met with the Royal College of Speech and Language Therapists last week to discuss this important issue.
Let's go to Steve McCabe. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer, but she will be aware reports say that 70% of families don't have access to pre-pandemic levels of speech and language therapies. When does the Minister hope to see it restarted in all schools, and what specific steps is she taking to address the educational impact of delays for children who need this particular support?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that speech and language therapists are able to attend all educational settings. And as we move out of restrictions, more therapists are back in school delivering face-to-face therapy. Schools can use their catch-up and recovery funding to purchase additional therapies. We know of examples where this has already happened. For example, my advisers spoke to a special school in Greater Manchester where they have done exactly that and were very pleased with the services provided. Therapies are really important for children with special educational needs and disabilities, and we want them back as soon as possible, and that is why we are investing more of our recovery and catch-up funding in special schools and those with SEND than we would for others.
Substantive question to Minister Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My department and I regularly discuss research in universities in England with BEIS and the Minister for Science, Research and Innovation. Overall, government investment in research and development across the UK is up to £14.9 billion in 21 to 22, following 4 preceding years of significant growth. This shows clear benefits of the Union to deliver on science and research across the nation.
And the group, I think, Minister.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. I would like to answer this question along with questions 15 and 16.
Excellent. Great. Let's go to Kirsten Oswald. Kirsten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Glasgow, Leeds, Liverpool, Newcastle and Coventry universities have all been leaders in the Global Challenge Research Fund. With the cuts to ODA, they are now having to find additional 7-figure funding to keep life-saving research going. Is this really the Tories' fabled levelling up agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government recognises the importance of supporting international research partnerships and supporting the UK research sector, especially with our universities. Our commitment to research and innovation has been clearly demonstrated by the recent budget announcement that we are increasing investment of R&D to £14.6 billion. International collaboration is central to a healthy and productive R&D sector. And as a result of the policies of this Government, UK scientists will have access to more public funding than ever before.
We now go to Stewart C. MacDonald. Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, 12 flagship research hubs were supposed to run projects of 5 to 10 years in support of the Sustainable Development Goals. Some of those projects are actually midway through clinical trials on humans, but thanks to these cuts might not be able to continue, jeopardising both the research and research jobs. How on earth can the Government justify funding cuts to research projects in the middle of human clinical trials in clear violation of medical ethics?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest that the Honourable Member might like to take up his question with the Department for BEIS, which is ultimately responsible for research. But, however, on the 1st of April, BEIS did set out an additional £250 million of funding for R&D. As a result, UK scientists, as I've said, will have access to more public funding than ever before, and this takes the total government investment in R&D to £14.9 billion in 21-22, despite what the opposition may have the public believe.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of the ODA cuts, universities have reported research contracts being terminated, sometimes at just a few hours' notice. This has undermined trust between researchers, universities and UKRI, and also means that research commissions now require a first risk assessment to be on the UK Government's ability to honour contracts. So why does the Minister think it's acceptable UK Government's promises mean so little they need to be risk assessed?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the actual ODA allocations, BEIS is currently working with UKRA and all global challenge research funds and Newton Fund delivery partners to manage the financial year of 21 to 22, including determining which projects will be going ahead. Its delivery partners have been communicated with award holders setting out the next stages of the review of ODA funding next year and to explore the options available for individual programmes.
Substantive question to Minister Keegan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The FE Commissioner undertook a diagnostic assessment at the college, Northern College, in February, and a structure and prospects appraisal started this month, in fact, April the 21st this month, and a number of options are being considered to improve the college's financial position. We will continue to work with Sheffield City Region Mayoral Combined Authority and the West Yorkshire Combined Authority, who will provide the majority of the college's funding from August 2021.
Let's go to Dan Jarvis. Dan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for that response. She will know that Northern College is one of Barnsley's proudest institutions. It provides an outstanding level of education and reaches disadvantaged learners, but financially it is on the brink. So as part of the government's review, can I ask the Minister to commit to working closely with local stakeholders so that together we can do everything that we can to ensure that Northern College retains its independence and its residential provision?
Minister.
Thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and I've had many representations from MPs in the area, not least my honourable friend from Penistone and Stockbridge as well. The structured and prospects appraisal, as I say, began on the 21st. Membership of the steering group includes representatives of the college governing body, the interim FE Commissioner, Deputy FE Commissioner, senior officers from the two combined authorities and the ESFA, and the FE Commissioner's team have made contact with all local MPs, and I've also offered a call with all local MPs. We are committed to work in good faith to make sure that we look at the options seriously for Northern College. Thank you.
Substantive question to Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the absence of statutory assessments, primary schools continue to assess children's attainment and support transition to secondary education. Guidance has been published to support secondary schools to determine grades for GCSE A and AS levels, as well as VTQ qualifications. Students can be assured that grades will be as fair and consistent as possible, and that they are able to move on to the next stage of their education and careers.
Let's go to Dr. Luke Evans. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the Minister's answers, because I met with Year 11 and Year 10 students and the staff from South Charnwood School near Markfield. Now, they're very concerned about the assessments, not only this year, but also next year. So what work is going on to look at the future assessments, not only for what happens to make sure it is fair this year, but what happens next year and subsequently for those pupils, because they're anxious?
Minister. Well, my honourable friend raises an important point. We remain clear that exams are the fairest method of assessment, and we know that students at South Charnwood School and elsewhere will be working hard to prepare for exams in 2022. We continue to monitor the impact of the pandemic, and we'll announce our plans to ensure that Year 10 and Year 12 pupils can be awarded grades safely and fairly in 2022.
West Street.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like so many other aspects of the government's coronavirus response, the Department for Education's handling of exams has been a total disaster, and schools are currently grappling with a whole series of challenges that could have been easily avoided if only the department had planned ahead. So can we finally have the triumph of hope over experience, and the government learn its lessons from last year's disaster, the unfolding disaster this year, and finally publish plans for next year so that those exams aren't a disaster too?
Minister.
Well, given the disruption to children's education over the last year, it wouldn't be fair for exams to go ahead as normal. So on the 15th of January, 11 days after the decision was taken to cancel exams, we consulted together with Ofqual on the details of alternative arrangements to ensure that students can be awarded a grade and can move on to the next stage of their lives, despite the fact that we've had to cancel exams. That consultation received over 100,000 responses. This year, students taking their GCSEs and A-levels and some VTQs will receive grades determined by their teachers based on a range of evidence, including in-class tests, coursework and optional exam board provided sets of questions. Robust internal and external quality assurance processes are in place to ensure fairness and consistency. We will monitor the position regarding 2022 and will make a statement then.
Can I just say to the Minister gently, that was must be the longest answer, and I'm sure he would like to get some other colleagues in. Anthony Bryan.
Number 20.
Well, we know that, but that's the judgment call. Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 20, 21 and 22 together. The return to school from the 8th of March has been very successful, and just before Easter, on the 25th of March, 99.8% of state-funded schools were open. On the 15th of April, pupil attendance in state-funded schools was at 94%. This is higher than at any point during the autumn term.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
School funding in South Cambridgeshire has been a particular focus of mine, and it's something I've raised with the department before. We have the 6th lowest funding in the country, with £400 per pupil per year, less than the national average. And the formula means that small village schools are particularly badly affected. I met with one chair of governors of a primary school last week where they've had to make a teacher redundant and an assistant teacher redundant, and have now merging the years. Will my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, consider a change to the system to help small schools that have high fixed costs per capita but are expected to meet the same standards as larger schools with comparatively higher funding?
We all know the very important role, Mr Speaker, that small schools play to our communities and villages right across the country. That's why we took the decision to increase the funding to support them from £26 million to £42 million in the latest settlement. This is on top of the fact that we are increasing spending on our schools right across the board, and for this financial year, the schools will on average be receiving a 3.8% increase in terms of the funding that they will be getting, which goes to show that we recognise the importance of fair funding right across the country.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for the work that his department have done with the Engineering UTC in Scunthorpe on their new and exciting Health, Sciences and Social Care course. Will he welcome this course, and will he encourage young people in Scunthorpe to look at everything that's on offer, because colleges have not had their usual opportunity to speak to students and visit schools during this unusual year?
Well, I'd very much like to congratulate the North Lincolnshire UTC, and UTCs do an amazing job right around the country, not least in my honourable friend's constituency, and they can really be truly transformative to young people's life chances, and very much look forward to working with her to make sure that that message is got out there. And also, it's quite right to pay tribute to the amazing work of Lord Baker, who's done so much to champion the cause of UTCs and making sure that opened up opportunity for so many young people in all of our constituencies.
Let's go to Cheryl Murray. Cheryl.
An important part of my and my children's education was visiting places like our fantastic museums. What work is being undertaken to ensure these can resume safely as our country comes out of lockdown?
Well, we all know that children gain so much from visiting museums and other great cultural institutions right around the country. I was delighted that the latest sort of step out of lockdown that this country took, that children were able to go for non-residential visits around the country. As we move to step 3, then it's an opportunity for young people to be able to visit museums. This will be so important for them to be able to have that experience, and certainly something that we look forward to working with schools and encouraging them to do, not least, of course, in her part of the world, in Cornwall.
John Speller.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Number 8. Thank you.
I always feel nervous to cut off the honourable member for Worley in his full flow, but ONS data for 2020 shows that 29% of those aged 50 to 64 have a degree, and 20% have A-levels or equivalent as their highest qualification. This government is committed to ensuring everyone has the opportunity to upskill, and this is through the Lifetime Skills Guarantee, which includes free courses for jobs, new skills boot camps funded by £375 million being made available through the National Skills Fund, and a new lifelong loan entitlement.
John Speller.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think the question is very timely, because in the here and now, today's report from the Resolution Foundation highlights the difficulties being faced by the over 50s in getting back into work. And one of the many obstacles they face is insistence by employers or their graduate stuffed HR departments for A-levels or university degrees, even when not relevant to the job. The Minister will recognise the unfairness and nature of this for a generation when taking such qualifications, as is shown by the figures, was much less common. So can we get employers, public and private, to focus on the person, not the piece of paper, and end this wasteful discrimination against older workers?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is absolutely correct, as he would often say he always is. But he is absolutely right on this issue. It's so important that employers look at the value, the experience, what they have learned over their careers and the true value that they are able to bring to that company. We mustn't be trapped in this situation where so many companies can get themselves into where it says graduate only, when so many of the people that could be applying for that job bring a level and depth of experience that is unequalled in so many other areas. And I would happily work with the honourable gentleman to do more to ensure that all employers understand the value of a workforce of all ages.
Substantive question to Minister Ford.
Mr. Speaker, we're committed to helping all pupils and students, including those with disabilities, recover from any lost learning or development. We've already allocated £1.7 billion to support education recovery and have appointed Sir Kevin Collins, who has a wealth of experience on SEND, to lead our work to effectively target resources and support for those with the greatest need.
Let's go to Mohammed Yassin. Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Disabled Children's Partnership says the health of over half of disabled children has deteriorated due to delays and reductions in essential health and therapy appointments. The government has advised that these appointments should be prioritised, but many families aren't being reached. So will the Minister develop a cross-departmental therapies and health catch-up plan for disabled children and families as part of wider COVID-19 recovery plan?
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that schools and colleges remain open for therapists to attend, but we do know that some children will have missed some therapies during this pandemic. Schools can use the catch-up and recovery funding to purchase additional therapies. As I mentioned in answer to the earlier question, we've seen many schools, especially special schools, doing this already, and I would advise my honourable friend to really make sure that he's in touch with the local schools in Bedfordshire. In his own borough, we've increased the high needs funding budget by 8% for this financial year, on top of an 8% increase last year. The funding should be there, and please do get the therapists back into the schools and use that catch-up and recovery funding well.
A substantive question to Minister Gibb.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and be short. In January 2020, the DfE commercial team conducted market research when considering the possibility of undertaking a commercial tender for the provision of solar installations and monitoring in schools. On the 14th and 15th of January, a two-day supplier surgery was held, where officials met a range of organisations, including community energy groups.
Let's go to Vera Hobhouse. Vera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Community energy providers have successfully installed community solar on school roofs for many years, including in my constituency in Bath. It is one of the few remaining community energy models. But the department's proposed new framework to centralise procurement threatens to take this away. Will the Minister meet with me and representatives of the community energy sector to discuss the impact of these proposals, plus a possible way forward?
Minister.
Yes, of course. I'd be delighted to meet the honourable member. The DfE is currently reviewing a variety of options for the most appropriate solutions for schools to assess the relevant supply chains for solar installation. I look forward to having that discussion soon.
Craig Williams.
Number 26, Mr. Speaker.
Thursday.
The Turing scheme encourages take-up among students from disadvantaged backgrounds with additional financial support to make this opportunity accessible to all. Disadvantaged students can receive increased grants towards living costs and funding for travel-related costs, such as passports, visas and insurance. We have actively targeted and promoted the scheme in areas of disadvantage, helping to level up the country.
Craig Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for that answer. Can I ask particularly about agricultural and technical education? Across the United Kingdom, Young Farmers Club and our agricultural colleges are doing a terrific job and have built a global network and have often been let down by previous schemes. Can I ask you about the technical and agricultural aspects of this scheme and what we can do to support them?
Minister.
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, we all know in this House that my honourable friend is a great champion of agricultural interests in his Montgomeryshire constituency. And he's right to say that actually they've often, it's an incredibly international business, and it's important to learn on an international level, whether it's from our friends in Australia or New Zealand or many other countries. And what I'd be happy to do is to meet with my honourable friend to discuss how this could be done more, maybe through the agricultural colleges and universities that serve our agriculture industry so very well.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Carol Manham. Carol.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government has stated that it wants more disadvantaged students to participate in Turing. So how will the Secretary of State assess the success of this scheme for disadvantaged students? And will he commit to an annual report to Parliament on these figures?
So we've already seen a real high level of interest from both institutions and, most importantly, students in the new Turing scheme. They recognise that they want to seize the opportunities on a global scale as against being constrained by the European Union, and this is why I have every confidence that we'll have such an enormous success with the Turing scheme, and it'll be truly transformative to young people's lives.
Let's go to Matt Weston, Shadow Minister. Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a government of illusion. The Prime Minister said that there was no risk to Erasmus, then it was gone, replaced with a Turing scheme that ministers said would improve opportunities. But a quick look at the scheme shows that for cost of living, Turing offers just £490 of support, £140 less than Erasmus. The travel costs, only a fraction of students are now eligible, whereas under Erasmus+, all students were eligible for up to £1,300. In tuition fees, no support, whereas it was guaranteed under Erasmus for free. My question to the Secretary of State is this. Could he just be straight with students and confirm that Turing equals Erasmus minus?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman obviously isn't very familiar with the scheme, and actually there's a number of slight inaccuracies in what he had stated there. But I'll be happy to send him the details, so maybe he could undertake some homework so he could actually understand this a little bit better in the future.
Substantive question to Minister Donald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been working closely with my counterparts across government, including the Department of Health and Social Care, about how COVID-19 policies affect both international and domestic students. Immigration concessions allow for the ongoing provision of online learning this academic year, meaning international students can study remotely from the UK or in their home country, and universities have informed us that a sizable number have stayed in the UK throughout.
Let's go to Daniel Zeichner. Daniel.
International students are hugely important to our universities, and with India added to the red list, there's real concern that the cost of hotel quarantine will be a deal breaker for some. So can the Minister tell us whether universities will be allowed to manage the quarantine system for themselves, something they're well qualified to do, and how soon that could be resolved? And if not, who or what is the obstacle?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. International students, including those from India, are indeed vital and valued part of our higher education sector and communities. And the UK was one of the first countries to introduce important visa concessions for international students at the very start of the pandemic, and has been flexible throughout, including extending the deadline for eligibility of the graduate route to June the 21st. We continue to work with the Department of Health and Social Care to ensure that the UK remains as accessible and welcoming as possible. And, Mr. Speaker, international students are also eligible for the additional £85 million that we've given universities to support with hardship.
We now come to Topital, Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the Skills for Jobs White Paper set out the government's plans to put employers at the heart of local skills provision. Since January, we've delivered on what we set out by expanding our skills boot camps, offering free Level 3 qualifications to eligible adults from the 1st of April, and opening applications for the Skills Accelerator. We'll continue to build on this over the coming weeks and months.
Let's go to Geraint Davis. Geraint.
Mr. Speaker, in Wales, the Labour government is investing heavily in catch-up summer schools, in particular geared to children from poorer backgrounds. And we know 50% of children from poorer backgrounds start school with speech and language difficulties. So what is the Education Secretary doing to ensure that these pupils don't suffer disproportionately from cuts in England to the pupil premium when it is they who earn most need of catch-up after the lockdown?
I'm glad to see that government in Wales is following the example of what is being done in England, and hopefully they'll able to see an increase in terms of standards in schools in Wales, similar to what we have been seeing in England as well. We continue to ensure that we offer additional support, especially to those schools who are special schools and looking after some of the children who are from the most disadvantaged backgrounds. And our interventions, including additional £1.7 billion, goes a long way to ensuring that children, especially who are most disadvantaged, are properly supported.
Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of new courses have become available this month and through the Lifetime Skills Guarantee, and they're across a very wide range of business sectors. So how is my right honourable friend ensuring that the voice of business is heard in identifying priorities so that skills development takes place where the skills are needed most?
State.
Well, it's absolutely vital that as we make more courses and support available, as people have to maybe look at re-entering the labour market into a different area than they previously worked in, is that we're matching that up where the skills needs are. So we work very closely with the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, as well as the Department for Work and Pensions, but most importantly employers, in terms of the designation of what courses are available. I'll be happy to take any representations from my honourable friend if there is more work that can be done together to ensure this is best honed to ensure people get into work as swiftly as possible.
Right, let's go to SNP spokesperson Carol Manahan. Carol.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The SNP have committed in their manifesto to free school breakfasts and lunches for all children in primary school. Can we expect a similar commitment for primary children in England?
Mr. Speaker, the Department has already been funding breakfast clubs in over 2,450 schools in the country in disadvantaged areas. We've just announced another 24 million in order to continue that programme and reach even more children in the 2 years ahead.
Right, let's go to Dr. Luke Evans. Luke.
Mr. Speaker, while I don't have a university in my constituency, I do have many young people who travel to universities up and down the country. Now, they're concerned about going back to university in September and October, be it financial concerns, accommodation, or even freshers. So what is the government doing to make sure there is a smooth return for those students who have already been there and a welcome for those who are new to university?
Mr. Speaker, I think we're all very much looking forward to welcoming all university students back, and we very much expect to be seeing that as part of the next step. But I'd also like to thank universities for work they've been doing in order to ensure that universities are COVID secure, including extensive testing of students as they're in universities and the greater availability of home testing kits that we have been able to deliver upon. But we'll continue to work with Universities UK, the Russell Group and the whole sector to ensure that students are able to return to university safely at the earliest possible moment, and we're able to welcome a new cohort of students in September later on this year.
Mr. Speaker, more and more children are relying on free school meals because of the pandemic. The government's holiday activities and food programme tells local councils to provide just 16 days' worth of food support over a 6-week summer holiday period. So could I ask the Minister, what does she expect children to eat the rest of the time?
Mr. Speaker, this government has extended free school meals to more groups of children than any other government over the past half a century. We spent almost £500 million on vouchers so that children had access to food when schools were closed during lockdown. And we spent £270 million through local authorities to making sure that children, including those of preschool children, could get access to food and essentials. We have this massive holiday activity activities and food programme running all across the country. Not only food, but also fun, also friendships. And I just wish the party opposite would get behind this fantastic initiative, go and see what it is giving to our children and see what they get out of it and the benefits of it, and say well done to everybody involved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to our teachers and all in education, our schools are once again the centres of learning. Many pupils and teachers at secondary schools would like to see face coverings in the classroom come to an end by the 17th of May. Can I ask the Minister if the data gives cause for optimism?
Our overriding objective is to keep COVID out of the classroom and keep pupils and staff safe. All decisions will be based on that data and on scientific and medical advice. Whether or not we continue to advise that face coverings should be worn in secondary school classrooms is subject to step 3 of the roadmap process, which will happen, as he mentioned, no earlier than the 17th of May.
Let's go to Kirsten Oswald. Kirsten.
Speaker, students have had a difficult year dealing with online learning, isolation and increased student poverty and debt. As these young people will play a key role in driving economic recovery, does the Minister agree that it's time to reassess this government's position on tuition fees and free students from the shackles of debt?
Safe State.
We recognise it's incredibly important that we do everything we can do to support students. That's why we made available £85 million in order to be able to support students in terms of hardship funding, but also how important it is that we have a really thriving higher education sector, and that's why we have always continued to maintain our investment in research and development, which is the backbone of so many of our universities.
Dr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that the use of mobile phones in the classroom can have a very negative impact, not just on a child's education, but on their mental health as well. They're also a breeding ground, unfortunately, for bullying. Can my right honourable friend confirm that he will be moving ahead with his plan to support schools to become mobile phone-free environments?
I think my honourable friend raises a really important issue about the mental health and well-being, and sometimes, sadly, the issues of bullying, which can be exacerbated as a result, and mobile phones be used in order to be able to do that. We've already seen 50% of schools roll out phone-free environments, but still ensuring that students are able to have access to a mobile phone as they travel to and from school. But the real benefits that is able to deliver in terms of children's well-being, their mental health, but also how well they do at school. And we do want to see that rolled out, and I can assure my honourable friend that that is what we're going to be doing.
Speaker, I have written to the Minister about an error in the way the National School Centres recorded nursery provision, along with the cancellation of the summer census, meant that 4 Acre School in my constituency lost some £80,000. The government change of date now on pupil premium has left Bristol schools with a shortfall of about £1.6 million. The catch-up funding is about £1.64 million. Now, by my maths, Mr. Speaker, it's a case of the Lord giveth and the Lord has taken away, almost exactly. So will the Minister meet with me to assure me that poorer children in Bristol are not being penalised, publish the data, let us see exactly what has come in to our schools and what's been taken away. And I will work with the Minister to make sure that that is clear.
In terms of early years funding, Mr. Speaker, we've invested record amounts over the past few years in early years funding, over £3.5 billion a year for the past 3 years, and we've continued to put unprecedented amount into our early years funding. In terms of the pupil premium, I can confirm that more funding will be going into pupil premium on the whole next year than previous years, and of course the Schools Minister leads on this, but I'm sure he would be delighted to meet her.
Let's go to Harriet Baldwin. Harriet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Secretary of State was good enough to meet with me to look at the condition of the windows at Malvern Primary School. And I wondered if you could update the House as to when the next condition improvement fund is going to be announced.
We announced on 8th of April that we're working with 16 colleges in some of the worst condition. We expect to announce the outcome of the first FE capital transformation Fund bidding round in October. The Condition Improvement Fund 2021-22 application round for schools closed on the 14th of January, and outcomes will be announced later in the spring.
Let's go to Karen Buck. Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further education colleges are central to the rollout of the government's skills agenda. Yet in London, the teaching grant for further education colleges has been cut by 13.7%, which is equivalent to £64 million loss. Can the Minister explain why it is that the levelling up agenda has actually meant that for further education in London, it is levelling down?
What you're seeing is a major expansion in terms of the amount of money that we're investing in further education. You saw in the last settlement a commitment to close to £700 million going into further education. You're also seeing a £1.5 billion capital investment that we're putting into further education colleges as well, which of course colleges in London are able to apply for.
Pauline Leather.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What practical steps is the Secretary of State taking to ensure that children, young people and staff in educational settings have access to appropriately qualified people to help with the mental health issues?
Mr. Speaker, this is a really important issue of mental health and wellbeing support for our young people, and the Government is making a major investment in mental health support. We've recently announced a further £79 million boost to mental health services for children, which will accelerate the provision of mental health support teams in schools and colleges. That's on top of the £2.3 billion a year we committed through the NHS long-term plan. And in addition, since September, our Wellbeing for Education Return scheme has linked up schools with local health and mental experts in 90% of local authorities.
Go to Bell Ribeiro Addy. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This country deserves to have a well-funded, well-valued teaching profession, but the litany of problems affecting teachers haven't gone away. Issues of increased workload, stress and a lack of professional autonomy have been documented widely, including by the Minister's own department. With a looming recruitment and retention crisis, does the Minister have any long-term plans to allow greater autonomy and trust, and will this hopeful recruitment and retention strategy promise to do away with excessive scrutiny of teaching professionals?
Minister.
Well, the whole essence of our Academies programme is about delivering autonomy for schools, and it is that autonomy, and she's quite right, that is driving up standards. We've also, since 2014, been addressing the workload issues of school teachers up and down the country, and that has proven successful indeed in reducing the number of hours in addition to teaching time that school teachers face.
Steve Brown.
New all-party group on men and boys will do very good work during this Parliament, I hope, including around educational attainment. Given the still tiny numbers of male teachers in primary education, don't even get me started on early years, what is the Government doing to address this imbalance? And given the shifting labour market that we've seen post-pandemic, get new inspirational teachers into the classroom from non-traditional backgrounds?
Well, I share my honourable friend's concern about this issue, and I pay tribute to him for his work on this matter and that of the APPG. We do aim to attract and retain high-skilled, talented individuals into teaching, including men, through effective pay structures and financial incentives, and we have set out plans to increase starting salaries nationally to £30,000. And we also intend to retain male teachers in primary schools by offering world-class support and development through the early career framework reforms.
Let's go to Stephen Metcalfe. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parents and students alike are concerned about the impact the pandemic has had on their learning, particularly those in years 10 and 12 who will face exams next summer. Can my right honourable friend therefore update the House on what steps he is taking to support those students to ensure they meet their full potential and get the results that they deserve?
We have invested £1.7 billion to help pupils to get back on track, including through tutoring. We'll continue to monitor the impact of the pandemic on all students, including those due to take their exams in 2022, to ensure that students in this cohort can receive a fair grade. We have appointed Sir Kevin Collins as Recovery Commissioner, who is advising on further measures to ensure that all students catch up on the education that they've lost.
I now suspend the House for 3 minutes in order to enable the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order. Order. We have an urgent question from Alison Thulis. I will ask the urgent question to the Secretary of State, Cabinet Office, Michael Gove.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Ministerial Code is the responsibility of the Prime Minister of the day. It's customarily updated and issued upon their assuming or returning to office. And of course, the Code sets out the behaviour expected of all those who serve in government. It provides guidance to ministers on how they should act and arrange their affairs to uphold these standards. The Code exists and should be read alongside the overarching duty on ministers to comply with the law and to protect the integrity of public life. The current version of the Code was issued by the Prime Minister in August 2019, shortly after he assumed office. While the Code sets out standards and offers guidance, it is ministers who are personally responsible for deciding how to act and conduct themselves in the light of the Code, and of course for justifying their actions and conduct to Parliament and to the public. That is as it should be in a robust democracy such as ours. Ministers are not employees of the government, but rather office holders, who hold their office for as long as they have the confidence of the Prime Minister as the head of government. It is always, therefore, the Prime Minister who is the ultimate judge of the standards of behaviour expected of an individual minister and of the appropriate consequences were a breach of those standards to occur. Mr. Speaker, the Code also sets out a role for an independent adviser on ministers' interests. It is an important role, the principal duty of which is to provide independent advice to ministers on the arrangement of their private interests. The independent adviser also has a role in investigating alleged breaches of the Ministerial Code. As the House will be aware, Sir Alex Allen stepped down from his role towards the end of last year, and following the practice of successive administrations, the Prime Minister will appoint a successor to Sir Alex. The House will understand that the process of identifying the right candidate for such a role can take time. However, an appointment is expected to be announced shortly, and of course the House will be informed in the usual way as soon as that appointment is confirmed. It will clearly be an early priority for the new independent adviser to oversee the publication of an updated list of ministers' interests, and I expect that will be published shortly after a new independent adviser is appointed. I can, of course, reassure the House that the process of managing ministers' interests has continued in the absence of an independent adviser, in line with the Ministerial Code, which sets out that the Permanent Secretary in each department and the Cabinet Office overall have a role. Ministers remain able to seek advice on their interests from their Permanent Secretary and from the Cabinet Office. The Ministerial Code has served successive administrations well and has been an important tool in upholding standards in public life. It will continue to do so.
Right. Let us go to SNP spokesperson for the urgent question, Alison Thulis. Alison, order. Can I just say to members that they should be wearing a mask in the chamber? For the two members who sat here, please, it's not my decision, it's the decision of Public Health England that we should be wearing masks. If you don't wish to, please leave the chamber. Alison Thulis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for
order. I think we're going to have to order. I think we're going to have to suspend the sittings if members aren't going to wear them. It's not my orders, it's orders that have gone. Sorry about that. Alison Thulis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question. In his foreword to the Ministerial Code, the Prime Minister says, to win back the trust of the British people, we must uphold the very highest standards of propriety, to no misuse of taxpayer money, no actual or perceived conflicts of interest, and that the precious principles of public life enshrined in the Code, integrity, objectivity, accountability, transparency, honesty and leadership in the public interest must be honoured at all times. Well, Mr. Speaker, this UK Tory government is failing on all counts. They are riddled with conflicts of interest and allegations of corruption, and indeed 37% of the public think the Prime Minister is corrupt. 53% think that in Scotland. And that's before getting into the latest on what the Prime Minister is alleged to have said, that he'd rather see bodies pile up in their thousands rather than order a third lockdown. Despicable, cruel and callous. Comments not befitting the office of Prime Minister. Transparency International, in their report Track and Trace, raised serious questions on 73 government contracts worth £3.7 billion. And of these, 24 PPE contracts worth £1.6 billion have been handed to those with known political connections, with a further £536 million on testing services. Mr. Speaker, we need to know who has benefited, what their links are to ministers, especially in the light of the VIP lane that the National Audit Office have identified as a risk, where people are 10 times more likely to win a contract if they were on that list. Transparency International have identified the VIP lane as a potential systemic and partisan bias in the award of PPE contracts. So will the Minister stop hiding behind commercial confidentiality and publish in full the details of these VIP contracts, along with who recommended them? It's our money, Mr Speaker, and we have a right to know. Will he finally publish also the updated register of Ministers' interests? From the contracts to the Health Secretary's pub landlord, to the cosy chumocracy of the Greensill Capital affair, to the casual text messages between the Prime Minister and Sir James Dyson promising to fix tax issues, apparently in exchange for ventilators we never even got, and now questions over the Prime Minister's funding for feathering his Downing Street nest. Mr Speaker, I wonder if the Minister will agree with me that this is a clear pattern of behaviour and it absolutely stinks. This UK Tory government is about to prorogue this House to duck further scrutiny. In the absence of an independent advisor to investigate ministers, we cannot no longer trust them to investigate themselves, and that much is clear. So will the Minister for the Cabinet Office instead instruct a full, independent public inquiry to get to the bottom of this slick, grubby cabal in charge of the UK?
Mr Gunn.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for raising a number of issues. She raised the whole question of procurement of PPE. It is a fact, well attested, that less than 0.5% of the PPE procured did not meet the standards that we had set out. It is a fact that every single recommendation for the procurement of PPE went through an independent 8-stage process verified by independent civil servants. It is the case that the government, operating at a time when the pandemic was raging, did everything possible, and we make no apology for it, to make sure that those at the front line got the equipment that they deserved. And the techniques that we used and the processes that we followed not only stand up to scrutiny, they were the same techniques and the same processes used by the Welsh Government, by the Scottish Government and by the Northern Ireland Executive. She raises the Greensill question. Of course, the truth is that all the efforts on behalf of that company in order to push the Treasury and others were rejected. She raises the issue of Sir James Dyson. She doesn't acknowledge the fact that Sir James spent millions of pounds of his own money in order to try to ensure that we had ventilators to save those on the front line. She doesn't mention that the ventilator challenge was investigated by the Public Accounts Committee, who said it was a model of public procurement. She doesn't mention the fact that the changes to the Prime Minister's flat were paid for by the Prime Minister himself. And she repeats a line from a newspaper, but she ignores the fact that the Prime Minister not only instituted a second but also a third lockdown to keep us safe. What she doesn't mention is that she and other opposition members criticised the appointment of a vaccine czar as cronyism, when Kate Bingham has been responsible for saving millions of lives. What she doesn't say is that opposition MPs criticised Kate Bingham for spending money on PR when that money was there to ensure that people from BAME backgrounds were able to get the vaccines that they required. What she doesn't acknowledge is the determined effort by public servants in this government and others to deal with the pandemic and to save lives. Instead, she tries to score political points in a way, sadly, which causes regret.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend a great deal of the things that my right honourable friend has just said. But let's face it, there is not a great deal of public confidence in propriety and ethics in politics in this country, and that is to be laid at the door of all political parties over a very long period. And what would begin to restore public confidence in these matters would be to have more genuine discussion about principles and values and how conflicts of interest should be better managed, and have rather less quibbling about whether we're inside or outside certain rules, or and have fewer accusations and perhaps less blaming as well. Can I commend my right honourable friend to the letter sent by the Chair of the Committee on Standards in Public Life to the Prime Minister last week, which recommended a number of changes to the role, that he should be able to initiate his own inquiries or her own inquiries, should be able to publish a summary of their findings, and he also recommended that the Prime Minister should retain the right to decide on any sanction for a breach of the code, and that it is disproportionate for the Prime Minister always to require a resignation for a breach of the Code. He should be able to use a range of sanctions to deal with breaches of the Code. Will the Government accept these recommendations?
Well, my right honourable friend makes a characteristically thoughtful series of points, and as a former chairman of the PACAC Select Committee and as, of course, current leading Select Committee chairman in this House, I think the points that he makes are certainly points that we should reflect on. It is the case that the process of holding ministers and others to account is always an evolutionary process. We should look at thoughtful recommendations such as those that have been made by Lord Evans and others, and consider what more can be done. But I think it's important to stress that this government has already introduced a series of changes in order to ensure greater transparency in public life. But, of course, we always seek to do better.
We now come to Shadow Minister Rachel Reeves.
There must be no bullying or harassment, no leaking, no misuse of taxpayers' money, and no actual or perceived conflicts of interests. These words are from the Prime Minister's foreword to the Ministerial Code. I don't know whether he believed them when he wrote them, but he's certainly trampling all over them today. The Prime Minister is now corrupting the standards of public life expected in high office. And as he dodges questions and tries to cover up payments for the luxury refurbishment of his flat, feathering his own nest and possibly breaking the law through undeclared loans. Now, as for leaks, we are seeing the pipes burst with a sewage of allegations. Mr. Speaker, they say that the fish rots from the head down. Well, there is a reason why there is no independent adviser on ministerial standards, and there is a reason why the government won't publish the long overdue list of ministerial interests. And that reason is because the Prime Minister hasn't wanted them. This is a Prime Minister who would rather let the bodies pile high than act on scientific advice. Mr. Speaker, they are not bodies, they are people, they are loved ones, and they are deeply missed. So can I ask the Minister to engage with the issues at hand? When will the Government publish the register of Ministers' financial interests? Who paid the invoices for the Prime Minister's flat refurbishment in the first place, and when were those funds repaid? And when will the review by the Cabinet Secretary into this fiasco be complete? When will the vacancy for the independent adviser on ministerial standards be filled? And will they be given the powers, as the Right Honourable Gentleman has said, to trigger independent investigations as recommended by Lord Evans? And finally, will the Minister apologise for the stomach-churning comments that have come out today and urgently announce a public inquiry into the government's handling of the pandemic? Because this is all about conduct, character and decency. And frankly, our country deserves an awful lot better than this.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her questions, and as ever, she raises a number of significant issues. On the whole question of the number 10 Downing Street refurbishment, I think it's important to stress that previous Prime Ministers have used taxpayers' money in order to refurbish number 10 Downing Street. In 1998 to 1999, in real terms, the then Prime Minister spent £73,000 in that year of taxpayers' money on refurbishing Downing Street. Between 2000 and 2001, £55,000. Then again, 2007, 2008, £35,000. All taxpayers' money. This Prime Minister has spent his own money on refurbishing Downing Street. And I think that is a distinction that the Honourable Lady should pay close attention to. The Honourable Lady also suggests that the Government did not act on scientific advice in dealing with this pandemic. I hope she'll reflect on those words and recognise that is completely wrong. This Government, as I pointed out, has initiated not just a second but a third lockdown in response to medical and to scientific advice. And this Government, working with doctors and with scientists, has ensured that we have had the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, and that we have also developed many of the therapeutics and many of the tools necessary to ensure that those who are suffering in pain at last receive relief. And of course, the ventilators that this Government played a part in procuring are now helping to save lives in India. And of course, the Honourable Lady is right to say that we should appoint an independent adviser on ministerial interests as soon as possible. But as I mentioned earlier in my statement, That appointment is due within days, and that independent adviser will have the freedom to carry out their role in exactly the way that they should. Scrutiny is always welcome, but it is also the case that, as the Honourable Lady should point out, or should recognise, that scrutiny should extend beyond those who are our political opponents and also to the parties that we ourselves are leading or members of. And I can only quote from the Times at the weekend, when one of their columnists talked about, quotes, our only proper bit of suspected corruption in this country in Labour-run Liverpool. The allegations have got everything. Dubious contracts, records created retrospectively, discarded in skips or destroyed altogether. She must look at the beam in her own eye before criticising the mote in others.
On Penrose.
Mr. Speaker, can I pick up on the excellent point made by my right honourable friend, the Chairman of the Liaison Committee, about the powers of the next occupant of the position of the Prime Minister's adviser on the Ministerial Code, and encourage him to go down that road. The proposals made by the Chairman of the Committee on Standards in Public Life exactly match ones that I made to his committee about a month and a half ago. And it just strikes me that we are at a point now where strengthening the entire system so that it commands cross-party confidence and trust is a point which we have now reached, and these will be very welcome, widely appreciated on all sides, if this is a step which we could ultimately take.
Again, my right honourable friend makes a very important point, and the work that he has done in order to improve standards in public life has been applauded across parties and across this House and indeed outside it. And I think it is the case that the Government and the new independent adviser on ministerial standards will want to reflect on Lord Evans' recommendation and indeed other points in order to make sure that we can have the maximum confidence in our system.
Let's come to SNP spokesperson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend from Glasgow Central for securing this important, urgent question? PPE contracts awarded to donors and cronies without a robust tender process. NHS contracts awarded to a firm partly owned by the Health Secretary. Privileged secret communications between an ex-Prime Minister and the Chancellor, between James Dyson and the current Prime Minister. I could add a Tory fondness for oligarchs and the allegation of Tory donors funding the Prime Minister's home improvements. And there's no point in the Minister sitting there, part bombast and part Teflon Dawn, hoping this stench of cronyism will simply pass. It's far too late for that. So let me ask, when did this government judge that integrity, probity, transparency and the Ministerial Code were obstacles to be overcome rather than principles to always be adhered to?
Well, the right honourable gentleman is always a skilled and gifted rhetorician. But as I pointed out in response to his colleague when she raised this urgent question, if you look at PPE, the processes by which PPE have been procured by this government have been independently validated and assured by officials, an 8-step process in order to ensure that contracts were only awarded to those who could provide the right equipment. And there's no variance in the approach that this government took to the approach that the Scottish Government or the Welsh Government took in the procurement of PPE. He talks about a Tory fondness for oligarchs and he makes reference to text messages and so on. Well, I can only point out that our mutual friend, the Rural Economy Secretary in the Scottish Government, dined with Mr Lex Greensill and Mr Gupta in, I think, one of Glasgow's finest restaurants. If there is a particular fondness for dining with oligarchs, it is not the preserve of any one individual or party in this House, I might point out. And as for suggesting that the Ministerial Code is something to be got round or overlooked, and suggesting that propriety might be something that needs to be looked at, I would simply refer him to the report of the Independent Committee of the Scottish Parliament into the investigation into the former First Minister. If people want to see a story of obstruction, obfuscation, prevarication and a waste of taxpayers' money, they can find it there.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Constituents are sick and tired of this endless tittle-tattle. They just want their lives to go back to normal, which is what this government is helping them achieve. They couldn't care less about the Prime Minister's cushions or his curtains. Minister, when will we have an opposition that cares about the actual priorities and not who the Downing Street decorators are?
Well, My honourable friend makes a very important point. It does seem sometimes as though the opposition and some critics are more concerned about the world of interiors than the real world in which the rest of us live. And the really important thing is that we welcome scrutiny when it is there to ensure that we are serving the public. So it's quite right that there should be scrutiny over how we respond to the pandemic. It's quite right that we should resolve to learn lessons from everything that this government has done. But it is also right for those who are in this House, who have the opportunity to scrutinise the way in which taxpayers' money is spent, to look effectively at the delivery of public policy rather than necessarily seeking to make partisan points.
Lera Hobhouse. Lera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has just said public scrutiny is always welcome. So instead of all these reports relying on leaks in the newspaper and on accusations on Dominic Cummings' blog, doesn't the Minister agree that the best way forward would be to get all the facts straight, an independent public inquiry into the government's handling of the pandemic, and will he urge the Prime Minister to go ahead with it without delay?
Well, I think the Honourable Lady makes a very fair point. I think we do need, in due course, an independent public inquiry into dealing with the pandemic, but I think it's important that we concentrate now on the successful vaccine rollout, on making sure that the roadmap and the lifting of restrictions to which so many people are quite rightly looking forward is in place. There will be time for an independent public inquiry, and there will be lessons to be learned. Mistakes have been made, but I think it's important that we concentrate now on making sure that our economy is restored to health, that public services get back to the level that they should be, and also that we deal with this virus once and for all.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt that the allegations made by the Honourable Member for Glasgow Central are serious, but there's also very little doubt that we work in a profession where claims and counterclaims are often made with scant reliance on evidence. Transparency and openness is really important to retaining the trust of this House and the people who put us here. So with that in mind, can my right honourable friend confirm that any donations and benefits given will be returned and made open and transparent through the regular processes?
My honourable friend makes an important point, and it is the case that all of us have a responsibility to declare political donations. There is a clear means of doing so, and I know that all donations received by all politicians in this House will be declared appropriately.
Let's go to Dame Margaret Hodge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the government claimed that the Prime Minister funded the upfront costs of decorating Downing Street flat himself. This afternoon, the Prime Minister did not, Mr. Speaker, deny that the upfront costs were met by Conservative Party donors. This is not the first, but the third time in the space of just 1 week when the Prime Minister has been caught out. How many more times will government ministers accept that their leader, our Prime Minister, has misled the public, the press and Parliament before they declare him unfit for office?
Unintentional. Minister Gill.
Well, I have enormous respect for the Right Honourable Lady, a brave and courageous fighter for many causes and a very, very distinguished former Select Committee chairman. But I think the specific allegation she makes against the Prime Minister she may wish to reflect on the broader point of substance that she raises. As I pointed out earlier, the Prime Minister paid for the costs of renovation. Declarations are properly made about political donations, and indeed the Cabinet Secretary pointed out, when being questioned by the PACAC committee earlier, that he is making sure that everything that was done in accordance with the rules.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Secretary confirm that this Conservative government has taken more steps to reform and regulate lobbying and public procurement than any previous Labour government? And it was indeed the case that at the last general election, the Labour Party intended to scrap the same lobbying law that they now want to strengthen. Does this not show the hypocrisy of Captain Hindsight?
Absolutely right.
Yeah, my honourable friend is absolutely right. I don't know why they're making a noise on the other side. It was the case that this government banned the use of taxpayers' money for Quango lobbying. It banned taxpayers' money being used in grants for other organisations lobbying. It introduced a statutory registrar of lobbyists, and it's also had transparency measures, which we've introduced, on government spending, government salaries, government contracts, government tenders and government meetings. And he's quite right. The party opposite said that they wanted to scrap that legislation as well. Now, it's for the party opposite to justify to people in Redcar and Hartlepool why it is they want to scrap lobbying regulation, and it will be interesting to hear that conversation on the doorsteps.
Let's go to Howell Williams. Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In PMQs 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister agreed with me that politicians must not lie. This is vital to the credibility of the Ministerial Code. But a host of recent events, including the Prime Minister's reported comments regarding lockdowns, raise serious questions about the government's adherence to that very Ministerial Code. Is he confident that his answers today are sufficiently comprehensive and sufficiently robust to lay these matters to rest?
Yes.
Right, let's go to Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I read through the Ministerial Code this morning. It took me longer than most members because I'm slower. But I could see absolutely nothing in that that would make me think the Prime Minister's done anything wrong. So why don't we leave it to the system to investigate this matter, if there's a requirement for it, rather than dance to the tune of a media frenzy?
Well, my honourable friend is an officer and a gentleman, and he puts the point very well. There are tried and tested procedures and principles in order to make sure that ministers and others in this House behave in an appropriate way. Judgments can be made, of course, by all of us in a democracy. And the final thing that I would say is that his reading of the Ministerial Code this morning may, of course, be a prelude to him being appointed as a minister in due course, but I cannot further speculate on these matters.
Let's go to Caroline Lucas. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to what one government minister said at the weekend, concerns about the Prime Minister and the Ministerial Code are not tittle-tattle. People care deeply about this, which is why Peter Stevanovich's video on the Prime Minister's relationship with the truth has been viewed nearly 13 million times on social media. So my question is this: if the Ministerial Code says that any inadvertent error should be corrected at the earliest opportunity, what should be done about systematic, deliberate errors? And if, as seems to be the case with our archaic and dysfunctional rules, it is the Prime Minister himself who decides whether the Ministerial Code has been broken, should we really be trusting this one to mark his own homework? Or should the whole system not be urgently revised?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a number of important points. I think the first thing that I would say is that she's absolutely right, that the public do have a right to expect that those who are responsible for discharging government duties and spending taxpayers' money do so in a way that's consonant with the public's values. That's absolutely right. And she also makes a broader point about the need always to review the mechanisms of scrutiny to which government are subject. As was pointed out earlier by the member for Harwich and North Essex, and also by the member for Weston-super-Mare, there is an opportunity to look again, with the appointment of a new independent advisor on ministerial interests, on how that role, and indeed perhaps other roles, can be strengthened if necessary.
Let's go to Craig Whittaker. Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst these matters should always be open and transparent, one can only muse at what other world leaders think of the UK Prime Minister having to pay for his own refurbishment and additional tax for the benefit in kind, and of course the personal payment for the running costs of the flat we insist he stays in. Surely my right honourable friend agrees with me. The ridiculous situation here is why our Prime Minister should be paying anything at all personally, unlike other world leaders, when it is us, the taxpayer, who demands they live above the shop.
My honourable friend makes a very important point, and it is the case that there are existing trusts that are responsible for looking after Dorneywood and Chequers, where Labour and indeed Cheating, where Labour, Liberal Democrat and Conservative politicians have used those facilities in order to discharge their duties. And Downing Street is a working building. and it is appropriate, as has been the case in the past, as I referred to earlier, that there is some public money which is allocated in order to ensure that the Prime Minister and others who work in that building can perform their duties as appropriate. Of course, when we're spending taxpayers' money, we must have a care. We must recognise that this is money which is entrusted to us. But of course, when it comes to government buildings, particularly government buildings like Downing Street, there is a role for public funding in making sure that they function effectively on all our behalves.
Let's go to Geraint Davis. Geraint? In which case, let's go to Jack Merriton. Jack, it's the best speaker.
Does my right honourable friend agree that if the Leader of the Opposition was really serious about tackling corruption, he would start by cracking down on the Labour government in Wales, which handed out NHS contracts worth more than £650,000 to a Labour activist without any kind of competitive tendering process?
Sure. Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for bringing that case to my attention. I wasn't aware of it, but I am sure that the Leader of the Opposition and others will want to make sure that all the correct procedures have been followed.
Let's go to Tamnajee Singh Desi.
Thank you very much. Mr Speaker, whether it's the Prime Minister's luxury refurbishment of his flat, day after day, more sordid, sleazy details are unearthed about this incompetent Conservative government, which is now, frankly, becoming an embarrassment for our nation, given the billions wasted on crony COVID contracts. Tory donors have been profiteering at the British taxpayers' expense in the midst of widespread public misery. So can the Secretary of State inform the House why is he delaying the public inquiry into the handling of the pandemic so that we can all ascertain for ourselves just how many ministers have broken the ministerial code by texting or handing out government contracts to their Tory chums?
As I pointed out in response to some earlier questions, it is the case that every single PPE contract that was awarded went through an 8-stage process. It was supervised by independent civil servants, and the idea that there was any how can I put it? The imputation that lies behind, his comments, I think is unfair to those dedicated public servants who worked incredibly hard at a difficult time in order to make sure that those on the front line received exactly what they needed. Now, of course, it is the case that there needs to be an inquiry in due course, but that inquiry should cover every aspect of the handling of the pandemic, and we should all be suitably humble in recognising that that inquiry will necessarily make recommendations that all of us should take account of as we prepare for future health and other challenges.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can my right honourable friend confirm that all ministers, both at the Treasury and at BEIS, followed the Ministerial Code in all of their dealings with Greensill Capital?
Yes, and the point that was made earlier is that when Lex Greensill and others with whom he was working were making representations to government, those representations were dealt with in an appropriate way, and the critical thing is that the efforts that they were soliciting were rejected, and that is quite clear.
Stephen Flynn.
Of course, Mr Speaker, attached to the Ministerial Code are the 7 principles of public life, and indeed the first of these is selflessness, and it states that holders of public office should act solely in terms of the public interest. Well, today we've had a number of sources state that the Prime Minister shouted in a rage that he would rather see the bodies piled high in their thousands than order a third lockdown. Does the Minister not accept that a Prime Minister who does not put public health first is no Prime Minister at all?
Let me deal with this. I was in the meeting that afternoon with the Prime Minister and other ministers as we looked at what was happening with the virus, with the pandemic, and we were...
Listen.
Look, we're dealing with one of the most serious decisions this Prime Minister and any government has had to face. People have been pointing out quite rightly that tens of thousands of people were dying. The Prime Minister made a decision in that meeting to trigger a second lockdown. He made a subsequent decision to trigger a third lockdown. This is a Prime Minister who was in a hospital himself, in intensive care. The idea that he would say any such thing, I find incredible. I was in that room. I never heard language of that kind. And I'm afraid that the honourable gentleman, by seeking to make the points in the way that he does, I think diverts attention from the fact that so many people who have been affected by this pandemic rely on the government, the NHS and others to strain every sinew. These decisions are never easy, but the government made the decision, and the Prime Minister made the decision, to have a second and third lockdown. And I think we can see the evidence of the leadership that he showed then, not just in the courage that he showed, but also in the success of the vaccination programme, from which people across this whole United Kingdom have benefited.
Mr. Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree that people in glass houses should not throw stones? And does my right honourable friend also agree that there is an election next week and the party opposite are behind in the polls, and they have chosen to wheel out a mantra from 20 years ago that they thought worked then and perhaps works now? And if we're talking about wheeling out glass houses, may I mention the member under criminal investigation for fraud, the Liverpool mayor arrested for fraud, and a past Labour Prime Minister who pocketed millions from advising big businesses and foreign governments?
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point, and I think it is this, that we all have a responsibility to learn lessons, learn from the past, do our best to make sure that we collectively maintain high standards in public life, acknowledge that there are human frailties in individuals who represent all of the parties in this House, and do our very best to learn from the past.
Mr. Speaker, does the Minister know the identity of the person who gave the Prime Minister the money to pay for the refurbishment of the Downing Street flat? Either he doesn't know, in which case he shouldn't be at the dispatch box saying there's no problem at all, or he does know, in which case he should just tell us what the name is. Can he do that now, please?
Well, the person who paid for the renovations in the Downing Street flat was Boris Johnson.
Andrew Griffith. Online. Andrew Griffith.
Does honourable friend agree that this UK government is almost painfully transparent by any yardstick, and that while sessions such as this may be an inevitable part of the disinfecting oxygen of publicity, it is a bit rich for the honourable member for Glasgow Central to raise concerns when they want the UK to rejoin the EU, a body which hasn't had its audit signed off for decades?
Minister.
My honourable friend makes an important point. You know, the governments of all stripes can always do better, but I think it is fair to say that over generations and across parties, there's been a determined effort by our Prime Ministers to do everything they can in order to make sure that our democracy stays healthy. Of course, Prime Ministers in the past have made mistakes, but I think it's important that we recognise that overall, we can have confidence in institutions like this House of Commons to hold them to account.
Let's go to Andy Slaughter. Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has a specific duty to ensure transparency in government through the Freedom of Information Act. Is he concerned that Transparency International last year identified 9 unremedied breaches of the Ministerial Code? Why is information withheld in government FOI responses more often than not? And is he still running his FOI clearinghouse to delay and filter FOI responses?
Well, the Freedom of Information Clearinghouse, sadly, is not mine. It was set up under a Labour government. So it's a Blairite inheritance. And what it exists to do is to make sure that freedom of information responses are effectively coordinated, and that we do everything we can in order to make sure that we comply with the terms of that legislation. But of course, one of the points about the freedom of information legislation is that it needs to be a safe space for frank advice to be offered by officials to ministers, and it's important for the good conduct of government that that safe space remains.
Let's go to Danny Kruger. Danny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do need to get the system of regulation and accountability right. But I echo the point made earlier by my right honourable friend, the chairman of the Liaison Committee, that most of all we need a culture of values and public service to run through what ministers, ex-ministers and officials do. We'll never write rules so perfect that people don't have to make judgments about who they see and what they do. But to shore that up, we really do need a culture of transparency. So will he confirm that the independent review into the Greensill affair will have full access to all the documents and to all the decision makers involved?
Yes, my honourable friend makes a very good point, well, two actually, about the importance of culture complementing rules, but also about the review that's being undertaken by Nigel Boardman. Nigel Boardman will be given all the details he needs about any contacts between individuals within government and those acting on behalf of Greensill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Cabinet Office Secretary says that he welcomed this question today, and for once I actually believe him, because there's nothing that he likes more than seeing the remaining shreds of the Prime Minister's credibility for probity being blown into the winds. But we know that he will look forward to an opportunity to finally get his own head down in that lavishly furnished apartment above number 10 Downing Street. So can he tell us, when we come to the next Conservative Party leadership contest, and once again he'll be persuaded to put his hat in the ring, is he really saying that the way that this government has operated is acceptable and is the way that we should really expect a government to operate? Is he really able to say that?
Yes.
Right, in which case, let's go to Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last 12 months, honourable and right honourable members from both sides of the House have stood up and made sure that offers of support from local businesses have reached ministers at the right time in the right way, because that's how we've supported people across the country. So would my right honourable friend agree that doing that and making sure those offers got to the right place at the right time has been an important part of getting PPE and ventilators and vaccines to people across the United Kingdom when they needed them most?
My own friend is absolutely right. The government was operating, as all governments were, to be fair, in difficult circumstances, with a clear demand that we do everything possible to source PPE. And, as has been pointed out, the overwhelming majority of the PPE that we sourced was sourced in a way that was rigorous, so that the equipment was fit for purpose, and so that those at the front line could benefit.
Let's go to Jamie Stone. Jamie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wonder, does the Secretary of State agree with me that a version of a ministerial code should apply to the leaders of new political parties who might possibly be receiving payments from the arms of overseas governments who don't hold dear to their heart the best interests of the United Kingdom?
I don't want to embarrass the honourable gentleman too much by saying that almost every time he asks a question or makes a point in this House of Commons, I think how lucky his constituents are to have him as their Member of Parliament. And I think even though we disagree on many issues, he puts his finger on an important point of public scrutiny at this time as people decide how to cast their votes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me? There's only one party in this House that stands guilty of ignoring votes in a parliament to which it's responsible, that withholds legal advice, that spends thousands of pounds trying to cover its backs in a botched court case, and its leader has been found guilty by a cross-party committee of that parliament of misleading that parliament. Not this party, but the party of the honourable lady who brought this question today, the Scottish National Party, the real cosy, sleepy cabal that's running Scotland at this time.
Well, I couldn't put it better myself. But what the surprising thing is, where are the SNP's MPs now? Now, some people might think that turning up, reading out a question, and then leaving before the debate is concluded was the perfect definition of a cynical political stunt, but I'll leave it for other people to decide.
Let's go to Drew Hendry. Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is trying to say that there's absolutely nothing to see here over contracts for cronies, shady deals for decorating, text messages for tax breaks and peerages for donations. If that's the case, aren't the public entitled to see this examined in a full, independent public inquiry? If not, what is he afraid of?
Well, there are a number of issues which might be, as I'm sure the honourable gentleman is aware, appropriately the subject of a full, independent public inquiry. We could all think of appropriate issues. But I would say, in response to the member for Glasgow Central, I ran through the points about PPE. I explained why it was that James Dyson had done so much in order to ensure that ventilators could be available to all. And it's also the case, as I mentioned to a number of members earlier, that an inquiry, of course, into the handling of the pandemic is appropriate, but the important thing is that we shouldn't preempt its findings.
Jackie Doyle-Price. If not, we'll go to Stephen Farrer. Stephen Farrer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In January 2020, the Government was a party to the New Decade New Approach Agreement, which restored devolution to Northern Ireland. That agreement included a commitment to a panel of commissioners for ministerial standards. More recently, the Northern Ireland Assembly has given that role to the Assembly Commissioner for Standards. So why is the Government prepared to support that much more rigorous approach to ministerial standards in Stormont, but not in Whitehall?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman makes an important point, and it is the case that I applaud the cross-party working which Stewart has exhibited in making sure that the executive and ministers work well. But as I pointed out earlier, the independent advisor on ministerial standards we hope will be appointed very shortly, and it will be the case, of course, following on from a number of questions that have been put by right honourable and honourable members, that there will be an opportunity to review then what changes, if any, are needed in order to improve that role.
Steve Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure, like many members of this House, I've spent the last few days knocking on literally hundreds of doors across mid-Cornwall. And the residents of St Austell and Newquay raised a number of important issues with me. The rollout of the vaccine that is protecting them and their loved ones, the economic impact of the pandemic and what the government is doing to ensure we recover quickly, and the lifting of restrictions as we follow the roadmap that enables them to see their loved ones again and get back to life as normal in the coming weeks. The one thing nobody raised with me at all was the arrangements for refurbishing the Prime Minister's flat. So can my right honourable friend assure me that the Prime Minister and this government will remain focused on the things that really matter to the people of this country, which is getting through this pandemic and getting back to life as normal as quickly as possible?
He's spot on. Today I had meetings on the vaccine rollout, on making sure that our justice system operates more quickly after the pandemic, on making sure that we can deal with the backlogs in the NHS as a result of elective operations having to be put aside because of the pandemic, and also looking at how we can ensure that the educational opportunities of our young people, again scarred by the pandemic, are restored. Now, I think, others may disagree, that those are all more important issues than curtains and soft furnishings. But I leave it to others to decide.
Let's go to Dame Angela Riedel. Dame Angela.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Dominic Cummings has described the Prime Minister's plans to get Tory donors to pay for the lavish refurbishment of the Downing Street flat as, and I'm quoting, unethical, foolish and illegal. So either the Prime Minister's former chief advisor is a liar and a fantasist, or the Prime Minister is not being entirely straightforward with the House or the country. Which is it?
Minister.
As someone once said in a different context, recollections may vary.
Mr. Speaker, now the question today relates to the Ministerial Code and, of course, to government ministers, but has my honourable friend reflected on the fact that while the honourable lady was asking her questions, a number of her own front-bench colleagues are under the direct employ of prominent and well-known lobbying companies? Yeah. Does he agree with me? If we are to look at the Ministerial Code, we should also look at the rules governing shadow spokesmen? Yeah.
Well, that seems to be an important point and one for the House to consider.
Kevan Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reply to my honourable friend, the member for Leeds West, the Minister made a virtue that the Prime Minister had paid for the refurbishment of the Downing Street flat. Now, there's been several weeks of speculation about this, and it was only last Friday that Downing Street confirmed that he had. So, could the Minister clarify, did the Prime Minister pay the original invoices for this, or did he reimburse the donors who donated money allegedly to this fund, or to the Conservative Party?
Minister Go.
As I pointed out earlier, the Prime Minister paid for the renovation of the flat. All donations to the Prime Minister or any other Member of Parliament, or indeed to political parties, will be declared appropriately and properly. And, of course, the Cabinet Secretary also made clear in his interview with hearing with the PACAC Committee the background to this issue.
Let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend not find it ironic
that the very self-same people that are attacking the government for the process of procurement were attacking the government for the slow process of actually achieving supplies of PPE and other equipment just about a year ago today. And isn't it right that actually the government has moved heaven and earth? Ministers and civil servants have worked literally through the night often to make sure that we get through this COVID pandemic as safely as we possibly can.
Minister.
The honourable gentleman makes, I think, a very, very fair point. It was the case, entirely legitimately and appropriately, that opposition members were criticising us for the slow procurement of PPE, and the Honourable Lady for Leeds West wrote to me in order to encourage us to go faster and made a number of suggestions about companies that we should follow up, which we did do. Now, the allegation is that when political figures pressed us to procure PPE more quickly for those at the front line, that was a mistake. So either the Labour's position last spring was wrong or the position now is wrong, but they both can't be right. But may I conclude by wishing the honourable gentleman a happy birthday. It is, I understand, a very significant date, but I'm afraid the Official Secrets Act forbids me from revealing how significant.
West Street.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that the delay in locking down the country in Lockdown 1, Lockdown 2 and Lockdown 3 led to a higher toll, both in terms of lives and livelihoods. What I don't think anyone expected was to read on the front page of the Daily Mail today the quote that the Prime Minister said, "Let the bodies pile high in their thousands," a claim which has been subsequently verified independently by other journalists. So I think the Minister takes statements he makes at that dispatch box more seriously than the Prime Minister does. So can I ask him again to be absolutely categorical that he has never heard the Prime Minister say those words, that the Prime Minister didn't say those words, and that prior to arriving in the House this afternoon, he received assurances from the Prime Minister that he didn't use those words. Can he be absolutely clear and straightforward and honest about that?
Totally. As I pointed out earlier, in response to the question from the member, I think, for Aberdeen South, I made the point that I had been in a meeting in the Cabinet room with the Prime Minister. I would ordinarily go into discussions that take place in Cabinet committees for reasons that he would well understand. But I never heard the Prime Minister say any such thing. We were all wrestling with an incredibly difficult decision. The decision to lock down necessarily imposes costs in other ways, as we're all aware. But the Prime Minister not only concluded at the end of the discussion that we had, which was a sober, serious and detailed discussion, that it was necessary to have that second lockdown. He also concluded, of course, that it was necessary, sadly, to have a third lockdown as well.
Let's go to Anna Bowdell. Anna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to Opinium for the Observer, 53% of people in Scotland think that the Prime Minister is corrupt. Whether it's COVID contracts for his cronies, peerages for his pals, or tax breaks over text, the Prime Minister is leading a government that is rotten to the core and fast losing public trust. Any healthy democracy must have leaders with credibility. So will the Minister do the right thing, ensure a public inquiry happens and recognise that people in Scotland have a right to decide their own future, a future free from Tory sleaze and corruption that they did not vote for?
Minister Gove.
Well, I think we're grateful for that party election broadcast. I think the most important thing to stress is that on each of the detailed questions raised, quite understandably, by our honourable friend, the member for Glasgow Central, I explained the position, and it is not as the SNP would wish it to be.
Let's go to the final question with Rachel Hopkins. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen a growing divergence between what government ministers say in public and their true intentions that they share in private. And the public deserves to know what the Prime Minister said to Manchester United's Ed Woodward in a meeting before the European Super League was announced, as it seems the Prime Minister gave the impression that he has supported the plans. Without full transparency, questions remain about the Prime Minister's potential breach of the Ministerial Code and Nolan Principles. So can the Minister commit the Government to publish all details relating to this meeting?
Minister.
Well, I think it was clear from what the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for the Department of Culture, Media and Sport said in the wake of the suggestion that there should be a European Super League, that they were wholly opposed to that venture. My understanding, I wasn't there at the time, is that the conversation with Ed Woodward of Manchester United related to the broader opening up of sporting events and what the necessary social distancing or other measures might be in order to allow more of us to enjoy being able to go back to football matches.
I now suspend the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements for the next business to be made. Order. Order. I now call Andrew Mitchell to ask his urgent question. Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question. Can I ask the Minister if he will make a statement on the reduction in overseas development assistance?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his question. The pandemic has resulted in the biggest drop in UK economic output in 300 years, and it has had a major impact on public finances. The deficit this year is projected to be double its peak during the financial crisis. That's why we had to take the tough, but I can assure him temporary, decision at the end of last year to reduce the official development assistance target from 0.7% of GNI to 0.5%. In spite of this, the UK will spend £10 billion on aid in 2021, making us the third largest donor in the G7 as a percentage of our gross national income. Not only that, but we will also be the third largest bilateral humanitarian donor, spending at least £906 million this year. And we will invest at least £400 million bilaterally on girls' education in over 25 countries. We will deliver £534 million of bilateral spend on climate and biodiversity, a doubling of the average spend between 2016 and 2020. We have committed £548 million to COVAX to provide vaccines for poorer countries, and we are multiplying our impact by integrating our aid spend with our diplomatic network, our science and technology expertise, and our economic partnerships. This government's commitment to the UK being a leader in development has not changed. The integrated review reaffirmed our pledge to fight against global poverty and to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And we reiterate our commitment to return to 0.7% when the fiscal situation allows. This week's new allocations show that we are following through with the vision that the Prime Minister set out in the integrated review. The way the UK applies our world-leading investment and our expertise must be strategic, in line with the approach defined by the integrated review. It must represent best value for taxpayers' money, and it must deliver results by tackling poverty and improving people's lives around the world. To achieve this, the FCDO has conducted a thorough review of aid spending to ensure that we target every penny at the highest priority global challenges. The Foreign Secretary's written statement to the House last week set out how this has sharpened the focus of the FCDO's aid portfolio behind 7 strategic priorities for poverty reduction. These are climate and biodiversity, COVID-19 and global health security, girls' education, humanitarian preparedness and response, science and technology, open societies and conflict resolution, and finally economic development and trade. We believe that this plan will deliver the greatest impact where it matters most.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When Germany will now exceed the 0.7 target, when France is now pledged to hit it, and the US is increasing aid spending by $15 billion, why is Britain, chair of the G7, breaking its promises to the poorest and the election manifesto commitment on which we were all elected, and which this country previously has so proudly upheld? Does the government understand that the aid cut to Syria undermines our key ally in the Middle East, Jordan, and will increase the flow of refugees into Europe? Does the government realise that sending 300 troops to Mali while cutting humanitarian aid to the Sahel is a failure of understanding and puts our troops at greater risk? Why is the government derailing our Prime Minister's pledge on girls' education, with cuts that will result in 4 million fewer girls going to school, while Britain is simultaneously hosting an international replenishment conference asking others to fund this key British objective? Madam Deputy Speaker, the 0.7 is not just a commitment to the world's poorest, enshrined in law by this House. It is a reflection of the kind of country we aspire to be and the values which we uphold. 95% of Red Wall voters approve of life-saving humanitarian aid, but that is exactly what the Treasury is cutting in their name. We are cutting £500 million in humanitarian aid. This will mean that 3 million women and children will not now receive life-saving support. Madam Deputy Speaker, is it not clear that the original estimate of 100,000 souls who will die as a result is now a tragic understatement? This dreadful political, not economic, decision shames our country and our government. Madam Deputy Speaker, it should shame us all.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I completely understand the passion with which my right honourable friend speaks, but the simple truth is that the UK economy is 11.3% smaller than it was last year and is undergoing the worst economic contraction for 300 years. The coronavirus has set in place a unique set of circumstances to which we are forced to respond. And yet, despite these difficulties, despite this economic impact, the UK will remain, in both absolute terms and percentage terms, one of the largest ODA donor countries in the world, and will remain the third largest ODA donor in the G7. He speaks of the areas where the UK wishes to be a force for good in the world, and we are still committed, we are absolutely committed to make sure that we use our ODA spend in the areas like girls' education, the environment and climate and others, but with our diplomatic efforts as part of the joint Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office as a force multiplier to ensure that the money we spend is amplified by our diplomatic efforts, both bilaterally and on the world stage. And I will remind him that when the fiscal circumstances allow, we are committed to returning to the 0.7% of GNI, which he, others, and indeed this government is so rightly proud.
We now go by video link to Preet Kaur Gill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, the Foreign Secretary exposed his fear of scrutiny by trying to sneak out a written statement on his callous aid cuts. Today, having been forced to come to face up to his decisions by the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield, he has once again evaded scrutiny and hidden behind one of his ministers instead. Make no mistake, slashing humanitarian support in the middle of a global pandemic is callous and incredibly short-sighted. People will lose their lives as a result of the cuts, and we will all be less safe. And as the only G7 nation to cut aid, it is a retreat from our moral duty and will weaken our position on the world stage. The statement last week was light on detail. So can the ministers tell us whether ambassadors have been informed of their allocated budgets and the date when all FCDO country office budgets for 2021 will be made public? Can he tell us whether impact assessments for each country will be conducted and when they will be forthcoming? And can he explain the Foreign Secretary's comments that no one is going hungry because we haven't signed cheques? 16 million Yemenis and 12 million Syrian people are on the brink of famine. How does he think the respective 60% and 30% cuts in aid will impact people in those countries? The impact of the cuts on his government's own stated priorities are stark, from education, which has been cut by 40%, to health programmes like the IRC's Saving Lives in Sierra Leone, which has helped over 3 million people and now been cut by 60%. In a year when Britain will be hosting the G7 and COP26, this is a shameful act and part of a pattern of retreat from the world stage by this Conservative government. So rather than continuing to treat Parliament with contempt, will he commit to putting these cuts to a vote at the earliest opportunity?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, she speaks about my right honourable friend attempting to avoid scrutiny, which would carry a bit more credibility had it not been for the fact he specifically put the written ministerial statement in the public domain ahead of his appearance at the International Development Committee, so that that committee could grill him on the statement he just made. The point that she makes about our commitment to overseas development and overseas assistance, I remind her of the answer I gave a few minutes ago. We are facing an unprecedented set of circumstances. I would remind her that this is one of the, if not the most difficult economic years the country has faced in a number of centuries. And even against that backdrop, we are committed to 0.5% of GNI, a figure which former Labour governments only managed to hit a couple of times in the most benign economic circumstances. And so I am proud of the fact that this government remains committed to being one of the most generous aid donors in the world, and as I say, to link our diplomatic efforts with our development efforts to maximise the force for good in the world that we can bring about.
Sir Peter Bottomley.
The first British government to commit to 0.7 was the year I first stood for Parliament. They had reached the target when they could. It took 39 years. The Minister's prepared statement says the government intends to get back to 0.7 when circumstances allow. I think if they said next year, the House would understand in part. But as he hasn't, we have to assume it's going to be more than a year. The Minister said the UK aid strategy sits firmly in our security and defence strategy. The 0.7% on international aid and the 2% commitment to NATO, the 2.7% we spend in our international interests on securing a safer, more stable and more prosperous world. Will the Minister first of all say how much would be saved by this reduction of the economy, the 11.2% he referred to? That would be a big cut, but it's provided for in legislation. And can he kindly read out the words that the present Prime Minister reinforced in our 2019 manifesto, when he proudly added the word proudly to the commitment, repeating what was said by two previous Conservative Prime Ministers?
Minister.
I completely understand the point that he makes. No one could have predicted the once-in-a-generation health and economic event that was coronavirus 19, and we have had to take unprecedented action to respond to that. I can personally attest to the passion that both my right honourable friends, the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister, have for the priorities that we have set out in the response to my right honourable friend's question. The reason that we have not set a specific date to the point when we will get back up to 0.7% is because none of us can predict. This is a genuinely unprecedented set of circumstances. The quicker we can get the British economy back into shape, the quicker we can get back to being committing to development expenditure at the level I think that we would all want to be at.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Chris Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, the Minister not only admitted that 60% cuts would fall on Yemen, the world's worst humanitarian disaster, but also that there had been no impact assessment undertaken. He shamefully hid behind the pitiful excuse of needing to make difficult decisions. Was it a difficult decision to use this money to deliver a windfall for the defence budget and increase spending on nuclear weapons? Or was it simply an ideological decision that everyone can see clearly through? The global COVID pandemic should not be used as an excuse to cut aid. Indeed, it's our essential duty to increase support to the world's most vulnerable during this crisis. While this government is intent on breaking a manifesto commitment to maintain the 0.7% target, the SNP is pledged to increase the Scottish Government's aid budget by 50% if re-elected next week. Indeed, the rest of the G7 increased their aid spending as a result of COVID, and over 200 NGOs have accused this government of delivering, and I quote, a tragic blow to the world's poorest people. Does the Minister believe that the G7 and all these NGOs are wrong, and the UK government is right? And if this is not further proof that the reality of global Britain is indeed rather little Britain?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will remind the honourable gentleman that the UK remains, in both absolute terms and percentage of GNI terms, one of the most generous ODA donating countries in the world. He mentions the impact of coronavirus. The UK has invested or donated over £500 million to support COVAX in order to help vaccinate the poorest countries in the world. In addition to that, we have commitments for both science and technology and health preparedness as priorities. The UK government has had to make, and he can shake his head if he wishes, but the simple fact is the UK government has had to deal with an unprecedented, once in a 300-year economic as well as health event, and we have to respond, but we do so in a way that maintains our commitment to the poorest in the world.
Theresa May. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The integrated review identifies the United Kingdom as a soft power superpower, citing as one of the reasons our contribution to international development. Exactly how is that position going to be enhanced by the action of cutting aid to the world's poorest, including those in slavery? And I note slavery was not even referred to in the written statement issued by the Foreign Secretary last week. Minister.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right that the UK is viewed globally as a soft power superpower. In the conversations that I have had since the announcements have been made, demonstrates that the international community still very much sees the UK as a soft power superpower. Our development expenditure is an important part of that, and that is why we are committed to get back to 0.7% when the fiscal situation allows. And we will continue to work with partners and to lobby and to coordinate and to convene our international friends and partners to support poorest in the world. We won't step back from that just because of the temporary financial situation we find ourselves in. I can assure her that she and I, and as I say, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary are as one, that we aspire to be a global leader in soft power and in development, and we will recover back up to 0.7% as soon as the fiscal situation allows.
We now go by video link to Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the last 12 months, this government have asset stripped our foreign aid programme and along with it done serious damage to the UK's global standing, security and soft power. All this was done without consultation or scrutiny by this House or the aid sector. And to be quite honest, I'm staggered that the Minister tries to justify scrutiny of this House by sneaking out a statement last Wednesday before my committee the following morning. So can the Minister please tell us the date when this House will be told the funding allocation for AIDS project by countries, and also when he will publish the impact assessment that should have been done alongside it?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I say, the written ministerial statement was put out in order that her committee would be able to scrutinise the foreign secretary. It is unusual, perhaps even unprecedented, to set out thematic allocations at the beginning of the financial year, as the Foreign Secretary has done via his written ministerial statement last week and in his IDC evidence. Detailed information about how we will spend ODA is usually set out in the statistics on the international development process in the year following the spend, and programme by programme information is also published on DevTracker. We've tried to be as open and transparent as we are able to. Clearly, we are in the process of still making detailed decisions, so we've informed the House and her committee of as much detail as we're able to at this point. And as we go through country by country and theme by theme, more details will be forthcoming.
And now we go to Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm intrigued to hear the comment that this is a challenge that will return to the 0.7 as soon as possible, because, of course, the Minister realises, like everybody else in this House, that the rest of the world is not standing still. Others are filling the gaps that we leave, and votes in the United Nations and different support elements are going according to those power dynamics. Could the Minister assure me that the decisions that are being taken will be in keeping with the other decisions that Foreign Office is taking in reinforcing our bilateral interests, in defending British people abroad, and making sure that things like COVID do not have pools of disease around the world in which they can develop further? Because, of course, aid spending isn't actually about foreigners, it's about us. It's about supporting the world we live in and making sure we're able to communicate, to travel and to operate around the world. Will he assure me that that integration will make sure that, although we are committed legally to multilaterals, we will not forget the bilateral commitments we've made, which are so much more easily dropped?
Minister.
My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point, and the UK is proud of the role that it plays in multilateral fora around the world, and we are a leading player in many of them. But we are also very conscious that we have incredibly important, long-standing bilateral relationships around the world. And I'm very proud of the fact that we have maintained both our commitments to multilaterals, but also both through ODA and also through our diplomatic channels, our very strong set of bilateral relationships. And he's right to highlight that both matter, both are incredibly important to our partners around the world, but also, as he says, the interests of the people here in the UK as well.
And now we go by video link to Leila Moran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Announcing these deep, potentially unlawful aid cuts through a written statement was cowardly. But in the context of coronavirus, it's also incredibly short-sighted. Chile, Brazil, India, here, we have seen what happens when new variants emerge and then countries become overwhelmed. And every time it happens, the virus then mutates even faster. Last week, the all-party group on coronavirus heard that these cuts will likely result in hurting scientists' ability to catch these new variants abroad, variants that may well threaten our own recovery here. So while 1.3 billion has been allocated to coronavirus and global health, there's been no detail on the country-specific allocations to this aid. So can the Minister provide that clarity now? And can he assure the House that he does understand no one is safe until everyone is safe?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK, has been a leading country in terms of funding of COVAX to ensure that poorer countries in the world have got vaccinations as part of their arsenal to defend against coronavirus. We have a globally enviable ability to analyse and sequence mutations, information which we share with the world. She is absolutely right that no one is safe until everyone is safe, and that is why we are so very proud of the research that's happened here in the UK, which is being shared globally through the COVAX and Gavi processes, and also that we are committing to a significant investment in science and technology and research as part of our ODA expenditure for the very reasons that she outlines.
Pauline Latham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I just put the Minister right that the Foreign Secretary put out the statement at 5 o'clock the night before we met at 9 o'clock, so he didn't give much time for anybody to digest what was in it, and there wasn't much in it to start with. Can I say that I am deeply saddened and very upset that we are going to be balancing the books in this country on the backs of the poorest in the world. But what I'd like to ask him is, when is the government going to come clean and be honest about where these cuts to life-saving humanitarian aid will fall? How many women and children will die as a result? Is it more or is it less than the 100,000 estimated by the leading think tanks and NGOs?
Just before the Minister answers the question, I must make a plea. It would be good if I could manage to call everyone who is on the call list for this statement, but I can't allow it to go on for more than an hour because we have several other pieces of business, and as things stand at the moment, it might be helpful for members to know that the calculation is the House will sit till about 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. I realise this won't matter to the people who are sitting comfortably at home, but it does matter to the people who keep this chamber and this building running. I'm not criticising the Minister, who has been giving thorough answers, which is what the chamber is looking for, but now that he's given thorough answers, perhaps he might be inclined to give shorter ones now. Minister.
Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is always a balance between the earliest point with which information can be shared and the detail of that information. We are not yet in a position where we can share the granularity of either thematic programmes or country programmes. We did not want to delay any information to the House in order to do that. That process is going forward at the moment. It is not possible for either the government or indeed anyone else to predict with any accuracy the impact that global situations have. However, we are absolutely committed to being and remaining one of the most generous ODA donating countries in the world.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will be in no doubt whatsoever where I and others stand on this issue. Indeed, in my own debate at the end of March, I flagged the dreadful decision to cut our aid. So will the Minister outline to me and to others in this House how we can possibly fulfil our moral obligation to nations who rely on our support, in particular to those within the Commonwealth, at a time of greatest insecurity we've had since the war years? And will the Minister Department not rethink this decision that is tantamount to a death sentence to so many people?
Minister.
I completely understand the passion with which the honourable gentleman speaks, and he speaks on international affairs issue with great authority and passion. But I can assure him that whilst, of course, the totality of ODA expenditure matters, but I would remind him that this is one of the most difficult economic circumstances this country has faced in many centuries, and yet even in these circumstances, we are still committed to more than has been the historic norm for this country under governments of other political persuasions. And I will also assure him that as soon as the fiscal situation allows, we will be returning to 0.7%.
Steve Bryan.
Thank you. The awful scenes that we're seeing in India are obviously having a deeply personal and human impact there, but for many here too.
People are dying right now, and as we know from our experience, rising case numbers can only mean one thing. They can't breathe, Madam Deputy Speaker. So the UK may have committed £330 million per year to Gavi through to 2025, which is good, but it's a drop in the ocean. So what more can we do through the Minister's good offices to export our vaccine miracle to our historical good friends in India who really need us right now?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, he's absolutely right. India remains a long-standing and close friend of the United Kingdom. They have come to our aid in our times of difficulty, and it is absolutely right that we reciprocate that now. I'm very proud of the fact the UK government has moved quickly to help supply oxygen-related technologies. We're also committed to making sure both the scientific breakthroughs that the teams at Oxford University have created alongside AstraZeneca will be shared globally around the world, and we're assessing what more that we can do to support one of our very, very long-standing friends around the world.
Now we go to Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister says that Britain has a huge commitment to the poorest around the world. If we do, it's a strange way of showing it that we're cutting aid budgets whilst at the same time increasing arms expenditure. More than 2 billion people around the world have no access to safe, clean water. Many more have even less access to sewage or any other kind of facilities. Many around the world, for them, security is something to eat, clean water, a health service, and an ability to have their children educated. What kind of message to the world is it that we cut aid expenditure whilst at the same time increase the defence budget by 24 billion and massively increase the number of nuclear warheads? Shouldn't we be instead giving a message to the COVID-dominated world that we are committed to bringing good, decent water and healthcare around the world as our absolute priority to bring about security for the whole planet?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, security and the alleviation of pain and suffering more often than not go hand in hand. In places all around the world, the prevention and resolution of conflict is the most significant positive move that could be taken to alleviate pain and suffering. That is exactly why the integrated review looks across the whole gamut of international affairs, including defence and security, as well as diplomacy and development. And he's absolutely right that we think of these things hand in hand.
Now we go to John Redwood.
Is the UK now stopping making overseas aid payments through the EU, given the way they've been spending money on a country like China, which has $3.2 trillion in reserves? Isn't this an opportunity for the UK to express our own moral priorities and secure better value for money by making more of our own direct choices and payments? And can this include being very generous in response to the current Indian crisis?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend makes an important point that having left the European Union, the United Kingdom is now a nation which can make its own decisions. And in many instances, the positions that we take now are similar to those that we took as members of the European Union, not in all cases. He will note that we have very significantly, almost completely reduced our aid support to China, and the only expenditure now is in support of human rights and open societies. And we will, of course, as I said in response to the question from my honourable friend, be focused very much on how we can support our friends around the world in their times of need.
And now we go to Barry Shearman.
Deputy Speaker, can I tell the Minister that I have a great regard for him? I think he's an honourable man. But I'm sorry, but his Prime Minister that he's been defending today is a moral vacuum, a vacuum of integrity, as one of his colleagues said today. And the fact of this matter, we have a Prime Minister that doesn't believe at all in international aid. That is the fact of the matter. Friends of mine are working on the front line in Delhi, in India, and it is a tragedy. It's a tsunami. We should have been at the front with a massive aid package. Please, Can we have a vote in this House, because this wasn't in the manifesto of the Conservative Party at the last election, and I don't think he would carry a majority for this aid cut.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can assure the House that the Prime Minister is absolutely committed to supporting the poor and the suffering people around the world. We have seen through the priorities that my Right Honourable Foreign Secretary has outlined, including things like climate change and biodiversity, particularly girls' education, something the Prime Minister is particularly focused on, that we are absolutely committed to these things. I will say again, Madam Deputy Speaker, the circumstances that we find ourselves in are unique, unprecedented, the biggest economic contraction this country has seen in 300 years. It is absolutely right the government responds to that, but I will remind the House that even in the midst of this response, we remain, in percentage terms and absolute terms, one of the most generous aid donor countries in the world.
Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you. The OBR say that the economy will return to pre-pandemic levels of activity in Q2 of next year. So why does the government not commit to returning to 0.7% at that point? And it's the fact that it won't do this that makes people worry that this is a conscious political choice, not force of circumstance caused by the pandemic. 400,000 children will not be fed in Yemen, according to Save the Children, because of this cut in British aid. I know the Minister has to defend decisions that he hasn't personally made, but is this not defending the indefensible?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my Right Honourable friend knows that we make decisions collectively in government. I defend the decisions that I am part of making, and I am not going to imply that somehow I'm passing the buck to anyone else. These are difficult decisions that we had to make. He has sat in that seat and knows how difficult decisions are made, how difficult decisions can be. We all hope that the UK economy recovers as quickly and as completely as he suggests. And if that is the case, it may well be that we're able to return to 0.7% sooner than later. But it would be wrong, it would be foolhardy of me, or indeed anyone else in this dispatch box, to give a date, or when the circumstances are still so unknown and so unpredictable. But I can assure him that as soon as the fiscal situation allows, we will be returning to 0.7%.
Now, I have to say, it's not fair to the Minister if people ask the same question over and over again, so the Minister feels obliged to give the same answer again and again. I can now say to the Minister that there are many answers which he's given very strongly and emphatically, and he doesn't have to feel bad about saying to members now, I refer them to the answer I gave a few moments ago, because at this rate, everyone isn't going to get in. We're going to Tony Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Yemen, we believe, will suffer some 60% cuts in our development assistance. And yet this is a country where the world's failure to stop a brutal war means that children are dying of preventable disease and are dying now of starvation. Would the Minister seriously say to a mother or father nursing a dying child that this is all about the economy and the economic recovery of this country?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK remains one of the largest aid donors to Yemen, but alongside of that, we are also giving support to Martin Griffiths, the United Nations envoy. We are liaising directly with the Houthis, with the government of Yemen and other parties in the region to try and bring about resolution to that conflict. The best gift that we can give to the people of Yemen is peace, and that's what we're pursuing. Whilst pursuing that, we are also maintaining our commitment to support people, to feed people, and to try and keep them alive until peace comes to that country.
We now go to Nusrat Ghani.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Instability in Afghanistan and the growing confidence of the Taliban is a threat to international security and will impact us here in the UK. Can the Minister give me some assurance that an assessment has been made on withdrawing support to Afghanistan, especially the impact it will make on Afghan women and Afghan girls who rely on us for education and basic health care?
Minister.
I can assure the Honourable Lady that we do think carefully about the implications of all the decisions that we make, and indeed the decisions are made by other countries around the world. We remain committed to women, peace and security as an agenda, and the education of women and girls in particular, and we will absolutely continue to pursue both those agendas.
And now we go to Daniel Zeigler.
We've heard a succession of very senior Conservatives condemn this decision as, in their words, shameful. But as well as the humanitarian costs, the ODA cuts have a direct impact on UK research and development. And the Royal Society tell us their programmes are being cut by around 70%. So can the Minister tell me whether the government was aware of these consequences when the decision was made, and whether he has seen or carried out any impact assessment?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is the normal process of this department, indeed, and its predecessor department, to speak regularly with our delivery partners and opinion formers in the sectors that we work. The decisions we make are difficult. They are driven by the economic circumstances, and as I've said a number of times, we will get back up to the 0.7% to reinforce the issue, the sectors he speaks about, as soon as the fiscal situation allows.
And now we go to Henry Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can my right honourable friend update the House as to pivoting away UK taxpayers' money being used in aid to totalitarian countries like China and towards more open and democratic parts of the world?
I thank my honourable friend for raising this point. The UK is committed to support democracy and political stability around the world. He will have seen in the written ministerial statement the commitment the Foreign Secretary made about reducing our aid expenditure in China and focusing it exclusively on human rights and open societies.
Now we go to Martin Docherty-Hughes.
To paraphrase the journalist Ben Taub, radicalisation lies, Madam Deputy Speaker, in a shallow grave. So can the Minister advise the House how reducing refugee support in Syria from £137 million pledged last year to £45 million this year, how it will not play a part in resurrecting radicalisation in Syria and in the wider Middle East?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we completely understand that instability and failed economies are drivers to terrorism and radicalisation. That is why the UK remains committed to supporting governments around the world in both maintaining their economic stability and also alleviating the suffering of displaced people, and we will continue to do so.
Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. From COVID to Ebola to malaria, we've all seen how important international scientific research is, and we're proud to be a world leader in this. But if we're to continue that progress, it doesn't make sense to cut those international budgets just when their importance is so clear. So will the Minister meet with scientists and find a way to make sure these vital research programmes can continue uninterrupted?
Minister.
My right honourable friend makes a very good point, and the FCDO has committed £253 million on R&D this year across the 7 themes. Of course, we're always keen to hear from expert voices. I cannot make a commitment that we can necessarily respond in the way that they would want to because of the fiscal situation that I have discussed, but we absolutely recognise that science and technology in so many areas, for example in COVID, is the key that unlocks many of the world's challenges.
And now we go to Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government's reductions in the Overseas Development Aid budget, FCDO research spending cuts, plus other departmental cuts now, according to the research profession, amount to more than £500 million lost to research. So does the Minister agree with me that while we battle a once-in-a-generation pandemic, whose effects from across the world we see every night on our TV screens, that science is at the heart of many of the solutions we desperately need, and that the government at this moment needs to continue to invest and grow science talent and champions for evidence around the globe, not step back in this way.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the work that the science community around the world has done in bringing vaccines to bear as quickly as they have is testament to how important this sector is. The UK absolutely remains committed to being a global leader in science, technology and research, and we will do that both domestically here in the UK and internationally through our ODA expenditure.
Sir Edward Lee.
Now, I'm no pinko lefty, and I used to sometimes point out distortions which were caused by the 0.7% commitment at the end of the financial year, but I'm completely mystified from a public accounts point of view of what is going on here. Is it not a fact that anyway, because of the contraction of the economy, the aid budget would have declined by some 2.9 billion, that the Minister is now imposing another 4 billion cut on that? We are causing complete chaos. The whole staff of DFID are running around trying to cut the budget. And now, from the Minister's own logic, he's now going to revert to 0.7%. We know the economy is going to bounce back. So having cut all this money, we're going to have to put it all back again. What is the logic from a Public Accounts Committee for what we are doing? Why are we causing such incompetence and chaos in the department?
Minister.
As I've already said, Madam Deputy Speaker, the economic situation is one forced upon us by coronavirus. I would suggest he has misrepresented the situation in the FCDO in terms of the actions that our officials have taken. I have been deeply impressed by the professionalism and the speed with which FCDO officials have responded to this once-in-a-generation, once-in-a-lifetime situation. And we are keen to get back up to the 0.7%, as I've said on a number of occasions, as soon as the situation allows. And our officials will have looked very, very carefully at what programmes we're not able to continue with and what programmes we would be able to, or we would choose to either restart or start anew once the financial situation improves.
Now we go to Navendu Mishra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2019, the UK pledged £400 million to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative between 2020 to 2023. That's £100 million per year. Last week, it was confirmed that the UK will only contribute £5 million to GPEI this year, a 95% cut. Can the Minister explain whether his government will make up for 2021's shortfall in a subsequent year and deliver the £400 million commitment by 2023?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not able to make commitments for future years. The economic situation in the future is probably more unpredictable now than it has been in any of our lifetimes. What I can say is what I've said before, is that we will seek to get the UK's ODA target back up to 0.7% as soon as the fiscal situation allows.
And now we go to Janet Davey.
Speaker, and I'm grateful for the urgent question by the honourable member from Sutton Coldfield. The government has claimed that improving the education of girls globally is their priority. However, Save the Children have estimated the Foreign Secretary's decision will mean a 25% cut in spending on girls' education worldwide. The funding slash is detrimental to girls in developing countries. In light of these cuts, can the Foreign Office say if they expect to fulfil their manifesto promise?
As I've said, the situation, the economic situation that we find ourselves in was unprecedented and certainly not one that any of us could have predicted when generating the manifesto. And she will have heard our commitment to get back up to 0.7%. Girls' education absolutely remains a priority for the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, the government as a whole. And I'm very pleased that my honourable friend Helen Grant has been appointed by the Prime Minister to be his special envoy for girls' education. And I have seen how much energy and alacrity she has already applied to that incredibly important work.
Now we go to Andrew Selous.
The original 1958 aid target was 1% and covered public and private aid flows. In 2013, the OECD said we were giving 1.21% in total. will he make sure that private as well as public aid flows are recorded in future so we have an up-to-date picture of total aid spending?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, he makes an incredibly important point. I don't have the figures at my fingertips as to the private donations made by the United Kingdom, but I think we all know that both through the government, who, as I say, the UK government remains one of the most generous ODA donating countries in the world, but also British people are incredibly generous. And we see whenever there are international challenges how proud we can all be that the British people step up. But he's completely right that government ODA spending is incredibly important, but so is the huge amount of money donated by private individuals in the UK.
Now we go to Barry Gardner.
The Indian community in my constituency is traumatised by the scenes that we're seeing of the COVID crisis in India. I welcome the UK's emergency package of ventilators and oxygen concentrators, but the Minister earlier acknowledged that no country is safe until the virus is under control in every country. Was this not therefore the worst year to cut the aid budget? Because by doing so, he is endangering lives not only overseas, but here in the UK too.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've already said how proud we all should be of our support to India, and as I say, this is part of a long-standing bilateral relationship, perhaps one of the strongest in our history. However, all I can say in response to his broader questions about ODA is that these are driven by circumstances, and we will get back up to the 0.7% as soon as the fiscal situation allows.
Now we go to Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can my right honourable friend explain, perhaps if not now in writing, why the government seeks to change the 0.7% target set out in the 2015 Act, rather than to utilise the provisions of that Act to explain why they're unable to meet it at this time? And if indeed the government is seeking to change the target and believes it can do so without further legislation or parliamentary sanction, what does he believe the 2015 Act was intended to do, if not to stop governments doing exactly that?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the 2015 Act envisaged there may be circumstances where a government would be unable to meet the 0.7% target. As I've said, this is a truly unique and unprecedented set of economic circumstances. We will look to get back up to 0.7% as soon as the situation allows, and we will look at the situation with regard to legislation.
Now we go to Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister confirm, he is yet to do so, whether any impact assessment was made, particularly around the cuts to Yemen of 60%, Syria 2/3, Libya 63%, and cuts to South Sudan of 40%? And does the Minister not recognise the depth of feeling of the House as such that these serious measures, these damaging cuts, should go to a vote of the whole House?
Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, the whole process that we are going through is balancing the decisions that have been forced upon us by economic circumstances and the impact that they would have. The whole job of the government, or rather the whole job of the department, is trying to make these incredibly difficult decisions. That is the job we do each and every year. They perhaps have come into sharper focus this year because the economic situation has forced this reduction in our expenditure. But this is what the department does. It balances the expenditure that we have at our disposal and assesses the best way that we can maximise the positive impact that that money has.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister a simple question? Do you think the world will be safer or more dangerous over the next 5 to 10 years? We know the answer to that. Authoritarianism is on the rise, power bases are shifting, and international institutions are struggling as we enter a profound and dangerous era of change. Our soft power counts, and reducing our support will leave vacuums filled either by countries such as Russia and China pursuing a very different agenda, or indeed by extremism, taking advantage of poor governance and insecurity. I ask the government not to jeopardise our seat on the UN Security Council by cutting our soft power in this way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend and the work that his committee does is I pay tribute to it, and he knows because he has, in fact, he and I have discussed the integrated review and the unpredictability and the potential dangers that the future has perhaps in store for us. That's why the integrated review is such an important document to assess both our development expenditure, and I absolutely hear the point he makes about how our development expenditure has an influence on our soft power standing. But we also recognise that actually integrating our defence, security and diplomatic efforts is incredibly important, and that we do enjoy a huge amount of soft power, notwithstanding this temporary reduction in our ODA expenditure. And I have no doubt that once we can get back up to 0.7%, that will be we will be able to reinforce further still the important work that we're doing on the international stage.
Chiomora.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Africa, I am deeply disturbed that 60 African researchers on the Royal Society's Future Leaders Programme have been left without funding, without warning, because of these cuts. As MP for Newcastle University, I am deeply disturbed that funding for their Global Challenges Hub has been cut by 70% without warning, making researchers redundant unless the university steps in. Will the Minister at least agree to remove the cap on carrying over previous year's underspends on the UKRI ODA funded research to help save research and jobs in Africa and the UK?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government absolutely recognises the importance of Africa, both in terms of the challenges it faces and the opportunities that it presents itself with. We will spend around 50% of our bilateral ODA in Africa. I'm not able to give commitments on the granularity of how programmes will be funded, or indeed with regard to carryovers, but as I've already said, we do absolutely recognise the importance of research and development as a theme and Africa as a continent.
Now we go to Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend, the member for Gainsborough, was absolutely correct in pointing out that this represents a double cut from 0.7% to 0.5%, but also, of course, 0.5% of a lower figure because gross national income has fallen. Can my right honourable friend tell the House what effect this is going to have on the Ascend programme? What effect it will have upon research into the treatment and prevention of malaria, and how many young women around the world will not receive education as a result of what I'm afraid I have to regard as a breach of faith?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not able to provide the honourable gentleman with the level of detail that he has asked for at this stage. The programme the thematic programmes that were set out in my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary's written ministerial statement, will now be worked out in more detail. And as we are able to provide detail to our delivery partners, we will do so as soon as we're able. But I'm not able to furnish him with those figures at the moment in the House.
And now we go to Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Thank you. The rate of HIV infections remains stubbornly high. 1.7 million people acquired HIV in 2019. And AIDS remains the leading killer of women of reproductive age. These are all preventable deaths. The UK's most recent pledge to the Global Fund in 2019 saved 2 million lives. But the proposed cuts of global health spending is a 40% reduction. That is 800,000 lives if that is passed on to HIV funding. So can the Minister confirm that there will be no cuts to the Robert Carr Fund, the Global Fund, UNAIDS and HIV research, including a vaccine, which we're now very close to, and we will renew and fully meet without delay all those pledges that we have made to save those lives?
The honourable gentleman makes an important point, that whilst the attention of the world is rightly focused towards coronavirus at the moment, it is not the only significant health issue facing the world. Unfortunately, as I said in response to the previous answer, I'm not able to give assurances of individual programmes at this stage. The detail that my right honourable friend set out in the written ministerial statement is available for members online, and we will be providing further details as our teams, both in country and thematically, work through the next stages of the programme.
Well, we have almost run out of time, but I will try to get 6 people who are left in. Can we please have really short questions and really short answers? Because I think the Minister has answered every conceivable question. John Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend is fully aware of the excellent work undertaken by arm's-length bodies such as the British Council in fostering better understanding and relations with other countries. We are indeed a soft power superpower. So what steps is the government taking to ensure that these odour reductions do not lead to decisions which will damage these bodies' long-term effectiveness?
We are very conscious of the potential long-term impacts of what we believe to be a one-off and hopefully short-term situation with regard to the economic impact of coronavirus. We will look very, very carefully on the best use of taxpayers' money and to make sure that really important delivery mechanisms are able to continue into the future.
Claire Hanna.
Thank you very much. The pandemic has set back progress in healthcare and education for many years, just at the time that this government is cutting aid for reasons that have today, again, not been justified. Medical supplies that the UK are sending to India are welcome and vital, but the evidence is clear. Long-term strategic support is the key to building resilience and capacity and to preventing future problems doing the type of harm that we are now witnessing in India. Does the Minister recognise that aid cuts now, even if restored at some point in the future, are at best penny wise and pound foolish?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've answered the broader question about our budget situation a number of times, but she is right that resilience of our partner countries is important, and that's why the resilience of our partners is an important factor that we consider when we make the decisions that we made.
Lawrence Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know through my work as the Prime Minister's trade envoy to Angola and Zambia of the excellent work of Trademark East Africa in upgrading borders so that trade can take place more easily, thereby helping developing countries move from aid to trade much more quickly. So will the government therefore protect the budget of Trademark East Africa for this excellent work?
Whilst I completely agree with the broader point he's made about helping countries move to economic self-sufficiency, I'm not able to give assurances for individual projects at this time.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ministers say that we're facing a children's rights crisis. So can I ask the Minister what steps he's taken to ensure that children are protected from the impact of these cuts and that the UK continues to support children who find themselves living in desperate situations?
As I've said before, the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary and the Government as a whole take the plight of children around the world incredibly seriously. That's why we're so committed to the education, particularly of girls, and that's why that has been prioritised in the planning that we've gone through in this process.
Now we go to Theo Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have visited many successful UK aid-funded programmes, so I'm disappointed by the proposed cuts to our aid budget. The Minister has confirmed that economic development is a priority for the Foreign Secretary. So can I ask if he agrees that in order to help countries trade out of poverty and to deliver a truly global Britain, we must continue to fund Trade for Aid ODA programmes in order to help the poorest people in the world and to enhance our mutual prosperity?
Whilst humanitarian issues will always remain a priority, the Government has ensured that we do still spend some of our ODA money in the resilience and strengthening of the underlying economies of a number of countries around the world for the very point that for the very reason she's made in her question.
And finally, Alan Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The SNP have committed to increase aid spending by 50% next year if back in government, despite the Westminster constraints imposed. It's therefore ridiculous that with the worldwide pandemic, COP26 to come and loss and damage to be discussed, the UK Government's cutting aid. Did the Minister fight his corner for the ODE budget to protect it, or does he not care enough about the poorest and most vulnerable?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my Right Honourable Friend the Foreign Secretary, the Prime Minister and every Minister in this government, and I have no doubt every Conservative on the benches behind me is absolutely passionate about the support for the poorest people of the world, about the poorest people in the world. I'm very glad that his party have chosen to be so very generous, and it's because Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland working together as a union, as a globally renowned union, enables his government to be generous overseas. And I'm very proud of the fact that our strong union relationship allows them to do so.
Thank you. I will now briefly suspend the House for 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order. Order. We now come to the statement on global anti-corruption sanctions. I call the Secretary of State, Dominic Raab, to make the statement.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with your permission, I would like to make a statement on our new global anti-corruption sanctions regulations. Corruption has an immensely corrosive effect on the rule of law, on trust in institutions. It slows development, it drains the wealth of poorer nations, it keeps their people trapped in poverty. It poisons the well of democracy around the world. Whistleblowers and those who seek to expose corruption are targeted. Some have paid the ultimate price with their lives, including, of course, Sergei Magnitsky himself, the inspiration for our human rights sanctions regime. But his courage was not in vain. The framework of sanctions that we are launching today, shared by some of our partners around the world, flows directly from his decision to take a brave stance against injustice, and it won't be forgotten. Madam Deputy Speaker, this country has an important role to play in the fight against corruption. Our status as a global financial centre makes us an attractive location for investment, and we're proud of that. We welcome it. But it also makes us a honeypot, a lightning rod for corrupt actors who seek to launder their dirty money through British banks or through British businesses. That's why we've already taken steps to become a global leader in tackling corruption and illicit finance. Our law enforcement agencies are recognised as some of the most effective in the world. The National Crime Agency's International Corruption Unit and its predecessors have restrained, confiscated or returned well over £1 billion of assets stolen from developing countries since 2006. And my department continues to provide funding for this vital work. The Bribery Act 2010 criminalises bribery and the failure of businesses to prevent bribery from happening in the first place. In April 2016, the UK was the first in the G20 to establish a public register of the beneficial owners of companies and similar legal entities. And that was an important first step in tackling the use of anonymous shell companies to move corrupt money around the world. I can tell the House that over 4.5 million companies are now listed on that register. Then in 2017, we adopted the ambitious 5-year anti-corruption strategy, bringing in measures such as unexplained wealth orders, account freezing orders and the like. And that year we also established the International Anti-Corruption Coordination Centre in London, which has helped freeze over £300 million of suspected corrupt assets worldwide and led to dozens of arrests. According to Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index, those actions, our commitment to tackling corruption, has seen the UK rise from a global ranking of 20th in 2010 to 11th place in 2020, out of a total of 180 countries. And against that backdrop, Madam Deputy Speaker, the new sanctions regime I'm announcing today will give us an additional powerful tool to hold the corrupt to account. It will prevent corrupt actors from using the UK as a haven for dirty money, while combating corruption around the world. And Madam Deputy Speakers, and as honourable members across the House will recall, this follows the launch of our global human rights sanctions regime, which I introduced to the House in July 2020. And since then, the UK has imposed human rights sanctions on 78 individuals and entities involved in serious human rights violations, including in Russia, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, Pakistan, Myanmar, North Korea, Belarus, the Gambia, Ukraine, and most recently in relation to Xinjiang in China. Now we have an equally powerful weapon in the fight against corruption. As with our global human rights sanctions approach, the anti-corruption sanctions are not intended to target whole countries or whole peoples, but rather to target the individuals who are responsible and should be held responsible for graft and the cronies who support or benefit from their corrupt actions. So these regulations today will enable us to impose asset freezes and travel bans on individuals and organisations who are involved in serious corruption. Our approach is grounded in, it's based on the UN Convention Against Corruption and related instruments. It has a clear focus on bribery and misappropriation of property, and that includes embezzlement. Bribery is well understood. It's defined in the regulations. It includes both giving a financial or other kind of advantage to a foreign public official and a foreign public official receiving a financial or other advantage. Misappropriation of property occurs when a foreign public official improperly diverts property entrusted to them in their official role, and that may be intended to benefit them or a third party. For example, it could include siphoning off state funds to private bank accounts. It could include the improper granting of licences for the exploitation of natural resources. But whatever the particular circumstances, at the heart of this, Madam Deputy Speaker, lies the same debilitating cycle of behaviour, corrupt officials ripping off their own people. These powers will also enable us to target those who are either facilitating or profiting from such corrupt acts, those who conceal, those who transfer the proceeds of serious corruption, and those who obstruct justice relating to serious corruption. And that won't be limited to state officials. For additional clarity in all of this, we've published a policy note today which sets out how we will consider designations under these regulations. And I know across the House there's always interest in the legal criteria as well as the evidence base that we have to accumulate. We will also ensure, and I think it's right to say, we will ensure due process and the rule of law so that the rights of others are respected. So those designated will be able to request that a minister reviews the decision, and they can also apply to challenge the decision in court, which I think is an important check in the system. Madam Deputy Speaker, as well as introducing the legal basis for this regime, today I can tell the House that we're also making the first designations under these new regulations, which include some of the most notorious cases of corruption in recent history. Each designation is underpinned by evidence and meets the tests set out in the Sanctions Act and the regulations. So today, I can tell the House that we're imposing sanctions on individuals who have been involved in serious corruption from 6 particular countries. First, we're imposing sanctions on 14 individuals involved in the $230 million tax fraud in Russia, perpetrated by an organised crime group and uncovered by Sergei Magnitsky. Next, we're imposing sanctions on Ajay, Atul and Rajesh Gupta and their associate Salim Essa for their roles in serious corruption. Those individuals were at the heart of a persistent pattern of corruption in South Africa, which caused significant damage to its which caused significant damage to its economy and directly harmed the South African people. We're also designating 3 individuals involved in serious corruption in Honduras, Nicaragua and Guatemala, including facilitating bribes to support a drug trafficking cartel. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are imposing sanctions on the Sudanese businessman Ashraf Seed Ahmed Hussein Ali, known also as Al Cardinal, for the misappropriation of significant amounts of state assets in one of the very poorest countries in the world. This diversion of resources, in collusion with South Sudanese elites, caused serious damage to public finances in South Sudan and has also contributed to the ongoing instability and conflict there. Let us be clear about this, Madam Deputy Speaker. Corruption is not a victimless crime. Far from it. By enriching themselves, these people have caused untold damage, untold hardship on the countries and the communities which they exploited for their own predatory greed. So today we send a clear message. Those sanctioned today are not welcome in the UK. They will not be able to use British bank accounts or businesses to give their illicit actions some veneer of respectability, because their assets will be frozen. And I can tell the House that more designations will follow in due course, based on the policy note as well as the legal criteria that we've set out and assessed against the evidence. As with all targeted sanctions, they are most effective when they're backed up by coordinated international action. And of course, that's particularly important when it comes to corruption, given the fluid, complex and global nature of modern illegal corruption schemes. And we will continue to work with our friends, our partners, including the US and Canada, who are equipped with the legal frameworks to take similar action. So today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope the whole House will unite and join with me in standing up for the values of democracy, good governance and the rule of law, as Britain sends out their clearest message to all those involved in serious corruption around the world. You can't come here, you can't hide your money here, and I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you. Lisa Nandy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We warmly welcome today's announcement. We agree that corruption is a global scourge. It costs the global economy billions every year. It sustains rotten governments, protects the dishonest and the criminal, tilts the playing field against businesses who do the right thing, and it denies people around the world money that belongs to them, that should be spent on our shared prosperity, our healthcare and our opportunities. The absence of corruption, as I told him last June, left a huge hole in the global human rights sanctions. If you want to crack down on human rights abusers, you have to follow the money. So we are really pleased to see the government following the standards set by the USA and Canada in plugging this hole today, and we'll study the regulations and the policy note that he mentioned carefully. But I hope you can assure the House today that there will be resources to support investigations and enforcement. The current rate of prosecutions for economic crime is currently woefully low, as he knows. And to put it bluntly, Madam Deputy Speaker, if he's serious about what he's saying today, he needs to put his money where his mouth is and make sure that agencies like the National Crime Agency have the resources that they need. That he will allow Parliament to put forward names to be considered for designation, and as I pressed him last year, that he'll allow parliamentary scrutiny of who is, and crucially, who isn't designated, to ensure that there is no prospect or suggestion that big money can corrupt our politics and influence the decisions that are taken. This last one really matters, Madam Deputy Speaker, because while I welcome his words today, the mass of revelations that have come to light in the last few days alone have shown a tangled network of financial interests and cosy relationships at the heart of government that appear to send a green light to many of the very regimes that he mentioned in his statement today. We need to know that this announcement isn't just a gloss on the surface of a grubby system which underneath signals business as usual. Now, he mentioned Saudi, but can I ask him what message it sends to the Saudi regime when he sanctions officials implicated in the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, but then we find all it takes is for the Crown Prince to WhatsApp the Prime Minister to tell him relations will be damaged between our countries unless the path is cleared for him to buy a key economic asset in the UK, and instead of standing up to it, he deploys his top aide to investigate. He mentioned sanctions against Chinese officials engaging in genocide in Xinjiang. But what message does it send to the Chinese government when on Saturday we learnt that the Prime Minister could simply message the Chancellor to ask for Chinese investment into the UK in areas of critical national infrastructure like energy, and could gain access despite only having been 15 months out of office, despite it being in clear breach of the rules? And for all his admirable words about Sergei Magnitsky, the UK still acts as a haven for the dark money that sustains the Putin regime, with over £1 million in Russian-linked donations to the Tory party since the Russia report was handed to the government, but not a single recommendation acted upon to safeguard our country in all that time. Surely he can see the problem. On the one hand, he signals an intent to crack down on corruption and human rights abuses by causing economic pain to those responsible. But just down the road, those very same regimes can call up the Prime Minister to advance their own interests, even when those interests are at odds with the interests of the British people. He's used very strong words today, but while he is rightly pressing ahead with sanctions, he is either turning a blind eye to the real power relationships in government or he is being played. We deserve to know which it is.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by welcoming her support for both the legal regime and the designations that we've made today. I agree with much of her analysis on the damage wrought by corruption around the world, and I think we're at one on that. In relation to international corruption prosecutions, which she raised, I think she makes an interesting point. Of course, criminal prosecutions are done on the criminal standard of proof. Sanctions are done on the civil standard. And so I think one of the advantages, well, she's shaking her head, that's just a fact. And one of the advantages we have, one of the challenges you have with international corruption is gleaning the evidence in relation to it. And one of the advantages we have with the sanctions regime is it gives us more flexibility and agility to address the hole that I think she rightly refers to, that we are plugging. She also asked about Parliament feeding in its views. I think there's a role not just for honourable members in this chamber, but also relevant select committees. As with the human rights regime, we are entirely open to views and evidence, and indeed we will have to rely on that evidence in order to look at further designations in the future. She raised Saudi, but I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, she rather confused herself, because the sanctions on Khashoggi were imposed by this government, remain in place by this government, so that rather roundly rebuts and repudiates the point that she tried to make, that somehow that the Saudi government was seeking to undermine the robust approach we take by political influence. So I think she, I'm afraid, rebutted her own point on that. She makes some good points about corruption, but I'm afraid she did rather tarnish her statement with a range of political mudslinging. But I would like to just address this issue around the government's response, which was published to the ISC Russia report back in 2020 in July. It sets out multiple actions that we have taken and are taking against the Russian threat. I've raised some of them in the House today. We take action on cyber activity. We've introduced a new power to stop individuals at UK ports and the Northern Ireland border area to determine if they have or they are involved in hostile state activity. We're introducing new legislation to provide the security services with additional tools to tackle the evolving threat. That bill will help modernise the existing offences. We've already implemented the NSC-endorsed Russia strategy and have established the cross-government Russia unit, which brings together all of our intelligence, diplomatic, military capabilities to have maximum effect. This sanctions regime that we're introducing today on corruption is an additional tool, and we will be working with...
I've already told the Honourable Lady to stop talking from the dispatch box while the Secretary of State is speaking. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The fact is, the Honourable Lady, who agrees with us on this policy point, resorts to the mudslinging because she doesn't have too much more to say on the substance.
Now we go to the Chairman of the Select Committee, Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first of all, may I congratulate my right honourable friend. He knows how passionately many of us have supported his quest to put corruption as one of the sanctionable regimes. Indeed, it was the Foreign Affairs Committee with its Moscow's Gold report in May 2018 that called for action not only on those abroad who are corrupt, but also those who are enablers in the UK. And I hope that he will highlight to the House exactly where those agencies and individuals in the UK who are assisting with corruption could indeed be held to account as well. And I welcome very much the identification that he's given us today of Russian, South African, Honduran, Nicaraguan, Guatemalan and Sudanese elements. But perhaps I could ask him for his second tranche to look a little bit wider, because we know that corruption is undermining the people of China. We know that the Red Princes are robbing the people and enriching themselves already. We also know that the Maduro regime in Venezuela has stolen off the Venezuelan people now for the best part of a decade, and before them the Chavez regime did the same. And we also know that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has been stealing off the Iranian people for decades and continues to enrich itself off the back of a proud and independent people. So perhaps he could address some of those countries when he responds. But the last point I would like to ask is, while he has mentioned Russia, it would be good to hear him talk about those who are close to the Putin regime, directly assisting President Vladimir Putin in hiding hundreds of billions of pounds overseas. We know that there are many around the world who have used, sadly, our own markets and indeed other territories which are dependent upon us to hide wealth. Will he assist in exposing where that money is hidden and using these powers to hold them to account?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I pay tribute to my right honourable friend and his committee? He's campaigned for this. I think he's not only campaigned passionately for it, but he's also provided bit by bit some of the evidence, both for the regime but also for the focus. I take his points about further tranches and further designations. Of course, we'll consider all evidence that we've got, whether it's open source or provided by committees. He should feel free to provide it. He'll forgive me if I don't accept the temptation at this point to speculate on future designations, but of course we remain open to seeing all the evidence he refers to.
And now we go to Chris Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Foreign Secretary for advanced Cyprus statement and welcome any effort that's made to tackle corruption that robs societies of both money and resources needed to develop and deliver for their citizens. Targeted sanctions towards individuals and organisations involved in serious corruption is a welcome step, and the UK should never be a safe haven for those engaged in these corrosive practices. However, this is all happening against a backdrop of the Foreign and Development Office confirming it's cutting its own world-leading anti-corruption, open societies, media freedom and human rights work by over 50% this year. This is an abdication of responsibility that will allow for corruption and criminality to flourish in developing countries because of such cuts. Dr. Sue Hawley, Spotlight on Corruption's Executive Director, said the cuts, and I quote, could undermine not just the UK's stated aim to act as a force for good globally, but also seriously curtail the UK's ability to stem and seize corrupt money laundered through the UK's financial system. This government has used the COVID pandemic as an excuse to cut aid. And in many parts of the world, including close to home, the pandemic has been exploited by government officials as a smokescreen to conduct business dishonestly by fraudulent means and at the expense of human rights. Therefore, can the Foreign Secretary explain why he thinks cutting aid to combat corruption helps rather than hinders the sanctions regime he's introducing today? And what impact assessment has been made of these cuts to the UK's anti-corruption work? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, given the debate that took place last Thursday and the unanimous support of the motion calling the UK Government to fulfil its obligations under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide in relation to the persecution of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, when will the Foreign Secretary return to the House to give a statement imposing global human rights sanctions on the perpetrators of this crime against humanity, not least the Chinese Communist Party Secretary Chen Quanguo?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his support for this initiative? He asked a range of points. I think it's a fair question about how we reinforce the law enforcement action that we take with our aid and development policy. He will know that we've got £10 billion this year that we have safeguarded, which leaves us remaining one of the global leaders in terms of aid. When we did the 7 priorities to safeguard and allocate in a strategic way, notwithstanding the temporary shift from 0.7 to 0.5% of GNI, one of the 7 priorities was open societies, and that includes our media freedom campaign, which goes from strength to strength. We do it very much in partnership with the Canadians, but the numbers joining that campaign have risen, and that gives us an increasingly broad basis on which to support precisely those journalists and media groups that hold the corrupt to account. I think, I don't know whether it was just a mistake, but he referred to sanctions in relation to Xinjiang. We've already imposed Magnitsky sanctions under our human rights regime in relation to those responsible for the systemic human rights abuses in Xinjiang. And of course, I won't speculate on further designations, but we always consider them based on the evidence.
Now we go to Alicia Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome these important extensions to the sanctions regime and the sanctions announced today. They are a fitting tribute to Sergei Magnitsky and the work of Bill Browder, but also because they hit Putin where it hurts, the corrupt cronies who stand up his kleptocracy. But Alex Navalny is being tortured to death before our eyes, and if these sanctions do not result in the release of Navalny for medical treatment abroad, ending Putin's second attempt to kill him, will my right honourable friend continue to escalate sanctions against dirty money oligarchs and do so before Navalny dies in plain view of the world?
State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend? Can I also join her in paying tribute to Bill Browder, who was, of course, Sergei Magnitsky's employer, because he's campaigned for this not just on the human rights front, but the corruption front for many years. And I'm pleased that yet again we've taken a further step towards instituting some measure of justice. We are, like my honourable friend, very concerned about the situation of Alexei Navalny. It bears remarkable parallels and comparison with what happened to Sergei Magnitsky, who was allowed to have his health deteriorate in prison before he was then tortured and ultimately killed. And I can reassure her, though, that we have already sanctioned 6 individuals and the State Scientific Research Institute in relation to the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, and there are 14 Russians who are named under the new corruption regime that we mentioned today.
Thank you. We now go to Leila Moran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's about time the government took further action to stop big money from figures close to the Kremlin influencing our politics. The Russia report made that need abundantly clear. But there are other ways of gaining influence in this country, like owning football clubs, for example. In fact, the review of football governance following the European Super League debacle may yet provide an opportunity. because the owner of one of those 6 clubs, Roman Abramovich, has been described by Alexei Navalny's team as one of the key enablers of Putin's corrupt regime. So will the Secretary of State speak to the Culture Secretary about ensuring that any future football regulator is tasked with investigating and acting on money in the sport with ties to corruption and human rights abuses?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady? Like many across the House, I share her concern, what we saw in relation to the footballing episode recently. Of course, given the strong lead by the Prime Minister and the Culture Secretary, we also saw a swift rowing back from that earlier planned initiative. She makes some interesting points about reform. We, of course, take those on board.
Rob Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The measures announced by the Foreign Secretary are extremely welcome, underlining the government's commitment to tackling corruption and its toxic impact on some of the poorest people in the world. I wonder if my right honourable friend could reassure me that these new sanctions will work in conjunction with other measures the government's taking to tackle global corruption, including spending more, for example, to support open societies and help resolve overseas conflicts.
Can I thank my honourable friend? He's absolutely right. We've prioritised amidst a difficult financial settlement this year, the Open Societies agenda. There's £419 million going into it. I can't tell him the precise allocation country by country, only because we're quite careful not to do that, because it often gives those regimes and those countries tool or influence and exposes those charities, NGOs and journalists to greater vulnerability.
John Penrose.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also welcome these designations and this initiative today? This time, not quite this time, last year, the Foreign Secretary promised that he would extend the existing human rights sanctions to include corruption, and indeed he has done so today. This is a triumph, I think, not just for him, but also for other campaigners such as Bill Browder, as he's just mentioned. Can I press him, therefore, to say when he's going to be, whether he's going to be able to go even further, not just by designating more people, which I think he's said he has in mind already, but as he has rightly pointed out, the trick is to follow the money, and there are a series of measures, for example, to do with reforms to Companies House, which are being considered potentially for inclusion in the upcoming Queen's speech, which would make it dramatically easier for this country to follow the money, for him to make more designations underpinned by proof. Will we be able to get those into the next Queen's speech as well?
My honourable friend is demonstrating yet again what a tenacious campaigner he is, because he's been lavish in praising others, but actually he has been one of the most thoughtful and ardent and tenacious campaigners for this reform. I will certainly take on board his comments about further measures we can take to really reinforce even further the global sanctions regime. As he knows, I wanted to make sure that we got this right, legally, in practical terms, to make sure we don't give those corrupt cronies the PR gift of weak regime, or one that can be challenged in the courts. So we want to learn from the practice, but we will certainly, and I will continue to listen very carefully to everything my honourable friend says on this subject.
Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I join my honourable friend, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, in welcoming the broad thrust of today's announcement? But it goes after individuals, not after the structures and the tax havens that enable this. Tax havens such as the Cayman Islands, for example, which is on the EU blacklist. Does the Foreign Secretary agree that the Cayman Islands enables tax abuse? And if so, what's he going to do about it?
I thank the honourable gentleman. He rates an important point. As I set out in my opening statement, we've taken a range of measures, including to address the kind of concerns that he's raised. Obviously, we're mindful of the constituent powers and constitutional powers of the relevant overseas territories, but nothing will stop us to take further measures and further action if we deem it necessary.
Now we go to Nasrat Ghani.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate and welcome my right honourable friend's statement to upgrade the Magnitsky sanctions to include corruption, and we mustn't forget the tremendous work of Bill Browder. Can I ask my right honourable friend that will these sanctions, new sanctions, apply equally to all individuals that fall short of the law? For example, will they apply not to junior but senior officials in the Chinese Communist Party who are implicitly involved in the abuse of the Uyghur and are living off the finances of Uyghur slave labour?
Can I thank my honourable friend and again another ardent and tenacious and eloquent campaigner on this issue. She makes a really important point. We obviously want to be able to apply all the tools we've got at the most senior level. You're more likely to have effect that way. The challenge, of course, is that higher up the chain you go, the more indirect, I think was in her words, the links are, and the challenge is to make sure we've got the evidence. But we will look at this based on the seriousness of the activity and according to the policy note, which I'm sure when she gets a chance to look at it, will give her the reassurance she needs.
Now we go to Peter Grant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State mentioned Transparency International in his statement. Last year, they said they had identified more than £5 billion worth of property in the UK bought with suspicious money, 1/5 of which came from Russia. And half of all the money laundered out of Russia is laundered through the United Kingdom. So does he not agree that any action taken by the UK to tackle global corruption will lack credibility until the United Kingdom government has put its own house in order by implementing in full the recommendations of last year's Security and Intelligence Committee report, including the tightening of rules on all political donations from Russia?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I've I think already addressed the second part of his question, but on the first part, in relation to Transparency International, of course, the United Kingdom is an open, outward-looking country. We want to attract direct investment. That's why, as I said in my opening statement, we also need to be on the lookout, eternally vigilant, to make sure dirty money or blood money doesn't drift into this country. We're taking the actions we're taking today precisely because we're serious about it. And I think if the honourable gentleman looks at this fairly, he will see that in 2010, when we came into office in this country, the UK was ranked 20th in the world on the Corruption Perceptions Index. We've now risen to 11th, and we'll keep taking action until we're even higher up those rankings.
And now we go to Marcus Fish.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this statement and this extension of sanctions? Corruption is a thing that really eats away at the prospects of people in the developing world, gives them less confidence in the future, less confidence in their elected officials. But will my right honourable friend meet with me to see if there are ways that we can innovate to ensure that, for example, development aid money gets more directly to people to provide those social development opportunities which can otherwise be diverted by corrupt officials?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. He's absolutely right. We give an increasing proportion, of course, of our aid to operate in countries via third parties, whether they're NGOs or other partners, rather than direct to governments. There's a case for both, for all the reasons that he suggested, and I totally agree with him that the approach to ODA should be a complement, a supplement to what we're doing in the law enforcement space, including through these sanctions. And of course, on any ideas he's got for fusing those two, making them even stronger, I'd be very interested to hear the ideas, and ministers would be, of course, keen to meet with him. And
now we go to Tony Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And let me also congratulate the Foreign Secretary for this statement. It's a very important step forward. But can I ask him, if we look at a country like Belarus, where we know that the president is propped up by senior people in the military and the police complex, will he work with other interested countries, the Belarus's neighbours, but across Europe, so that in looking at the evidential trail, we're prepared to look broader than just what our own investigatory authorities can determine? That could make a material difference in challenging the Lukashenko regime.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? He's absolutely right. And of course, in relation to Belarus, under the human rights sanctions, Magnitsky sanctions regime, we very much led the way. We instituted, I think, those human rights sanctions before the EU, but we were in constant dialogue with them about the names, the evidence and the individuals. It's important to have that systematic approach, partly to have more effect, but also to be on surer ground when sanctions are imposed. And Belarus is also a good example, as honourable members across the House have have raised, of where we, at the same time as imposing those sanctions, provided extra support for civil society, whether it's opposition groups, not directly but through NGOs and through journalists, and support for media and the open society agenda that we've been talking about as part of the integrated review.
Now we go to Nigel Mills.
Thank you, and can I warmly welcome this statement and the measures announced today. Would the Foreign Secretary agree that there's a need to update the international rules and action to ensure all the progress we've made on tackling money laundering and the hiding of stolen money isn't undermined by the use of crypto assets such as cryptocurrencies, which are much harder to track as they move around the world?
Yes, can I thank my honourable friend? He's right. We need some international coordination. I think it works better as coordination rather than supranational institutions, because we want to retain some flexibility, and that often has been quite effective. I can tell him that we, on the corruption sanctions regime, we already obviously cooperating with the US and Canada. We did on the list of names we've designated today. Australia is also in the midst of considering a Magnitsky regime on human rights, and who knows, potentially in due course that may extend to corruption. The EU followed the UK lead in enacting a global human rights sanctions regime. They've not yet introduced powers for corruption, an equivalent corruptions regime, so we're ahead of the pack on all of this. But he raises an important point. It's not just what we do individually, it's our convening power, our ability to be a force for good working with others, including the EU, the US, Canada and Australia.
And finally, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also thank the Secretary of State for his commitment? He's Secretary of State has a personal determination, and we thank him for that. Having seen the effect of Libyan sanctions for those affected by terrorism who are American or German, in comparison to what has been secured for victims of IRA terrorism working hand in hand with Gaddafi, I believe it is past time that these sanctions are in place. What assurance will the Secretary of State give to the British people that government is now in a position to impose sanctions and see that the people affected can be the beneficiaries? And what consideration is given to widespread use of these sanctions in areas such as those involved in atrocities against the Uyghurs, the Christians, against the Falun Gong, against the Tibetan Buddhists in China, to ensure that businesses as well as government officials will feel the brunt and the pain and the impact of these sanctions?
I thank the honourable gentleman, and I share his determination to tackle this. In relation to some of the groups that he refers to, he'll know that we've taken action, in particular in relation to the persecution of the Uyghur Muslims and the use of forced labour. In relation to others, and he mentions Libya and others, I can't speculate in advance. What I can tell him is we have got the legal framework now. And we've also set out a policy note. He'll be able to look at that and feel free to come back and ask me further questions, which will give him a sense of how we will determine the criteria we determine. And then, of course, it's evidence-driven, and that often is the hardest part of it. But again, that comes back to the point of the importance of coordinating with our international partners, sharing evidence and sharing our assessment of individuals and countries where we can act.
Thank you. I will now briefly suspend the House for 3 minutes in order to allow arrangements for the next item of business to be made. Order!
Order. We now come to the statement on the Carrier Strike Group deployment, and I call the Secretary of State, Ben Wallace, to make the statement.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like, if I may, to make a statement on the forthcoming deployment of the Carrier Strike Group. But before I do, I wish to send my condolences to the Indonesian Navy and the families of the ship's company of KRI Nanggala following the tragic news that the submarine has been lost. I know the sorrow is felt particularly strongly within our own Royal Navy submarine community, who understand the risks faced by their friends all too well. The United Kingdom stands ready to help our Indonesian colleagues in any way we can going forward. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK has a long history of involvement in the Pacific. This year we celebrate the 50th anniversary of our five-power defence arrangement between the United Kingdom, Malaysia and Singapore, Australia and New Zealand. Few outside military circles are familiar with this relationship, despite the fact it is Asia's most enduring multilateral arrangement, a partnership that has grown in scope to cover everything from humanitarian assistance and disaster relief to counter-terrorism and maritime security. A partnership based on common shared values, tolerance, justice and the rules-based order. But even as the Pacific's importance to our future economy continues to rise, so the challenges to the freedom of navigation in that region continue to grow. Our trade with Asia depends on the shipping that sails through a range of Indo-Pacific choke points, yet they are increasingly at risk, whether from hostile state actors or piracy on the high seas. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have to be clear to any who wish to challenge our international rules-based system that the laws must be upheld. But our partnership gives us strength. Friendship is the one thing that our adversaries lack. We deliver a powerful message of strength when we show our solidarity. That's why in recent years we've begun returning to the East. The UK now has a persistent presence in the region through British Forces Brunei, a regional logistical hub in Oman and our Maritime Component Command in Bahrain. But our Carrier Strike Group gives us something different. HMS Queen Elizabeth is a floating piece of sovereign territory which can sail over 70% of the world's surface. It is probably the most guarded UK airfield you can find. It gives government unprecedented options to act independently against hostile forces on land or at sea for months without having to access bases ashore. It is a warship, a mothership, a surveillance reconnaissance ship. It is a convener of allies and partners, and it is a great projector of Britain's soft and hard power. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK has a proud history of being a carrier nation. Those legendary Second World War vessels, HMS Courageous, Glorious and Illustrious, Ark Royal, Formidable and Indefatigable, are synonymous with the unquenchable spirit of our people. And carriers have continued to play a defining role in our nation's history well into the modern era. Those who recall the Falklands War won't forget the fundamental role HMS Hermes played in providing air cover for the vulnerable task force while 8,000 miles away from home. While our last carrier, HMS Illustrious, career spanned some 900,000 miles and took in service from Bosnia to the Gulf to Sierra Leone. British ingenuity has long driven carrier innovation forward, from the angled flight deck to the ski jump developed for the Sea Harrier. But our newest carriers provide a true step change in capability. You can only appreciate the sheer enormity of each vessel when you stand on its vast depths, as I did this morning. At 65,000 tonnes, HMS Queen Elizabeth and her sister ship HMS Prince of Wales are the most powerful surface ships ever constructed in Britain. Longer than Parliament and taller than Nelson's Column, she has a range of more than 10,000 nautical miles and can fly 72 fast-jet sorties per day. This is British engineering at its best, a supreme example of a national endeavour, built by 6 dockyards, Appledore, Birkenhead, Govan, Portsmouth, Rosyth and Tyne. A cast of more than 10,000 took part in the construction. Some 8,000 apprentices helped complete the major construction in almost 5 years. Hundreds of small companies lent their niche capability, and 90% of those suppliers came from the United Kingdom. But the carrier doesn't operate alone. She will be surrounded by a ring of capability. Type 45 destroyers, HMS Defender and HMS Diamond. Type 23 anti-submarine frigates, HMS Kent and HMS Richmond. and tanker and storage ships Fort Victoria and RFI Tidespring. And we will also be accompanied by the Dutch frigate HNLMS Everston and the US Arleigh Burke destroyer the Sullivans. Our carrier's cutting edge is located on the flight deck with the renowned RAF 617 Squadron, the Downbusters, operating 8 world-class 5th generation F-35B Lightning fast jets, partly made, I'm proud to say, in Lancashire. While 815 Naval Air Squadron will pilot 4 Wildcat maritime attack helicopters, 820 Naval Air Squadron will fly 7 Merlin Mark II anti-submarine and airborne early warning helicopters, 3 of which will be fitted with the new Crow's Nest. An 845 Naval Air Squadron will operate 3 Merlin Mark IV Commando helicopters. Below deck, a company of 4-2 Commando Royal Marines will be embarked. While in the ocean depths, the Royal Navy Astute-class attack submarine will deploy in support. Madam Deputy Speaker, over the coming 28 weeks from May to December 2021, we will see our carrier group travel over 26,000 nautical miles, from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea, from the Gulf of Aden to the Arabian Sea, from the Indian Ocean to the Philippine Sea. Beside the full integration of units from the UK, the US and Netherlands, the Carrier Strike Group will operate with air and maritime forces from a wide number of international partners, including Australia, Canada, New Zealand, France, Japan, UAE, Denmark, Greece, Italy, Turkey, Israel, India, Oman and the Republic of Korea. The deployment will see the units of the Strike Group visiting over 40 countries and undertaking over 70 engagements, visits, air exercises and operations. Critically, these events will provide excellent opportunities for the UK to develop new and existing trade and political links, particularly in the Indo-Pacific. Not only will we meet our commitment to UN-mandated operations in the region, but 50 years on from the creation of the five-power defence arrangement, we will further augment our friendship by participating in exercise Bersama Lima. Meanwhile, units from the Strike Group will visit ASEAN partners as part of our commitment to a more enduring regional defence and security presence. And 4 major stops on the Indo-Pacific leg of its journey will be Singapore, the Republic of Korea, Japan and India, and will help tighten our political ties in the region. And late in summer, we will host our first Pacific Future Forum in Korea. Meanwhile, China is increasingly assertive, building the world's largest maritime surface and subsurface fleets. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are not going to the other side of the world to be provocative. We will sail through the South China Sea. We will be confident but not confrontational. More often than not, the carrier group will be in the Eastern Mediterranean or the Atlantic, carrying out our duties in support of NATO. As part of this deployment, our strike group will be in the Middle East, conducting bilateral exercises and engagement with our long-standing defence and security partners, confirming our commitment to a lasting stability. Critically, in Europe, our Carrier Strike Group will demonstrate the UK's enduring commitment to NATO alliance, the cornerstone of our defence, by participating on this deployment in NATO-level exercises such as Exercise Steadfast Defender. Not only will be there a period of dual carrier operations with the French aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle in the Mediterranean, but elements of the Strike Group will support NATO missions in the Black Sea region, demonstrating that we don't go alone to deter Tier 1 power, we go as NATO. Madam Deputy Speaker, the contribution of the United States to the rebirth of the UK carrier strike has been immense, but our carrier strike group will take our integration with our US partners to a new level. We will have the Arleigh Burke class destroyer USS the Sullivans providing the strike group with air defence and anti-submarine capabilities, not to mention a squadron of 10 US Marine Corps F-35B Lightnings, the Wake Island Avengers, flying side by side with their UK counterparts from the decks of the Queen Elizabeth. This is the largest air group of fifth-generation fighters ever to put to sea, as well as the greatest quantity of helicopters assigned to a single task force in a decade. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been a year since the last Royal Navy ship deployed to the Pacific. It has been more than 7 years since the last carrier, HMS Illustrious, deployed there as well. And it has been more than 20 years since the last carrier strike group deployed to that region. Our carrier strike group intends to return to that presence. And as the crew of the carrier strike group embark on their maiden mission, we wish them well. The threats are moving on and we must move with them. In this anxious and insecure world, Fortress Britain cannot batten down the hatches. We have to stand up for our values and rights wherever they come under threat, not just in our backyard but far from our shores. Our carrier strike group will send a signal to our allies and adversaries alike that Britain will continue to play its part in shaping the international system, not stepping back but sailing forth to promote our prosperity, protect our interests.
Thank you. Shadow Secretary of State, John Healey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and for the advance copy? And can I add our Labour condolences to the friends, family and comrades of the Indonesian submariners who've tragically lost their lives in the service of their country this week. Mr Deputy Speaker, we welcome this first major deployment of the Queen Elizabeth and pay tribute to all those involved who have made this possible. The Secretary of State this afternoon rightly says the UK has a proud history as a carrier nation, but Britain has not had a carrier strike force since 2010, when the Conservative Defence Review scrapped all 3 of our aircraft carriers and along with 74 newly upgraded Harriers which flew from them. So this fills a big gap in Britain's military capability over the last decade. It is a major achievement, which in the words of Sir Nick Houghton, then Vice Chief of the Defence Staff in 2011, said, is as complex as staging the Olympics. Mr Deputy Speaker, the successful design and build of our 2 new aircraft carriers is also a tribute to the UK shipbuilding industry and to our UK steelmakers. Can the Secretary of State therefore confirm how much UK-produced steel will be used in the new Type 26s, Type 31s, Astute, Dreadnought and Fleet Solid Support ships? This is a big opportunity to back British industry and jobs. If done well, it will strengthen the UK economy and our sovereignty and self-reliance. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Carrier Strike Group will sail east with the support of US and Dutch naval warships and with US F-35 fighters on board. It is good that the Queen Elizabeth sails with allies, but it is not good if she can only sail with allies. Despite state-based threats to the UK growing and diversifying, the Secretary of State will cut the number of Royal Naval frigates over the next 2 years. So when, if ever, does he plan to have enough British warships to sail with our own British carriers? Can the Secretary of State confirm this afternoon clearly that the majority of the planes on the deck of the Queen Elizabeth will be US, not British, fighters? And despite increasing military threats to the UK, he confirmed last month that Britain has only ordered 48 of the planned 138 F-35 fighters. So when, if ever, does he plan to have enough British F-35s for our own British carriers? Mr Deputy Speaker, there are also serious concerns about the carrier's long-delayed Crow's Nest radar. Can he confirm that Crow's Nest is now fully operational? And can he confirm that the Carrier Strike Group is fully combat ready? With the Royal Navy currently almost 1,600 under strength, and with the real cut in the MOD's resource budget through to 2024, can the Secretary of State confirm the full cost of this year's deployment? Now, the Secretary of State has talked this afternoon of hard power and soft power. Across the House, we hope Britain will see significant diplomatic and trade benefits from this deployment. However, with COVID security, how far will the diplomatic impact be reduced when the carrier can't host guests or send people ashore? This deployment is important proof of our new British carrier strike capability, but let's not fall for the illusion that Britain is somehow able to project force everywhere in the world at once. Global Britain is a beguiling phrase, but this time-limited deployment will not significantly alter the balance of military power in the Indo-Pacific region, and surely we should focus our defence efforts on where the threats are and not where the business opportunities might be. So after the Queen Elizabeth's gap year tour of 40 countries, can the Secretary of State confirm she will return to the military business of helping protect Britain and patrol the North Atlantic, the High North and the Mediterranean, our NATO area, where Russia poses the greatest threats to our vital national interests. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, as the Secretary of State rightly says, the Queen Elizabeth and Prince of Wales are the most powerful surface ships ever constructed in Britain. They will strengthen our maritime forces for decades to come. This maiden mission for the Queen Elizabeth is a great achievement for the Royal Navy and a proud moment for our country. We wish her well.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I just echo what the honourable gentleman said about it's proud for this nation. It's a British-made carrier deploying overseas, projecting Britain's interest and supporting our allies. On the series of questions the honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman, put to me, first of all, on the steel, I'm happy to write to him with each individual class of ship. What I can say, and he will know, is that we are committed to building the Type 26 in the United Kingdom. Obviously, it's under construction in the Clyde, the Type 31 in Rosyth, where the work is ongoing to build the facility to then build the ships, and of course the subsequent Type 32s. You'll also know that I recategorised recently the Future Solid Support Ship as a warship, and it is my intention to make sure there is considerable, if not all, UK build in that process, subject to tender. And obviously the contract, I have to be cautious because we're in the beginnings of a competition soon, and that date will be very, very soon. But it is important to recognise that throughout all our ships, we try and make sure we do the best by our sailors by providing the best equipment we can, and that is often a balance between making sure what's in the here and now on the shelf at the same time is what we need to invest in the future, which is why we have a record R&D budget going forward in the recent defence settlement that will allow us to invest for the future, so that when we get to place the orders for the subsequent ships and the next generation of submarines, that we have British skills ready to go and British technology, because that is incredibly important that we give them the best. On the right honourable gentleman's questions about sovereign, it is perfectly possible. We have 18 F-35s. We could put all 8 F-35s now on the aircraft carrier. We could have just had a UK sort of 2 squadron, and we could have certainly deployed without other ships alongside if we wish to. But as I said at the beginning of this exercise, this is about the strength of us compared to our adversaries is we have friends and alliances. You attack us, you attack NATO. You attack us, you attack our allies. And that is the real strength of us globally. It's what the Australians would say. It's what the United States and what all our European friends would say as well. That is our strength. And I think it would be wrong to miss the opportunity when countries were ringing up saying we'd like to join you. In fact, there are more countries offered than we took who wanted to come and sail with us and stand up for the common values we do as well. On the crow's nest, I'm pleased to say that the crow's nest is now being rolled out on board Queen Elizabeth, and I look forward to the reports of its use and deployment. And it is important that we recognise that this has to be delivered, and I have been quite clear with the manufacturers. It needs to be delivered to spec and operate well, because it is very important to, obviously, the protection of our carrier group. There are plenty of safeguards in place for COVID. We're all very mindful of protecting our sailors. All our sailors will be COVID vaccinated and protected on that deployment. By the time they actually go into the Mediterranean, they'll all be properly doubly vaccinated to make sure that we can give our friends and allies that reassurance that the crew will be rightly protected. And of course, the Navy is almost one of the best organisations in COVID safeguards, because I'm afraid living with quarantinable diseases has been something they have had to do for hundreds and hundreds of years. When the Right Honourable Gentleman mentions the numbers of ships, the increase and decrease of ships, and as I said at the time of the command paper, numbers are absolutely important, but availability is even more important. And I have taken the decision that we invest in some new classes of ships, so we will have more ships. Yes, there will be dropping in vessels, hulls for a short period, but at the same time, because of the investment we're doing around its availability, we will have more time at sea, and I think that is equally important. It was a sorry sight today when I went to Portsmouth, and when I stood on a brand new carrier deck and I looked at a number of Type 45s ready to go and accompany the group. It is also where you see some of those other ships that are tied alongside, because people have lots of money to buy ships, but not a lot of money to maintain them, and they will hollowed out year on year on year. And he will make his points about the previous Conservative governments, but it is a fact that under the governments I served in, both under Labour and Conservatives as a soldier, that hollowing out was a common practice across the board, and that is something that I hope that this defence settlement will put to rest. And finally, on NATO, absolutely NATO is our cornerstone. Our home beat, as I often call it, is the Atlantic. That is where our most aggressive adversary is active, and only recently we have seen them both during Christmas and December time. Actually, they were, I think, up to nine, maybe more Russian ships effectively surrounded Britain, and they have been quite assertive, and that is why it is important that we are active and hold the flank of NATO. Again, using that convening ability, though, to bring the French and the Germans and others who wish to patrol the seas alongside it. I think it is an incredibly exciting opportunity. Where I can, I am very happy to facilitate members of this House coming to visit the carriers, whether it is Queen Elizabeth or Prince of Wales. I think it is something to behold. I was incredibly proud to stand on the deck of a ship that is made in Britain, is NATO's first and only fifth-generation aircraft carrier capability. And for those people that say no one wants aircraft carriers anymore, we should ask the question why the Chinese are planning to build 5.
Spicer Selwood. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I join the Defence Secretary in paying condolences to the Indonesians and the loss of their submarine crew? It shows you what a dangerous environment all our Royal Navies operate in. Mr Deputy Speaker, could I welcome the carrier's maiden deployment in helping Britain re-establish a sense of purpose on the international stage? But tasking the carrier group to the South China Sea, but avoiding the Taiwan Strait, is to set a precedent and cede effective ownership of these international waters to China. If we are to uphold the rules-based order that he just spoke about, there should be no exceptions. But more widely, Mr Deputy Speaker, I pose this question directly to the Defence Secretary. Do you think the world will be safer or more dangerous over the next 5 to 10 years? It's clearly the latter, as the Royal Navy is now tasked to tilt towards Indo-Pacific, to conduct NATO patrols in the Black Sea, to do maritime duties in the Gulf and off East Africa, as well as to protect UK waters and overseas territories. Politely, I put it to the Defence Secretary, our Royal Navy will soon be too small to meet our growing operational commitments and the increasingly diverse threat picture that we now face.
Can I thank my right honourable gentleman for his points about sense of purpose, and I think that's right. It's an amazing thing, the carrier, that it does convene lots of different levels. Convenes hard power, convenes soft power, convenes political will and intent. But the mission for the Royal Navy is like the mission for most of the armed forces, which is strengthen our alliances. That is really, really important as we go forward. I do agree with him. The world is more anxious, more unstable, insecure, and less predictable. And that is hard for all policymakers around the globe. It's also hard for people that have lived by the rules and lived by the international, for example, maritime law, and that is a real challenge for us all. And so the real issue here is how do we strengthen our alliances, because that is our unique and single point of strength against some of these very large adversaries. And that's why on this deployment, we will meet up with US carrier groups and exercise together in the Pacific. There is no shortage of contested sea lanes in the Pacific. It's not just the Straits of Taiwan. There are plenty of contested areas of sea, and we will be absolutely making sure that we are confident in our sailings and make sure that we stand up for those values. And along the way, make friends or strengthen our friendships with a whole range of partners, some traditional, some less traditional. But we are here, as Britain has always played a role, to stand up for people who can't stand up for themselves, or to join with them to make sure that we stand strong. Do I think we will need more in the future? I think the investment we have got into our defence budget and where we are seeking to spend our money, both on hard ships and power and also on cyber and all sorts of other technology, is a strong indication that this government takes seriously the rising threat. We'll continue to keep it under review, but in the meantime, we're going to go to the Pacific, demonstrate our capability, return, take our watch at NATO and continue on that cycle.
BD Link, Stewart Malcolm MacDonald.
I'm grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I too thank the Secretary for advance sight of his statement and also pass on my condolences and those of my party to the Indonesian Navy. We all watched with horror at what has happened over the past few days, and they are very much in our thoughts. Mr Deputy Speaker, of course I want to wish well all of those involved in this new venture. Undoubtedly, this will be an exciting time for them. The Secretary rightly pays tribute to those involved in building the HMS Queen Elizabeth, and I too join him in that, not least to pay tribute to those in Scotland who were part of that effort. But he knows, because we've discussed this before, that I'm yet to be convinced, and my party's yet to be convinced, of this whole Indo-Pacific tilt, especially if it's about chasing commerce rather than countering threats, which it does sound like there's a fair bit of that going on. Can I ask him, because again we've mentioned this before, he said to me in the past that there's no point chasing one threat only to leave yourself exposed to another closer to home, and the Shadow Secretary mentioned it about the threat we have here in our own backyard. He knows that is the kind of tilt that I and my party want to see. So what assurances can he give us that we aren't going to be left open, shall we say, here closer to home? And in relation, if I can press him on the Black Sea element of the trip in particular, his statement mentions that the strike group will support NATO missions in the Black Sea region. What exactly will the support look like whilst the strike group is there? Because as we know from Russia's recent actions, that is something that we should be focused on. And lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I might, on Fleet Solid support ships, can he talk us a bit through the timeline that we can expect in terms of the competition? Because like the Shadow Secretary and many on his own benches, we do want to see that announced soon, and we do want to make sure that it's yards closer to home that benefit from it.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. Look, I think, first and foremost, you can't separate, in one sense, trade from security. We need to secure our trade. His party's whole economic basis used to be about exporting oil around the world, and if you can't export your oil, you can't run your economy in some of the previous SNP's manifestos. So it's really important that we secure our trade. It's really important that we don't let the values of the rules-based system be undermined far away until it's too late when it gets close to our shores. I think that is really important. And I'm not ashamed at all that this deployment will also be about linked to trade. I'm proud of standing on British-made equipment made by Scottish hands and English hands and Welsh hands and Northern Irish hands. I'm proud that there are equipment on those ships that can be used for a whole range of things, humanitarian, non-military methods, means all sorts of things, and we should be really proud that we're going to be showing that off to the world. We won't leave Britain undefended. We still will have our Type 23s, our Type 45s, the P8s, which are based in Lossiemouth, as an excellent maritime patrol vessels. We will still have a number of capabilities. Our submarines will be on watch, based out of Faslane. And I'd like to pay tribute to those submariners who will be departing from Faslane to join and escort that carrier group. They do an amazing job, and it is quite something special to understand what submariners do. When it comes to the Black Sea, we have had long scheduled deployments into the Black Sea. This is not new. This is not an increase or a decrease. We have taken the view that we should stick to our planned exercises and deployment. I think that is the right thing to do, to say we're not going to be intimidated from that, but we're going to stick up for our friends in the Black Sea, Romania and Turkey and all those other nations where we work alongside, and we will be doing that as we had planned long before the recent friction we saw up in Ukraine. So I hope he recognises we're not off to go round picking a fight. We're there to stand up for our values, and I think the Royal Navy will be doing a great job. But fundamentally, it comes back again to this point that you know, we rely on each other. The security of Europe is incredibly important to the United Kingdom and to the continent of Europe. And even last year in December, when the Russians appeared with a number of ships, it was the French, the British, the Dutch who all set about that issue. We'll continue to do so. And that's the greatest thing, as I said, about our friends and allies, is that we are all in a partnership with solidarity, and that's the best way to defeat or push back our adversaries.
Dr. Gillian Lewis.
If we want the United States to help defend our interests in Europe, it's only right that we should help them defend common interests in the Far East. Does he accept that having Americans intimately involved in this whole process adds to the deterrent effect of a carrier strike force? We do not want to get in the digital age into a situation where a surface ship, no matter how powerful, up against a peer enemy armed with hypersonic missiles, might find itself at a fatal disadvantage, but for the deterrent effect of our joint activity with our strategic allies.
My right honourable friend makes the final phrase strategic ally. Not only are they allies, but they make a strategic difference, and they stand for the rule of law and the same values we do. And I met today with the US commander on the Queen Elizabeth, and not only did he say it was just an amazing ship, but they look forward to working with us. It's absolutely, as you said, it's about partnership. You attack us, you attack us all, and I think that is a strong message around the world. And you know, the number of people that have got in touch from different countries around the world wanting to be part of this deployment speaks volumes for what's going on in their neighbourhood and their backyard. And finally, as he rightly says, the United States have always been a significant net contributor to the security of Europe. It is only right that we do the same when their interests are also under threat.
Video link. Jamie Stone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was delighted and actually very proud when HMS Queen Elizabeth visited Invergordon when she was undergoing her initial trials. But while she was tied up at Invergordon, somebody managed to land a drone on her deck. And whoever it was commented later in the press that he could have landed 2 pounds of Semtex on the aircraft carrier and it could have taken out the radar should he have been of evil intent. Could I press the Secretary of State, what are our defences against something like this being repeated where there is ill damage to us in the intention?
Secretary of
State. The honourable gentleman makes a really valid point about the varying types of threats to not only Gatwick Airport when I was Security Minister, if you all remember that, to all the way up to a fifth-generation aircraft carrier. And small drones pose a real challenge. That's why the government has taken forward reforms around that. As far as the details of how we will protect the carrier going forward, I can't really reveal too many details. That would obviously weaken it. But what I can say is that ship and her escorts are bristling with sensors that will all be on as she is deployed, and there'll be lots of steps that can be taken to protect the carrier.
Video link. Richard Drax.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I too extend my condolences to the families and friends of those lost on the Indonesian submarine. Despite the negative coverage on the BBC's Today programme this morning, can I welcome this historic deployment by HMS Queen Elizabeth and the ships accompanying her and wish them well? And would my right honourable friend agree that to have a fighting platform of this kind will prove an invaluable, independent, operational base that will give us greater flexibility to cope with a wide variety of tasks in the future?
Yes, my honourable friend makes a point, and it's also a long future. This is not a 10-year or a 20-year project. These are 30, 40, maybe 50-year platforms, and who knows what will be flying off those decks in 50 years' time or 40 years' time, because they are flexible. They're designed to be flexible. They're designed to do a whole range of tasks, and I think we shouldn't forget it's not always going to be about peer-to-peer. If we look how the aircraft carriers of the United States and indeed the French Charles de Gaulle have been deployed, they've often been deployed on counter-terrorism duties, on Afghan overflight duties. I think she will be a very busy ship, as will her sister ship, and all the time she'll be flying the flag for Britain.
Yeah. Kevin Jones.
Thank you. I had the privilege a couple of weeks ago of visiting HMS Prince of Wales with the Defence Committee and saw the two carriers alongside in Plymouth, and I agree with the Secretary of State, it's an impressive sight. And can I wish her crew all the best on their deployment. The Secretary of State in his statement said that 8 F-35s from the UK and 10 from the US Marine Corps will be deployed on this, on the carriers. And I agree with him. I think that just shows an example of the good cooperation between the two nations. But I don't know whether he's had a chance yet to read the US Government Accounting Officer's report last week into the F-35 and persistent problems around the engines, which will see, it says, by 2030, a third of US F-35s being grounded, and ongoing problems with spare parts. Can he give some assurance that these issues that are raised in that report will be addressed to ensure that we have got the not only capability to support our allies, but also ensure that our F-35s keep on flying into the future?
Secretary of State.
I regret to inform my right honourable colleague that I haven't read the US reports or audit reports, but I think it is absolutely right we keep an eye on all of these issues. Look, the supply chain for all our aircraft is really, really important. There's nothing more powerless when you discover somebody switches off a supply chain and you're dependent on that model or not. We all find it off in our own homes when Microsoft stop updating something and suddenly you're stuck. So it's really important. But that's why we are a Tier 1 partner in the F-35 programme. It's why in Samlesbury and Lancashire, a significant part of every single plane, including the US F-35s, and in the Deputy Speaker's constituency himself, a considerable part of every F-35 is made there. Those US ones sitting on that deck, I'm proud that the part of those planes are made in Lancashire as well, probably the best part of the plane, to be honest. But you're right, and I will definitely keep an eye on it for him.
We're all proud in Lancashire of that. We're going to an audio link now. Philip Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I join the Secretary of State, my right honourable friend, in welcoming this moment, a very proud moment for the Royal Navy, for the crew and the air crew who will be embarked on HMS Queen Elizabeth, and also for the 10,000 people in the UK who were involved in construction of the vessels, as he's already referenced. The construction contracts went through significant challenge in the early years as a result of changes in design. But from 2012, when the design was stabilised and the Aircraft Carrier Alliance interests were aligned with those of the government, can I ask my right honourable friend if he will take lessons from that final end towards the procurement in his procurement of the Fleet Solid Support vessels that will be designed to accompany the Carrier Strike Group in future? And could he just give some confirmation to the House of when he expects the first of those vessels to be able to take its place within the Carrier Strike Group?
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. First of all, on the Carrier Alliance, I think the bigger lesson to take is for our FCAS, for the future fighter programme, where there are so many vested interests in it and it's such a big and broad programme, and we should absolutely incorporate many of those lessons. On the Future Solid Support Ship, I can't reveal too much because it is so close to us publishing, obviously, the competition. We would like it as soon as possible. Forgive me for some of the delay. That is entirely my fault. When I took over office, I was keen to make sure that the Future Solid Support Ship, whose previous competition had collapsed, was put in a healthy place. I hope you'll see some innovative means by which we can get the best out of British, but also the best value for money for the taxpayer, and improve some of the skills base for our workforce, because I think it is really important that when we make our ships, it isn't feast or famine to do that. And also, perhaps, maybe if I could, Mr. to place on record, we shouldn't forget that it was, I give credit where credit due, I remember sitting in Aberdeenshire listening to the then Chancellor Gordon Brown announce this in the March 1998 budget. This is a joint endeavour of the United Kingdom, of governments who commissioned this aircraft and indeed this carrier. And of course, my right honourable friend for Ludlow makes the real point is the risk, and it is always a risk, is that you start on a 20-year endeavour. Things change, threat change, design change, things don't become available. And that does, I'm afraid, sometimes unavoidably increase the cost of these programmes. That is the simple reality of it. And very few countries are prepared to lean in, take that risk. But in the end, I think the prize is worth it, as we see when we see this carrier group sail at the end of May.
Toby Perkins. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the maiden deployment of the carrier strike group. The Secretary of State's right to say this was envisaged and laid down under a Labour government, set sail under a Conservative government, and built in shipyards in both England and Scotland. It absolutely is an example of why we are stronger and have both security and economic interests when we work closely together across the four nations. The Secretary of State is right to say it's important that we work closely with our friends, the United States and in other countries, but it's also important that we have that sovereign capability. So can the Secretary of State confirm whether we currently have the capability for both of our aircraft carriers to go out to sea at the same time with British support ships and aircraft if we were to choose to do this alone?
Secretary of State.
Look, the honourable gentleman asked a valid question. Yes, strictly speaking, we could. But we don't envisage those deployments unless we're at a time of war or significant stress. But at the moment, yes, we could, strictly speaking, but the way we're working up each aircraft carrier means that we won't be required to do that.
Lydia Ling. Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and may I pay huge tribute to Her Majesty's Royal Navy for getting together and preparing this carrier for sea so effectively. Does he look forward, as I do, and indeed a great friend of mine, Minister Konotaro, the current Minister of Regulatory Reform, but his former opposite number in Japan, to seeing Japanese F-35s flying off the deck of the Queen Elizabeth shortly before he works with his opposite number today to see whether or not Japan could possibly even join the Five Eyes community?
I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, how long I will last in this job. No one ever does. I would love to be in Japan when she arrives and join with the Japanese, my Japanese counterpart. I think the Japanese are in a rough neighbourhood sometimes. They stand actually for an open, liberal society. They stand for free trade, and it is in our interest that we join together. And that's the great thing about this carrier is Italian F-35Bs, Japanese F-35Bs, all of them are able and will be able to operate from the carrier, and I hope in future we have more and more nations operating from that deck. But I think it is incredibly good news that we're going to go to Japan. It was, to me, one of the key directions I gave to the Navy is we're not just going to go round in circles, we are going to see our ally, and we're going from A to B, and that is very, very important that Japan is that destination. And so I hope we're going to go from strength to strength with Japan. I think they have a lot to offer. I hear his suggestion, and no doubt we will examine it at some stage.
Lydia Ling. Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In his remarks on the confirmation of this operation, the Secretary of State referred to the encompassing approach of the UK as set out in the integrated review. With respect to India, he drew attention to the UK's R&D. Currently, our R&D spend is well below the OECD average, and he also referred to aid spending, which has been cut in the face of the COVID crisis that countries abroad, including India, face. Given that, sadly, this will not be the last COVID crisis abroad, What planning is being undertaken in the government to apply that principle of a joined-up approach in the context of COVID?
Well, I think we're all, one of the lessons from this pandemic is that joined up and burden sharing is the key, whether that's internally, whether that's with the devolved administrations, with local authorities, the better integration, but it's also the international lesson, is that we do have to be better at working together in our international organisations, the UN, WHO, NATO. All of these things are incredibly important, and I think what we're seeing right now with India is an international response, United Kingdom sending oxygen compressors and ventilators, the United States, and we will work together to deliver that response. And I think that is the lesson, which is partnerships and solidarity actually win the day.
Colonel Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I highlight that I'm the chair of the All-Party Group for Taiwan? And may I supplement what my very good friend, the Right Honourable Gentleman for Bournemouth East, Right Honourable and gallant gentleman for Bournemouth East, mentioned in his question. I am really saddened that we are, in a way, capitulating to the neo-colonialism of China that is taking over islands in the South China Sea, occupying them and militarising them against international law. And yet, we seem not to be able to join with our friends from Taiwan by letting their ships join this task force, or indeed visiting Taipei. I realise it's probably a bit late, but I feel quite strongly that we may well have to revise how we tackle this matter of Chinese aggression in the South China Sea.
With respect.
I think I hear my right honourable friend, and I think we're all concerned when the rules-based system is tested in the way it is, and indeed aggressive exercising or indeed deployments happen, as we've seen also in Ukraine. That is no good for anybody and doesn't resolve any of the issues. Look, the carrier group will be sailing in lots of parts of the Pacific that are contentious. We'll be in the Philippine Sea, the South China Sea, I think the Western China, East China Sea as well, and making sure that we are in parts of the world where there are current contentious issues. I don't think we can be everywhere, but I think we will be making the point. We'll be exercising with US carriers. And we have been very clear in our relationships with China, whether it's dealing with Hong Kong or others, that we believe that the respect of human rights and indeed the respect of international law is incredibly important, and we will uphold it.
Video link. Geraint Davis.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my father served on the carrier HMS Victorious hunting down the Bismarck, so I naturally welcome the Queen Elizabeth Strike Group. They will travel across 26,000 nautical miles over 28 weeks to 40 countries. But can I ask the Secretary of State what will be the cost of this deployment, what will be the carbon footprint, and what message it sends in relation to COP26, and whether there's any plans for the Navy overall to try and reduce its carbon footprint and indeed the carbon footprint of our trade.
Yes, on the carbon footprint of the environment, there are a number of initiatives right across government, and as shipbuildings are, I'm part of steering that, to try and invest in alternative energy or indeed alternative fuels. There is a real prize here in shipping if we can help lead the pack in that, and Norway are active in it, because one of the big polluters are shipping around the world, and if we can change the fuel they use and make a difference, I think we can really help the British shipping sort of steal a march on some of its competitors and open up many of the skills. I'm happy to write to the honourable gentleman about the cost, because of course there's marginal real costs and all the different costs set out. Obviously the carrier is paid for, deployed, fuelled, ready to go, but it would be anyhow, as with the salaries of all the sailors on board and Marines and everything else. I will write him with what we estimate to be the additional cost, and of course I will give him one health warning, is that I was always taught as a soldier that no plan survives the very first contact. So who knows where we'll be at the end of the year, whether they are diverted and we do something else, but I'll tell him the details as we get them.
Rory Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
My right honourable friend has said that the carrier strike group will be NATO's first fifth-generation carrier strike capabilities. Does he agree that fifth-generation technology is hugely significant for our modern-day armed forces?
Secretary of State.
Yes, absolutely. One of the traits of generation is situation awareness and its ability to process all that data and stealth as well. But also, these generations don't stand still. We are already committed to a sixth generation. FCAS, the next fighter programme for the RAF, is absolutely about the next sixth generation. And that is one of the challenges, is that you can't sit still for very long before somebody is trying to get a strategic advantage. But I'm confident that at this moment in time, the carrier and her partnerships with the F-35 will present a formidable capability around the world.
Lydia Link, Carol Moynihan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the wife of a submariner, may I firstly join with others in sending my condolences to the families of the Indonesian submariners who have been lost in this tragic accident. For many years, we've been pushing on fleet solid support ships. In the integrated review, the government committed to a fleet of 3 FSSs required for the carrier strike group. Now, we have been pressing that these are all built entirely in UK yards. So will the Secretary of State finally confirm that the full contract will go to UK yards?
Well, I think, as I've said in previous answers, we are on the cusp of issuing the full competition, and I think we have to be very, very careful. I don't want another competition to collapse or to be jeopardised by legal action. I've been pretty clear. I've reclassified it as a warship. I've put some conditions into the contract which will be seen by people, hopefully to increase skills and British shipbuilding industry. The details will be revealed when, obviously, the tender is put out.
I thank the Secretary of State for his statement today, and can I, on behalf of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker team, pass on our deepest condolences to the family and friends of those submariners that were tragically lost at sea. We grieve your loss. We will now suspend for 2 minutes. Order. Order. We now come to the presentation of Bill Anti-Slaughter, participating virtually. What day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Thank you very much. We now come to the programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that can say aye. Contrary, no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Financial Services Bill, consideration of Lord's amendments.
Now.
We will begin with the Government motion to disagree to Lord's Amendment 1, with which we will consider the other amendments and motions listed on the selection paper. And so I call Minister John Glenn to move to disagree with the Lords in their Amendment 1. John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to speak again on the Financial Services Bill, following its passage through the other place, where it has been well looked after by my colleagues Earl Howe, Lord True and Baroness Penn. As our first major piece of financial services legislation since leaving the EU, the bill will enhance the UK's world-leading prudential standards and protect financial stability, promote openness between the UK and international markets, and maintain an effective financial services regulatory framework and sound capital markets. The bill was thoroughly scrutinised in the other place, with more than 200 amendments tabled across committee and report, and in total the Lords made 21 amendments to the bill. During the passage of the bill, there has been a lengthy discussion about how to best address issues of consumer harm in the financial sector. Amendment 1 before us today proposes that this should be addressed through a requirement on the FCA to bring forward rules that would place a duty of care on financial services firms in relation to their customers. Now, the Government is committed to ensuring that financial services consumers are protected and that steps are taken quickly to address new issues when they are identified. However, the Government believes that the FCA already has the necessary powers and is acting to ensure that sufficient protections are in place for consumers. The Government therefore cannot accept this amendment, but recognises that Parliament wants to be assured that the FCA's ongoing work will lead to meaningful change. I will today set out the standards that firms must already adhere to when providing financial services to their customers. These are governed by the FCA's Principles for Business, as well as specific requirements in the handbook. These principles set out how specific requirements on firms work, and they include that a firm must pay due regard to the interests of its consumers and treat them fairly. The FCA's enforcement powers allow it to ensure that these standards are met, although the FCA recognises the level of harm in markets is still too high and is committed to taking further actions. The Government agrees with the concerns that were raised in the other place, that this harm may in part stem from an asymmetry of information between financial services firms and their customers. The risk is that this asymmetry is something that many firms may seek to exploit. The FCA is well aware of how informational asymmetries and behavioural biases can influence consumer behaviour and is committed to ensuring that these issues are addressed where it considers that they may result in harm. The Government therefore supports the FCA's ongoing programme of work in this area and believes that it will deliver meaningful change for the benefit of consumers. The FCA has considered its existing framework of principles and whether the way in which firms have responded to the principles is sufficient to ensure that consumers have the right protections and get the right outcomes. Building on this, the FCA will consult in May on clear proposals to raise and clarify its expectations of firms' actions and behaviours, and on any necessary changes to its principles to deliver this. These proposals will consider how to raise the level of care firms must provide to consumers through a duty of care or other provisions. Ultimately, the proposals in this consultation will seek to ensure that consumers benefit from a better level of care from financial services firms. I have therefore tabled an amendment in lieu of Amendment 1. And this amendment will require the FCA to consult on whether it should make rules providing that authorised persons owe a duty of care to consumers. It ensures that the FCA will publish its analysis of the responses to this consultation by the end of this year. It also ensures that the FCA will make final rules following that consultation before the 1st of August 2022. I hope that the establishment of these clear milestones demonstrates the commitment of both the Government and the FCA to delivering better outcomes for financial services consumers. And in line with commitments made in the other place regarding Parliament's scrutiny of the financial services regulators, I can confirm that the FCA will bring its conclusions to the attention of the relevant parliamentary committees, giving them an opportunity to consider the proposals and, if they choose, to express a view or raise any issues. The FCA will respond to any issues that are raised by parliamentary committees. I now turn to Amendment 8, which concerns mortgage prisoners, an issue I take extremely seriously. But I am afraid that the government cannot accept this amendment. We must continue to be guided by the facts and the evidence. And the FCA's analysis shows that half of the 250,000 borrowers with inactive firms meet the normal risk appetite of lenders and could therefore switch if they chose to without any government intervention. I'd be very happy to give way.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Minister, I've been contacted by many of my constituents, also my colleagues' constituents from Northampton and Southampton, who have all conveyed to me that some of their constituents, and I know that mine, are in a very precarious position and don't have that option. I respect the Minister greatly, but I'm just saying, is it not too late to consider this matter because of the precarious position that my constituents and others find themselves in?
I thank the honourable gentleman, as ever, for his contribution, and I will go on to explain the situation of the remaining 125,000 individuals who could be categorised in that way, and what actions we have taken to date and what we will continue to look for. But that particular category, if they can move without government intervention, means that they are not prisoners. Of those remaining 125,000 who cannot switch, 70,000 are in arrears, and therefore many would not be able to secure a new deal, even if they were in the active market. And these borrowers need to work with their lender to agree an appropriate repayment plan. The remaining 55,000 who are with inactive lenders and are up to date with their payments, but who cannot switch, are paying on average only 0.4 percentage points more than similar borrowers on reversion rates with active lenders, those with similar characteristics. The reason these borrowers are unable to switch is not because their mortgage is with an inactive firm. It is because they do not meet the risk appetite of lenders. They may, for example, have a combination of high loan-to-values, be on interest-only mortgages with no plan for repayment, have higher levels of unsecured debts and non-standard sources of income, or poor credit history. Similar borrowers in the active market are also typically very unlikely to be offered deals with new lenders. I have previously set out the significant work undertaken by the Government and the FCA in this area. Just one moment, I shall give way to the honourable gentleman. I have previously set out the significant work undertaken by the Government and the FCA in this area, which has created additional options to make it easier for some of these borrowers to switch into the active market. In particular, the modified affordability assessment allows active mortgage lenders to waive the normal affordability checks for borrowers with inactive lenders who meet certain criteria, for example, not being in arrears and not wishing to borrow more. I'd be very happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
I know this is a problem not of his making that he's trying to solve. The problem originates, of course, when the affordability rules were changed post the financial crisis. But what happened then, the affordability rules were waived with people with their existing lenders who simply wanted to move from one fixed rate deal when it terminated to the next one. Those with inactive lenders who are in the same situation simply cannot do that because those products are not available. That is one of the key problems we've got to solve that we haven't solved yet, and I appreciate his continued efforts to work with us on this particular issue.
I thank the honourable gentleman, who I think, without equal in this House, has done so much to champion the case of mortgage prisoners. And I hope that he will continue to work with me as we continue to look into this to improve our understanding and the quality of the data that could underpin further interventions. And I can reaffirm to the House today that my own and this government's commitment is as strong as ever to finding further solutions, but that don't provide false hope to borrowers. But I am afraid that Amendment 8 represents neither a proportionate nor practical response on this complex issue. And I will address the two sections of this amendment in turn. First, this amendment seeks to cap the standard variable rate, known as the SVR, that inactive firms charge borrowers. And this would be an unprecedented intervention in the mortgage market, and it's a completely disproportionate approach when the data shows that the 55,000 borrowers I referred to previously are paying an average of 0.4 percentage points more compared to similar borrowers in the active market. And I believe that such drastic government intervention should not be undertaken lightly, as it could have very significant impacts above and beyond the effect that the amendment is seeking. The cap would be deeply unfair to borrowers in the active market who are in arrears or unable to secure a new fixed-rate deal, because this cap would not include them. And let us consider two hypothetical borrowers. The first borrower took out their mortgage prior to the financial crisis when, as the Honourable Gentleman said, there were looser affordability requirements. They borrowed, in some cases, 125% of the property's value, avoiding the need to save a deposit. Shortly after, their lender failed and had to be nationalised. The second borrower took out their mortgage following the financial crisis, when there were stricter affordability requirements. They saved a deposit of 5% or maybe even 10%, and then were able to buy their home. Let us say that both these borrowers have lost their jobs and are now working in lower-paid jobs. They live in an area where property prices haven't grown as much as they would have liked. Both try to keep up with their repayments, but ultimately fall into arrears, meaning neither can now easily access new deals. Neither of these borrowers has done anything wrong. Both deserve support from their lender and the wider financial system. But I'm afraid that the government cannot possibly agree with the idea that one of these borrowers should be supported by an unprecedented market intervention of this kind and the other not. Both adhered to the prevailing conditions at the time. But I also have another concern. I am very concerned that any cap on SVRs, including one only applicable to inactive lenders, would have unintended consequences for financial stability. And the London School of Economics agreed and did not recommend a cap, noting that it could cause market harm. It would restrict lenders' ability to vary rates in line with the market conditions, and the ability to vary SVRs allows lenders to reprice products to reflect changes to the cost of doing business, and could therefore create risks with significant implications for financial stability. Let me now turn to the second part of this amendment, which seeks to require new fixed-rate deals to be offered to borrowers with inactive lenders. It is unclear how this is to be achieved. Lending remains a commercial decision based on a variety of factors, and it would not be right for the government to compel lenders into providing products for specific groups. If the amendment is intended to require the current holders of these mortgages to offer new products, this would require of firms that do not currently have the lending expertise, systems or regulatory permissions necessary to offer new mortgage products to do so. However, in opposing this amendment today, I want to reiterate once again my commitment to continue to find further practical, proportionate options for affected borrowers supported by facts and evidence, as I've done over the last 3 years. But equally, I do not want to give false assurances today, or indeed false hope, for the sake of political expediency, especially when it's likely that there is a limit to what further action the government can take to support these borrowers. Be happy to give way.
Very grateful. Could we agree a basic principle that identical borrowers, he used the example of two similar borrowers in similar situations, should be treated exactly the same? One shouldn't be treated better than the other. Will he agree to a principle that if you are a UK borrower in the same financial situation, whether you're with an active lender or an inactive lender, the treatment of those individuals should be the same, the options should be the same, the deals should be the same?
I'd be very happy to seek to find solutions for those mortgage holders of active and inactive lenders. But the Honourable Gentleman must recognise that different individuals have different characteristics, different LTVs, different credit histories, different income flows, different histories in their financial situation, and those cannot be factored out. But I am absolutely committed to this issue, and it is in this spirit that I announce today that the Treasury will work with the FCA. That means work with them on a review to their existing data on mortgage prisoners to ensure we have further detail on the characteristics of those borrowers who have mortgages with inactive firms and are unable to switch despite being up to date with their mortgage payments. The FCA will also review the effect of its recent interventions to remove regulatory barriers to switching for mortgage prisoners and will report by the end of November. And I will lay a copy of that review before Parliament. Now, I know the honourable gentleman, the member for Thirsk-and-Moulton, who's done so much excellent work in this area, championing the cause of mortgage prisoners, may wish to bring proposals sooner than that. And of course, I have always made myself available to members across the House to look constructively at any solution that has merit. But the Treasury will use the results of the review that I've just set out to establish whether there are further possible solutions that can be found for these borrowers that are practical and proportionate. And recognising the significant constraints that I have noted above, I want to reassure this House, and indeed the other place, that as the Minister responsible for this area, this Government will continue to urgently seek any further solutions that may provide support to borrowers with inactive lenders that are unable to switch. But as I've said, they must be practical and proportionate. And in addition, I am grateful to the active lenders who have come forward to offer options to these borrowers. I am also committing today to write to active lenders and urge them and the wider industry to go even further and to look at what more they can do to ensure as many borrowers as possible benefit from these options. Now, I hope that I have convinced the House that this amendment in this form is not the right solution to such a complex issue. I hope I have also demonstrated my personal commitment and the Government's commitment to continue to seek sensible and workable solutions. I now turn to two amendments tabled by Lord Holmes of Richmond, which the Government was pleased to support. Amendments 9 and 13 introduce an exemption for cashback without a purchase so that it will no longer be a regulated payment service. This means that it will be brought into line with the regulatory treatment of cashback with a purchase, and this removes a significant burden for firms who want to offer this service. Where the service is offered, a local business, such as a corner shop, cafe or pub, will be able to provide cash to a customer without having to make an accompanying purchase. This change will take effect 2 months following royal assent. And I'm happy to take this opportunity to deliver this change through this bill, a change that was only became possible as a result of leaving the EU. But these amendments are only one of the steps required to protect access to cash and ensure that cash infrastructure is available long-term for the millions of people across this country for whom this access remains important every day. The Government is committed to legislating and will continue to work on this important issue. And I will now turn to the remainder of the amendments before us today, which were tabled by the Government. Members of this House will recall my commitment to act quickly following the publication of the Woolard Review at committee stage and to enable buy now, pay later products to be brought into the scope of regulation, if that was what that review had recommended. That review is now concluded, and so Amendment 6 provides the necessary powers to bring buy now, pay later products into FCA regulation in a proportionate manner. This, as I said, was a matter that was discussed at length, extensively in our earlier consideration of the bill, and I hope that the honourable member for Walthamstow will be pleased to see that the Government is acting. The role of the financial services sector in tackling climate change was the subject of significant and passionate debate in both Houses. And as I have detailed previously, the Government and regulators are both committed to ensuring the sector plays its part. Amendments 16, 17, 18, 19 require the PRA and FCA to consider the 2050 carbon target in relation to the Climate Change Act 2008 when making prudential rules under the accountability framework set out in this bill. The amendments also delay this application of mandatory climate change considerations to the 1st of January 2022 to avoid any delay in implementing these vital prudential regimes. Turning to Amendment 7, this amendment makes a minor change to the market abuse regulation to ensure that personal data collected for the purposes this regulation can be retained for longer than 5 years where appropriate. And without this action, the FCA would have had to begin deleting vital data from July this year, posing risks to the ability of the FCA to investigate and prosecute complex cases of market abuse. The GDPR protections for personal data will still apply. Finally, I come on to Amendments 2 to 5, 10 to 12, 14, 15, 20 and 21. And they remove Northern Ireland from the scope of the relevant parts of Clause 34 and Schedule 12 and make changes to Clauses 44 and 45 to give effect to this. During the passage of the bill, it became clear that despite the best efforts of ministers and officials from the Treasury and the Northern Ireland Executive, legislative consent motions for the relevant parts of the bill will not be completed in time. And so, in line with the Sewell Convention, the Government tabled these amendments to ensure that Government is not legislating for Northern Ireland without their consent. I am grateful to the Lords for the improvements made to the bill, but hope that this House will approve the Government's motions in relation to Amendments 1 and 8. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. Pat McFadden.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And let me begin by thanking their Lordships for the work they did in consideration of the bill. In particular, I'd like to thank Lords Tunnicliffe and Eatwell, who led for the opposition during those stages of debate. I want to start tonight with some of the areas where we're going to agree with what the House of Lords has done with the bill. Amendments 16 to 19 make the UK's net zero targets part of the remit of the financial services regulators. We moved similar amendments, both at committee and report stage of the bill's proceedings in this House. And both times, the Minister led MPs on the benches opposite to vote them down. Indeed, when this House last discussed the bill on the 13th of January, the Minister said, and I quote, "I do not believe that regulators should be required to have regard to broader questions that are not so closely related to prudential standards." So what was it that led to this Damascene conversion? What happened between the 13th of January and now to make the Minister do a U-turn and support amendments which he and his party voted down repeatedly in the Commons? Mr Deputy Speaker, there are many reasons in this House to oppose legislative propositions, but not invented here has to be one of the weakest ones. We have argued throughout the passage of this bill that financial services are a vital part of the drive towards net zero, including the work of the regulators. There was no good reason for the Government to oppose this during the earlier debates of the bill. Every sector of the economy will have to adapt to this change, and it will be for members opposite to explain to their own constituents why they voted these amendments down. We also welcome Amendment 6 on the regulation of buy now, pay later firms, a cause championed with characteristic energy and determination by my honourable friend, the member for Walthamstow. Again, this is something we called for during the common stages of the bill and which the Government voted against at report stage of those proceedings. As financial services innovate, so must the regulatory boundaries. This was recommended by the Woolard report published in February, and we welcome its inclusion here. The new clause inserted will just be the first stage of this process, and the FCA will have to decide exactly how this will be done. And given the enormous growth in the use of these platforms over the past year or two, it's important that the regulator gets on with this as soon as possible. Amendment 9 deals with cashback without purchase. There's been a significant decline in the use of cash during the pandemic, with a big move to contactless payments and payments online. And we understand this has many benefits for consumers. Indeed, the pandemic has been called the Great Acceleration in many ways that it's influenced our behaviour. But despite that acceleration, there will still be a proportion of the population who need cash, both for payments and for budgeting purposes. The Government promised to legislate on this issue at the budget last year, and since then, it's felt like this is an ownerless problem, with the banks, Link, the ATM providers the regulator and the Treasury all somewhere on the pitch, but no one really gripping the situation. Cashback without purchase might be part of the answer, but that alone does not fulfil the government's commitment to ensure a nationwide system of free-to-use access to cash. We cannot allow innovation in payments to mean the lowest income households in the country having to pay for access to their own money. So when will the government get a grip of this situation and bring forward a proper plan for access to cash, even in a world where the total number of transactions paid for in cash declines? Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to perhaps the more contentious issues before us this evening. For many years, consumer groups have campaigned for a duty of care for financial services providers. And the reason they've done so is because of the enormous imbalance of information between the sellers of these products and the purchasers. If you add to that imbalance financial incentive to sell, then you have the seeds of many of the mis-selling scandals that we've seen, with all the distress those have caused to individuals, plus, of course, the lengthy and extremely expensive processes of redress that the industry has then had to establish. So wouldn't it be better to avoid the push selling of inappropriate products in the first place? That is the idea behind a duty of care. Its aim is to change the question in the seller's mind from is it legal to is it right? And the amendment passed in the Lords would empower the FCA to introduce such a duty. Now, the Minister says he's not convinced, and he proposes instead a consultation by the FCA on the matter in the amendment in lieu before us this evening. Of course there will be scepticism about this, because there have been consultations on this before and nothing's happened. But we accept that this commitment, with the timetable set out, is a step forward. And there would have to be a consultation before any such duty could be brought forward in any case. So we would encourage all of those consumer groups and everyone with a concern about this to take part in the consultation that's been set out by the Minister. And this brings me to the final issue of mortgage prisoners. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've been living through a period of historically low interest rates, and few people would have predicted that 13 years after the financial crash, interest rates would be at their lowest levels in modern times. For governments, including our own government, that has enabled the financing of large deficits. For mortgage holders, at least the vast majority of mortgage holders, it's given them access to long-term fixed rates at a low level, enabling them to pay down debt and to finance their home ownership. Indeed, one of the policy aims of low interest rates is to help people to pay down debt. But there is one group that has been excluded from the ability to fix their mortgages at low rates, and that is those mortgage prisoners stuck on high standard variable rates with little or no ability to switch to competitive mortgage rates available elsewhere in the market. Now, that's not how it started for most of these borrowers. They borrowed from regulated high street lenders like Northern Rock, who were considered robust institutions at the time that they took out these mortgages. But since then, some of these lenders have gone bust. Their mortgages have been sold on to inactive lenders, and they've become stuck, often at the cost of paying thousands of pounds more per year than would be the case at a more competitive rate. There are an estimated 250,000 borrowers in this position. Now, the Minister quoted some figures tonight about how much extra people were paying and how that 250,000 was broken down. Some of these figures are disputed by the APPG for mortgage prisoners. Let's take this 0.4% that he cited. He said that, on average, people were only paying 0.4% above average SVRs elsewhere. That is disputed by the APPG, and they estimate that mortgage prisoners have in fact been paying an average of 1.33% above the average SVR available according to the Bank of England. And remember, in the mortgage market in general, only a small minority of borrowers are on SVRs. Most people are on a 2-year or a 5-year fixed rate. That is how the UK mortgage market works for most people. The Minister says half of these borrowers could switch now if they want to. But when these affordability changes were brought in, the FCA assumed it would only be a fraction of this number. And whoever's right, the question must be posed, why have so few of them switched if they have the ability to do so? It can't be because they like being stuck on a rate of 4% or more. Nor is it the case that all of these borrowers are somehow at the top end of loan-to-value ratios. 3/4 of mortgage prisoners have loan-to-value ratios of less than 75%, and that figure was calculated before the increase in house prices over the last year or so. The government claims that 70,000 mortgage prisoners are in arrears and couldn't switch even if they were allowed to. But let's look at what's happened when borrowers with active lenders have been allowed to switch. For someone with a mortgage of £165,000, the Mortgage Prisoners Group estimates they'll have paid an extra £24,000 over the past decade compared to the Bank of England average SVR. In individual cases with active lenders, where borrowers have been able to switch, the effects have been huge. The APPG cites the case of a borrower with the TSB who saw her rate reduced from 4.69% to 1.99%, and her payment go down from £928 a month to £397, saving around £500 per month. This is transformative for the family finances of those involved. The release in pressure and the freedom conferred by a change in monthly finances like that makes a massive difference to people's lives. And those who have benefited from being able to switch in this way talk of a great weight being lifted from their shoulders, and no wonder. What the amendment aims to do is to take the benefits of the low interest rate environment that the government and most mortgage borrowers have been able to use and extend those benefits to these borrowers who've been paying over the odds for the past 13 years. It would only apply to those who are up to date with their payments or who've missed no more than one monthly payment in the past year. Now, the Minister cited the LSE report, and the financial journalist Martin Lewis, who backed that report, has spent the last 2 days encouraging this House to support the Lord's amendment. And the LSE report cited a number of other things that the government hasn't done. Government equity loans, removing together loans, a particularly difficult product in this area, partial loan write-offs, mortgage rescue schemes. The government hasn't acted on any of this. Now, the Minister takes issue with the drafting of the amendment, but here's the difference. Unlike the issue of duty of care, the government hasn't tabled an amendment in lieu. It's not come forward with an alternative legislative proposal. And if it was just about drafting with the same intention, that avenue was open to the government this evening. But the Treasury chose not to take it. And that means, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will be supporting the Lord's amendment and voting against the government proposal to strike it down. And whatever the outcome of all this is, surely it is time for the government to do more to ensure that those stuck on high SVRs through no fault of their own can have access to more of the mortgage products available on the market, which could make such a difference to their finances and to their lives. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for calling me to contribute to this debate relating to the amendments that come from the other place. Now, there is no doubt that this bill is a major step in our post-Brexit world, enabling us to take responsibility for our own financial services regulation. This is an area of the economy that is important to us all, for several reasons: the revenue the sector raises from public services, the jobs it creates, and the impact the sector has on our financial stability and global presence. Now, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, and my honourable friend, the Minister, has rightly set ambitious targets and objectives to develop the sector for the United Kingdom. We all know the impact the Big Bang had in the 1980s, which elevated the UK to leading global position in this field. But it's also fair to say that some challenges stem from such radical change, and this is why I am pleased that at the heart of this bill is the need to enhance our prudential standards and commitments to maintain the highest regulatory standards as well. Now, Amendments 16 to 19 are welcome amendments in that they extend the reach of the Prudential Regulatory Authority and the Financial Conduct Authority to take account of our climate change commitments. This shows how serious the Government is, but contributes our regulatory standards and expectations and enhancing our reputation globally, both in our attitude to climate change and strong financial regulation. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendment 7 and the string of amendments relating to the Proceeds of Crime Act are also welcome and updates legislation to ensure that they remain fit for purpose in the fight against market abuse and the fight against crime, recognising the status of legislative consent in relation to Northern Ireland specifically. But within the limited time available, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to focus on Amendment 8 that relates to people trapped within their current inactive mortgage providers, mortgage prisoners. We need to recognise the seriousness of this issue and the circumstances in which people find themselves. Like many members across the House, we all have constituents who are paying higher interest rates on their mortgages than would otherwise be necessary. Now, although I'm optimistic about the economy, it's fair to say that there remains much uncertainty, and developing solutions for people in this situation who could potentially save thousands of pounds deserves full and proper consideration. Now, it's been suggested that there are 250,000 people in this situation, although others challenge this by highlighting that many can already switch providers, and that is absolutely true, and that others are restricted because of arrears and a myriad of complex reasons. Whatever the data says, the reality is that if you are an individual that falls into this situation where you are paying over the odds, it is inevitable that you want to gain a better deal or the best deal possible, and that we as Members of Parliament have an obligation to support in a range of ways. But in doing so, we must also recognise the hardship and the complexity of the individual cases. Now, in spite of recognising that solutions need to be developed and worked through, and recognising the positive motives behind those who tabled Amendment 8, I don't think that it would achieve what many believe it would, or what many claim. It is simplistic in the way it is written, and it would be merely a short-term fix. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to see long-term solutions to these challenges to these individuals and families. Even consumer commentators and the London School of Economics' research recognise that it would only be a short-term stopgap, not the longer-term answer that we would like to see. Intervention in the market for some people would create issues and sets precedents that may not have been fully thought through. And ultimately, I believe that we need to be working to gain market solutions that, in effect, will be the long-term answer that people deserve. And I welcome the comments that the Minister made from the dispatch box during his introductory remarks. He absolutely recognises the challenges that people face, and the commitment to work with the Financial Conduct Authority is excellent news and offers that potential of a long-term solution in these circumstances. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, an effective market solution would not be the one-size-fits-all approach that Amendment 8 has suggested. We also need to recognise the complexity that the Minister and the Financial Conduct Authority will have to deal with, because of the unique circumstances that each and every individual will find themselves. The reality is that answering these very serious issues with far-reaching effects on the families tied in such circumstances requires a number of solutions depending on the individual circumstances that genuinely reflects the complexity. Amendment 8 has been presented as a simple answer, but as I've said, this requires much more work and much more study, and I'm grateful that the Minister has responded with the calls that have come from across the House, but clearly builds on the work that he's been pursuing up until this stage. And in that, I ask the Minister to continue to respond to the amendments proposing that continue to respond to members proposing the amendment to recognise the complexity of the situation. Now, although I'm challenging the Minister in what I hope is a positive way, I want to recognise the changes that he has introduced so far. The changes to the mortgage affordability assessments have had a significant impact. This has made a major change, the prospect of supporting a group of people with a more effective market-based answer than Amendment 8 in itself would have offered. And it's this type of solution that offers the long-term answer that we need in this. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to act to support mortgage prisoners, but I don't think Amendment 8 achieves this. There are many people in very many different circumstances, and I don't think that Amendment 8 recognises all of the circumstances that exist, and it will not deliver what many people believe that it will achieve. There are a myriad of complex situations, and I would also say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that it would take time for Amendment 8 to become effective, even if it was passed today. And I would say to the Minister that we can use this time to come up with alternative long-term solutions. Now, I hadn't expected the Minister to come forward with the response that he made at the dispatch box, which commits to doubling his efforts with the Financial Conduct Authority and even setting a specific timescale. And I think that that recognises the urgency, whilst also managing expectations of the challenges and the work that they are committing to doing. So I think that we are using the time, as I was planning to call for, to come up with long-term answers rather than the short-term fix Amendment 8 claims to provide. Thank you.
Lydia Ling. Alison Pewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I would very much like to speak in support of Lord's Amendment 1 on the duty of care. And as the Minister will recall, this was something that we'd raised at the previous stages of the bill and committee on the floor of the House, because we think that financial services duty of care really is never more needed than it is just now, given the difficulties that people have had in the past year, the impact of coronavirus, of long COVID, and the Minister's proposals are in consultation, really, just to kick the can down the road until August 2022, giving our constituents quite some time before they can get the duty of care that I think we all would agree they deserve. And this amendment would in particular help those not just suffering from the effects of COVID, but those suffering from cancer, which is quite supported by Macmillan Cancer Support. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 4 out of 5 people with cancer are affected financially, on average being £570 a month worse off as a result of their diagnosis. And without the support to manage this financial impact, money worries can quite easily spiral out of control. And Macmillan estimates that more than a third of people with cancer, 39%, are severely impacted by their diagnosis. And of those, 1 in 3 had to take out a loan or go into credit card debt. And Macmillan's very clear ambition is that every person affected by cancer can rely on their financial services provider to give the support that they need and to cope with the financial impact of a diagnosis. But at the moment, there's a clear gap in the service, because only 11% of people tell their bank about that diagnosis. Now, why is that? Is it because they don't think that they will get a fair hearing from their bank? Is it because they don't want to admit something like this to their bank because they feel there will be some kind of negative consequence to this? This tells me that the current rules as they stand are not working. It is a patchwork, and you might have good luck to have a financial services provider who is understanding, but that's not good guidance, and that doesn't help everybody. And people support there being a duty of care. Research by Financial Services Consumer Panel found that 92% of consumers, 99% of sole traders and 97% of small micro businesses believe it's important there's a duty of care in financial services, because many of them would be impacted as well if there was some health impact on them, because that would affect their business and the viability of that going forward too. And the duty of care is also supported by Age UK, the Alzheimer's Society, Fair by Design, the Money and Pension Service, Sanctions, Surviving Economic Abuse, and the Money Charity. And they believe this because a duty of care can lead to the necessary change in culture and practice. Customers should be able to easily access forbearance from their provider, including flexibility in mortgage payments and interest freezes and credit cards or loans without it damaging their credit files. And if we put this in place, it would prevent long-term harm and financial exclusion. And there should be a clearer path to compensation when things go wrong because a provider has failed in its duty of care, because that then leads to a standard that people can expect, and we can hold people to account when they don't meet that standard. And I think it would make a real difference if the government were to take this on. It's hugely disappointing that they don't wish to do so today. And there is still, I suppose, hope the government can change their mind right now and do this. But I think kicking it down the can until 2022, well, perhaps something will happen. That doesn't help people right here and right now. And I would very much urge the government to consider that and see if there's any way that they can bring this forward more quickly. Because a consultation, again, lots of evidence already exists around this issue. We don't need to go into further consultation to prove that the evidence is clearly there. In other areas where there is evidence that's slightly more contentious and disputed evidence is around Lord's Amendment 8 on mortgage prisoners. And the number of people affected seems to be part of this contention. And the Minister said that he follows the facts and the evidence, but in reality he's disregarding some of the facts and some of the evidence that don't suit his position. And as the Honourable Member for Wolverhampton South East also mentioned, that evidence is disputed. And while it may be that there are up to 250,000 people stuck on that standard variable rate, many of those people have also paid considerably over the odds in their mortgage payments. And there is a degree of a geographical impact too. Because of the location of Northern Rock, 14% of the people affected are in the North East, 16% in the North West, 12% in Yorkshire and Humberside, and 11% in Scotland. I think this is something that bears consideration too, because that's a disproportionate impact on a large and significant group of people and their families, and particularly, again, in the context of COVID and the challenges that many people will be facing, which have deepened this particular year. It really is incumbent on the government to bring forward some kind of solution here, because people are undoubtedly being let down again by the government and by this minister. People need solutions, and it's deeply frustrating that the minister is leaving people trapped with no solution. And it's a bit hollow, honestly, that he talks about practical options and practical solutions, but he doesn't say when. And unless he's prepared to say when these solutions are allowed to bring forward, perhaps in a financial services bill that we have had here with the best minds in the Treasury that could have been put to this, it doesn't really give people an awful lot of hope. And he talks against the notion of false hope, but really he is leaving many with no hope at all that there will be that real solution that they can see and that they will get that change. And I pay tribute to the all-party group and mortgage prisoners, to the Honourable Member for Thurston Malton, and for all who have worked so hard with this particular group. They deserve a solution from this government to this long-running issue, and they deserve that solution now. The SNP were glad to see some move on cashback to be extended, particularly because access to cash is an issue that was missing again from this bill. It would have been a perfectly good place to put the wider issues around access to cash. And this may help, to some degree, help keep money in local communities. But many communities are facing the situation where they don't have banking facilities for business banking at all either. And this is part of that wider picture, that wider problem. So I'd like to ask the Minister, when he comes to sum up, what conversations he's had with business representatives on the practicalities of this. Will it mean that small businesses will have to hold more cash to allow for cashback to be provided as a service? And what are the costs and the implications for that? It would be useful to have just that wee bit more practical information on this. On the issues of buy now, pay later, again, I pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Walthamstow. He was absolutely brilliant on this in the Bill Committee. The timing of the Woolard review, I guess, wasn't helpful in bringing forward things more ahead in the bill, but I'm glad to see that action is being proposed now, and I hope very much that this action will happen swiftly, as there has been a massive proliferation of buy now, pay later companies. Any website you click on to buy something now, that's what pops up, and the government have a real job in their hands to try and regulate this and to try and make sure that our consumers, our constituents, are kept safe from this. As I mentioned, it's the Bill Committee. There seems to be a disproportionate impact on young women as well, who are buying things on these websites. And I would ask the government to do a lot more analysis on who this affects and how best they can put in legislation that will protect everybody. I also welcome any movements to improve the regulations around climate change, because with COP26 hopefully happening this year in my constituency, I'm very keen to see this government take a leading role and doing more to make sure that financial institutions take their responsibilities seriously in tackling climate change. There's a lot more that could be done around this, and everybody needs to take the responsibility and play their part if we are actually to tackle climate change and to get meaningful progress on this issue. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would close and say it would be nice if opposition amendments could be taken on board more often, indeed at all, by this government, because there is so much that can be done in areas reserved to this Parliament, where the Scottish Parliament would also like to act and cannot do so. And I hope very much that somebody soon in Scotland will not have to wait for a UK Treasury Minister to act. We will be able to do so ourselves with the proper powers of an independent nation to protect our own people and to build a fairer, more inclusive, more prosperous nation. Thank you.
Gareth Davis.
Mr Deputy Speaker, you will be pleased to know that I will be keeping my remarks incredibly focused and brief tonight, entirely on Amendment 8, which I'm afraid I cannot support. But let me first of all congratulate and thank the Minister, the Economic Secretary, for all of his hard work in bringing this bill through so eloquently and in such a detailed way today. Particularly his remarks around Amendment 8, which I will just re-emphasise for the House this evening. He set out very clearly that there are 250,000 people with inactive lenders, of which 120,000 are unable to switch. Of that, 70,000 who are in arrears, which means that they are unable to meet the risk criteria of other lenders. But it is worth pointing out, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the government are taking action to help financially vulnerable people, help financially people with financial difficulty with mortgages through, for example, the Breathing Space scheme, which helps enhance legal protection for borrowers, but also through the Pro-Action Protocol, which essentially puts repossession at the last of the queue as a last resort for borrowers. But the centrepiece of this amendment is, of course, the cap on SVRs, and I entirely agree with the Minister and many others in the market who suggest that this is unfair to borrowers with active lenders. But most significantly, this would represent a significant and radical intervention in private markets. It would represent a serious risk to financial stability, as the Treasury and the Minister have outlined. The ability for lenders to adjust SVRs according to market conditions is absolutely critical to enable them to have a risk-based approach to market conditions. Taking that away will make those lenders more vulnerable to financial shocks, for example, like a future financial crisis, which none of us want. This is a significant issue. The Treasury have said it, but also the London School of Economics, as many speakers have already outlined, have said that they do not support a cap on SVRs. The Right Honourable Gentleman, the member opposite for Wolverhampton, has outlined that Martin Lewis backed the LSE report, but he has also said that a cap on SVR would be imperfect and a temporary stopgap. That is not a ringing endorsement, and for the reasons I've outlined, I cannot simply support this amendment.
Have you concluded? Are you giving away?
You finished? Video link. Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to start by paying tribute to Rachel Neal and the Mortgage Prisoners Group for their incredible resilience and the way they've worked for the last 2 years with the APPG on mortgage prisoners, which I co-chair, to help get a pragmatic solution to the problems we know that they face. And also to my constituent, Mohammed Masood, who first brought this issue to my attention after his family's own experience, a situation after so many years which is still ongoing. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak in support of Lord's Amendment number 8, which would provide immediate relief to up to 250,000 mortgage prisoners. The FCA's estimate by capping standard variable rates and ensuring that they could access fixed rate deals. The arguments for this were made very powerfully and movingly in the other place, and indeed by my honourable friend from the front bench tonight. The Minister said he wants to be guided by the facts, and I thank him for his commitment for addressing this issue. But perhaps I can share some other data and interpretation of the same facts, and why I and others believe that the solution proposed in Amendment 8 would indeed be both proportionate and practical. The 250,000 mortgage prisoners took out their mortgages prior to the financial crisis with fully regulated high street banks like Northern Rock. They were then kept trapped on high standard variable rates before being sold to mortgage loan sharks like Cerberus, Tulip and Heliodor. The amendment applies a cap on the standard variable rate for mortgage prisoners with inactive lenders and unregulated entities and ensures that they can access fixed rate deals. It is a targeted intervention and would have no impact on the wider market of active lenders, such as the main high street banks, which compete to offer their existing customers new deals. The margins on these Northern Rock mortgages increased significantly after the financial crisis. As interest rates available to people at active lenders fell, the government kept mortgage prisoners on high SVRs and then sold them off to inactive lenders and vulture funds, who also kept them on high SVRs. Prior to the financial crisis, the gap between the Northern Rock SVR and the base rate was 2.09%. Since 2009, it has been 4.29% above the base rate. When the government sold on the loans, it gave some of the purchasers, such as Tulip mortgages, complete discretion on interest rate policy after 12 months. Protections for later packages of mortgages sold only required the SVR to be kept at the level of the third highest of a basket of 15 SVRs, which was higher than the current rate charged to mortgage prisoners. If mortgage prisoners were entitled to new deals on the same basis as other customers, then the average rate they would be paying would be 1.8%, below the level of the proposed SVR cap of 2.1%. The Minister suggested that the SVRs paid by mortgage prisoners are just 0.4% higher than SVRs at other lenders. As I said at report stage, our case studies, which includes nurses, teachers, members of the armed forces and small business people, tell another story. It is inappropriate to compare the rates that borrowers with inactive lenders are currently paying with those by SVR customers at other active lenders. If mortgage prisoners were with an active lender and up to date with payments, they would have access to a product transfer giving them a lower fixed rate. The Treasury has said that this amendment cannot be supported because it would not be fair to borrowers in the active market. But more than 75% of borrowers in the active market move off the SVR within 6 months as they are able to access a new deal. Mortgage prisoners have been stuck on high SVRs for over 10 years. Their mortgages were sold by the government without their consent and without the proper protections. People trapped on these high interest rates don't have much chance to reduce the amount they owe. This means that when their mortgage finishes, when they are in their 60s or 70s, these mortgage loan sharks often put pressure on them to sell and threaten to repossess their home. The FCA and government claim to have helped mortgage prisoners by changing the rules on affordability tests. but there has been very slow take-up of these new flexibilities. The FCA's cost-benefit analysis published when the rules were proposed estimated that somewhere between 2,000 and 14,000 mortgage prisoners would actually switch using the new rules. The APPG has received reports from campaign groups that only 40 mortgage prisoners have been able to switch so far. Mr Deputy Speaker, mortgage prisoners have been neglected for over 10 years. Families have been destroyed and homes have been lost. While the Minister commissions yet another review, every month mortgage prisoners struggle to make their monthly payment due to high interest rates. The delays will mean more homes will be lost. As consumer champion Martin Lewis has said, an SVR cap on closed book mortgages would provide immediate emergency relief to those at most risk of financial ruin. No one should underestimate the threat to well-being and even lives if this doesn't happen and happens soon. We welcome support for this amendment from Martin Lewis and from Surviving Economic Abuse. The government has the option of coming up with an alternative proposal to provide relief that mortgage prisoners so desperately need. So far, it has failed to do so. That is why I hope that all colleagues will support Lord's Amendment 8 tonight. Thank you.
Kevin Hollandray.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yes, I would like to speak to Amendment 8. Listen very carefully to the Minister's comments on this, and he's engaged across the House on a very frequent basis on this issue. And I know this challenge is not of his making. It's not even this government's making. But it is the government of the day. It's the government of the day's responsibility to solve this, because this was a problem of a government making, and indeed a Conservative government making, early of a coalition government making. So we're absolutely duty-bound to find a solution here. I've heard lots of comments in the speeches, very good speeches, making some very fine points about markets and about intervention in markets. And I'm somebody who absolutely believes in markets. It's revolutionised my life, and I've seen it revolutionise many others. How much wealth it creates, how many jobs it creates, how many opportunities it creates, and what a great job markets do for consumers in terms of driving down prices and driving up service. But there is no market here. This is an extreme example of market failure. People who, inactive lenders, do not set their SVRs based upon the recruitment of new customers, which is what should happen in a marketplace. I don't think it's defensible to say we can't intervene in this way in terms of SVR cap because it's an intervention in markets. I do not think the two things are compatible. Just in terms of an example, the Economic Secretary of the Treasury set out an example of two similar customers, and we should treat both those customers the same. And I agree with that principle, absolutely agree with that principle. Can I just give him an example of how iniquitous this is? As somebody who I have the permission of, Louise Womble, who is a member of the Mortgage Prisoner Action Group, led by, very ably by Rachel Neal, who has also done fantastic work in this. She is with Landmark, so sold off, I think, owned by Cerberus, the regulated entity is Landmark, an inactive lender. She's on 5.19%. She's got 2 years left on her mortgage. She's divorced. Her husband left 10 years ago, paid nothing towards the mortgage. She's got cancer. In 2 years' time, because the inactive lenders won't renew that mortgage, they won't extend that mortgage, there's no requirement to do that, she'll lose her home. If Louise was with an active lender, that active lender, assuming she wasn't in arrears, which I have no reason to suspect she is, would be on something more like 2% or 2.5%. A huge amount of difference in terms of the payments that have been made over the last 10, 12 years, something like £30,000, £40,000. And, of course, as an active lender, Louise would be given the chance to stay in that property until maybe she's in her 70s and then probably take an equity loan. So she won't be forced out of her home. A massive difference in terms of two potentially identical borrowers. We cannot countenance that unfairness. And I agree with him about fairness. I agree with him about the parallels, the description of two identical borrowers that he described. But we must look at this also, because we did create this problem. And of course, others created it, Northern Rock, in terms of irresponsible lending, Bradford and Bingley and others. But we gave the job of disposing of those loan books to UK Asset Resolution. And of course, when they decided to dispose of loan books, and the first one back in, I think, in 2016, to Cerberus, they took some assurances from Cerberus that these people would be able to access new deals and would be able to access fixed rates and would be able to even take further advances. And when that didn't happen, they wrote to John McFall, who was the then chair of the Select Committee, to say that they'd been misled, but at the time they had no reason to disbelieve Cerberus. And I've got to say, some very clever people, no doubt, on UK Asset Resolution looking after this, but that was pretty naive. I mean, in the end of the day, and I believe in business, I believe business is a force for good, but nevertheless, to simply trust, take this on trust that Cerberus would do the right thing by these borrowers was terribly naive. I think it was Charlie Munger, who's Warren Buffett's right-hand man, who said, "Show me the incentive, I'll show you the outcome." And I think clearly the incentive for Cerberus and the like is to extract maximum value from their portfolios without worrying about reputational risk. And of course, Louise, I was talking about earlier, Louise is one of actually, I think, about 500,000 people, I would guess. We're talking about 250,000 people. It's mortgages, it's households, it's not people. And all the people in that household are affected by this issue. So potentially a cohort up to 500,000 people. Of course, everybody's in a different situation. But by the FCA's own analysis, the current provisions, the current changes we've made, and I welcome any changes that will relieve some people from this situation, will only help between 2,000 and 14,000 people. So let's say it's a mid-range of 8,000 people. We are probably looking at a maximum of 5% of the cohort. So 95% of people in this situation will not be helped. And we are making things worse. We just sold another loan book off where 89% of the people in that loan book are on 4.5% or greater, some over 5%. So, again, the iniquity continues. And the iniquity doesn't just apply to people who are up to date with payments, because, say, if you're basically all this occurred because of the change in affordability rules following the global financial crisis. So we said at that point in time people had borrowed too much, and therefore in the future, to access deals, people would have to be on more modest borrowings, more sensible affordability criteria, which is perfectly sensible. But then we realised, of course, lots of people wouldn't be able to remortgage, and the UK is unique in the Western world. Andrew Bailey said this, the UK is unique. Most of us on fixed rates, and that's how we keep our borrowing, our payment levels low. And we realised lots of people wouldn't be able to access fixed rate deals. So the mortgage conduct of business rules were changed at that point in time, 2012, to say if you are already borrowing and you're not in arrears and you don't want any further monies, the affordability tests do not apply to you. So you're an active lender, you can refinance and continue on your fixed rate deal if you're with an active lender. Not, of course, if you're an inactive lender, because those people do not offer new mortgages, do not offer new fixed rates, even though we thought they would when we sold it off to them. So it's one of these basic iniquities in people who are not in arrears. It's also unfair to people who are in arrears. And we know we say, well, if you're in arrears, you'd be in the same situation with an inactive lender as you are with an active lender. But that is not the case, because with an active lender, their rules are far more flexible. For example, they will let you capitalise the arrears to get you out of arrears, and then you can go to new deals. And of course, if you've been paying a lower amount, either through a fixed rate or a lower SVR, you will have lower arrears. It's bound to be easier to move from one deal, from a more expensive deal, to a cheaper deal. So, and then, of course, what we tried to do when we sold these loan books off is look after the public finances, and who can argue that's not the right thing to do? But there has to be a balance between what's right for our public finances and what is effectively consumer detriment. And I wonder, looking back, It wasn't the Minister who wasn't about at the time when this happened, of course, whether that balance was right. I feel we got that balance entirely wrong. So I guess the key is how we move forward. The SVR cap, and people here have said that this is not the right thing to do. His comment's been made this is a stopgap, and I don't think anybody would argue it's not anything other than a stopgap. It's a stopgap until we get to a long-term solution that we all want to bring forward. So if you're paying 5%, I doubt you'd consider it a stopgap to move down to 2% or 2.1%. But there is no doubt it is a nuclear option. When we've talked about this on the APPG, we've always said it's a nuclear option and really there to try and precipitate a good response, either from our regulators or from the lenders or indeed the Treasury to resolve this problem. So yes, a nuclear option, but also brutally simple and very effective in terms of solving lots of problems. But I can see the arguments why not, of course. It may be that foreign investors, to coin a phrase, would regard us as an unreliable boyfriend if we then sold the loan book off and then restricted the rates that could be charged on that loan book. And I'm very reassured by the conversations I've had today with the Treasury, including the Minister, the Economic Secretary of the Treasury and the Chancellor today, that the determination to find a solution, a renewed effort to do that. And they have shown a willingness to be innovative in the past with things like the mortgage guarantee scheme that recently rolled out. So I'm willing to take on trust that the Minister will work with myself and work with other stakeholders, such as the Mortgage Prisoner Action Group and others, and to find an holistic solution that works for inactive borrowers with inactive lenders and with active lenders, and that we can bring forward solutions on a very as quickly as possible, as rapid as solutions as possible. I am happy not to support the amendment on that basis, not to vote with the government on that basis. It's the closest I've ever been in 6 years doing this job to voting against the government. But nevertheless, I'm reassured by the conversations I've had with the Minister, and I'm willing to work with him to try and make sure we can bring solutions on as rapid a basis as possible to solve the plight of many tens and even hundreds of thousands of people.
Video link. Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. May I start by associating myself with the powerful speech by my colleague, the member Feltham and Hestons, and a sense of, I understand where the previous speaker has just come from, but I really truly believe that we could make some progress on this issue this evening, and that would be of great benefit to many, many people affected by this issue. So I certainly will be supporting these amendments tonight. We know how important this legislation is, and I do want to pay tribute to the Minister, who I know has been listening to those concerns throughout the Financial Services Bill. And the comments I want to make tonight are on two particular areas where I would like and I would hope that he might be able to tell us further information. We know this matters desperately because of between a fifth and a quarter of adults have experienced a reduction in income in the last year. That's mainly due to furloughing, but it's also the self-employed. So getting right our financial services as we come out of the pandemic will be absolutely crucial to helping make sure that people are not stuck in interminable circles of debt. Indeed, we knew that already 1 in 5 people are struggling to pay for housing, food and energy, and they're unable to meet their credit commitments. This has now risen to 2/3 amongst people who'd already been suffering from financial problems before the lockdown. There's never been a more important time to get right how we regulate our financial services. Step Change point out that 26% of those affected by coronavirus have borrowed money to make ends meet, usually using their credit cards or indeed an overdraft facility. So there's been at least £3.3 billion of new debt taken on since the start of the crisis. And the question for us is this bill going to do enough to make sure that that credit is at a fair and affordable price for people? Given that 6 million Britons have already fallen behind on a household bill, this is a question for the state as well, for our economy. Indeed, it's particularly mothers, lone parents, those from black and ethnic minority backgrounds, the young and the disabled who are most at risk of debt. In April, a quarter of all mothers from minority community backgrounds reported that they were struggling to feed their children, and 32% of young women reported finding it hard to pay for essentials. That isn't just a financial problem, it's a mental health issue, and it's a mental health crisis coming to our country, with 1 in every 12 people who are over-indebted experiencing those mental health problems. And I know the Minister shares those concerns, and that's why he knows I've been perhaps a terrier when it comes to the buy now, pay later industry, because of my concern about the way in which they are engaging in lending to our communities. He knows the speed at which they have grown during this pandemic. The FCA themselves found that 11% of consumers in this country, roughly 5 million people, have used a BNPL product since the start of the COVID outbreak, and that many of them are saying that they're using buy now, pay later credit because they can't manage their financial distress without it, and that distress is directly related to the crisis. These companies have exploded. Within a year, ClearPay now has 1 million customers in the UK, lending to them on average 8 times a year. Klarna, perhaps the most well-known, reports a worldwide revenue for 2020 grew by 40% to $1 billion. And the founder of Lay-By expressed that a concern of surprise that fraud in the UK market was huge in comparison to New Zealand and Australia, just showing the problems of this industry coming and exploding at such a rate in our communities without regulation. Compare the market to tell us that buy now, pay later schemes are being used 35 times more, percent more than they were in the pandemic, with most of those customers telling us it's because they can't afford to make purchases outright. So we are a nation that has a massive debt bubble underneath our economy and a need to make sure that when these companies operate, they don't exacerbate it. Now, I welcome the Woolard review, which was clear that the buy now, pay later industry needs to be regulated because people were in financial distress and difficulty because of these products, and that they were not good value for money, that many of the things that their lobbyists had told MPs were simply not true. Indeed, it also found that consumers may not be applying the same level of scrutiny to their decision-making as they would for other credit companies, including the consideration of the potential consequences of failing to repay, because they weren't getting the right information. And the Minister will know we tried to tell him this throughout the start of the Financial Services Bill, about the case we needed to take to the Advertising Standards Authority about the way in which Klarna was advertising its products. So I welcome an amendment that does what we were trying to do through the bill to get these companies regulated. But the Minister will understand that I have some questions about this regulation, because looking at that context and the explosion of these companies, it is absolutely critical that we get this right. And I have to tell the Minister, I was very troubled to hear the Minister in the other place say that the government don't believe that all elements of the Consumer Credits Act 1974 should apply to the buy now, pay later industry, as it would be what he called disproportionate. So could the Minister tell us what sets this industry apart and the problems that we've seen already from other forms of credit, so that it does not need regulation the same way that other credit providers do? That what would be disproportionate about applying the Consumer Credit Act? And in particular, what factors he has assessed with regard to consumer detriment, and how he has determined that that regulation is not in the consumer's best interest. Can he tell us bluntly and simply now that if this bill goes through and it becomes an act, what form of redress will consumers have? Because we know there are thousands of people who've complained about these companies. Will they be able to go to the Ombudsman service? And what standards will the Ombudsman be able to hold these companies to account for now? The Minister has stated that buy now, pay later is important to note that those products are interest-free, and thus they are inherently at lower risk from most other forms of borrowing. That was said in the other place. But the Woolard review itself pointed out that the service might be free to the consumer as long as the repayments are made on time, and it's the repayments that are the issue. The Woolard review stated that the exemption under the Consumer Credit Act was never intended for this kind of product, but only for short-term invoice deferral. So why is the government not taking on board what the Woolard review said and bringing that into this bill now to make sure that we properly protect consumers from these companies? Can the Minister tell us, will there more regulation of the buy now, pay later industries coming outside of the Financial Services Bill? Because we know that the industry is continuing to lobby hard. We've heard the words, we've seen the briefings, But, Minister, we need to know who is speaking for consumers in this, the thousands, millions of people in difficulty, in debt, and indebted to these sorts of companies. Who is meeting the government from those organisations as these proposals are crafted? And will he urge retailers to exercise caution until the proper regulations are in place? Will he hold the major companies, the H&Ms, the Marks and Spencers to account for promoting these companies so that we can keep consumers safe whilst this is resolved? This matters in the same way that access to cash matters, because as so many consumers have found, being limited in options means open to exploitation. And I fear this is not the end of the buy now, pay later industry issue, but just the start, Minister. And finally, I just want to say something about the net zero amendment, which I know for many of my constituents is a vital issue, because achieving this country's new target to cut its greenhouse gas emissions requires action across all parts of the economy. It's not just about retrofitting buildings or driving less or using solar power. It's also about the crucial things that our state can do, our regulatory bodies can do, and that we can do through our finance. And that's a lesson we can learn from many other countries around the world. So again, I have to be honest, I share the Shadow Minister's frustration that throughout the bill, we were proposing these measures on net zero and meeting resistance from government. Because as with the Buy Now, Pay Later amendments, had we agreed on these much earlier in the bill, we could be much further forward, not just in making sure that we are getting on track with our existing carbon commitments in the run-up to COP, but also in gaining the benefits that come from being a net zero economy. We do need that kind of fresh thinking. There is agreement across the House, whether it is on Buy Now, Pay Later industries or indeed on net zero. But I wish that the Minister had agreed with us much earlier to do this, because then we could be in the run-up to COP as leaders in this field, rather than playing catch-up. As we shift our country's resources away from importing fossil fuels and towards sustainable infrastructure and reskilling the workforce, the need for national income will grow. We know that it is a benefit to our economy as well as our society and indeed our children's future. I hope, therefore, that the Minister will use this as a springboard to go much further, that it's not just about individual regulators, but becoming that net zero economy and putting climate change and sustainability at the heart of our future COVID recovery. Tonight's amendment is a good step towards that, but it is just the start of a very clear pattern we need to build within our financial services to make sure that we are not just doing our bit in the UK, but we are world leaders. So I will support these amendments, and I hope the Minister takes it in the good and the spirit it's meant, that I will continue to lobby him about these issues, because I know he does want to get this right. But at present, we are still in a situation where there are still too many unknowns about what will happen next. And without that action, without that clear commitment, not just on tackling consumer detriment, but also tackling climate change, we will always be playing catch up. And our constituents need and deserve nothing less than us to take it forward and to be world leaders. Thank you.
Anthony Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll keep my remarks short because I know it's late and we've got a lot of work to do. There are many amendments to welcome from the other House, in particular the regulation of Buy Now, Pay Later by the FCA, where there's clear risk of consumer harm. The Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 is actually a remarkably ineffective piece of legislation, but actually it's absolutely right that it's extended to e-money, which is a clear loophole. Cashback without purchase, there is no risk of consumer detriment there. We need to increase access to cash. It's right that it's brought outside the remit of the FCA. Amendment 1, duty of care. I spent 5 years of my life trying to get the banking industry to improve the care given to vulnerable customers. There are clearly many consumer harms that carry on. I launched schemes actually in this House for the banking industry to help customers with cancer, with customers with Alzheimer's. And I'm very attracted to the idea of some sort of blanket duty of care. But I actually don't support this amendment for two reasons. One is that, as written, it's so wide-ranging that there would be clear, massive unintended consequences that even vulnerable customers would live to regret. But secondly, as the Minister said, the FCA actually already has very, very wide-ranging powers, almost certainly enough to deal with all the consumer harms that it needs to be dealt with. And I very much welcome the Government's move to push the FCA through its own amendments to look at how to reduce consumer harm and actually implement a really effective duty of care. And then Amendment 8 on mortgage prisoners. They absolutely need help. People have suffered massively through no fault of their own. lost tens of thousands of pounds, if not more. We've rehearsed all the arguments tonight for and against it. We do need to help them. We agree we need to help them. The question is, how do we do that? The cap of interest rates is, as people say, a sticking plaster. Even its supporters say it's a sticking plaster. It's a sticking plaster, and I can see the appeal of it, but it's a sticking plaster that comes at very, very great cost. It would actually be Parliament setting out in primary legislation interest rates. That could lead to huge unintended consequences in lots of ways. For example, the impact on financial stability that we heard about earlier on some of the firms, but it's also just an extraordinary precedent set, the government doing price controls in that way. And you don't have to be a historian of the 1970s to know of all the dangers of price controls. But it's also really not the solution that we need. If you're trapped in a horrible prison with your guards abusing you and you're very uncomfortable, do you want the prison to be made more comfortable, which is what this cap effectively is, and the guards to behave themselves, or do you want to get out of the prison? You want to get out of the prison. What we need to do is make sure that those people who are mortgage prisoners can actually move them to other mortgage providers. And I think that should really apply to all people who are mortgage prisoners in this way, including those who are actually in arrears, for the reasons that the member for Thirsk-Moulton said. This is very, very complicated stuff. There are lots of reasons why people can't move, whether it's their LTV values, it's their income stream, whether they're in arrears or whatever. It is absolutely right that they should be helped to go to regular mainstream mortgage lenders who are offering other supplies. And I very much welcome the government move to really push on that, working with the FCA. And I take it on trust their commitment to really push in that direction and get a solution to that for all the mortgage prisoners. So for those reasons, I'm quite happy to vote against that Amendment 8, so long as the government does do everything it can to help those prisoners. Thank you.
We now go to Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will also keep my remarks brief. In the debate tonight, I will, on behalf of the Liberal Democrats, will be opposing the government's motions to disagree with Lord's Amendments 1 and 8. And in particular, I would like to focus my comments on Lord's Amendment 8. This amendment would offer significant relief, I believe, to thousands of so-called mortgage prisoners caught in a vicious cycle of debt through no fault of their own. And we've already heard the arguments rehearsed and some terrible stories of what they have been through. But all of that has been as the result of an original decision after the collapse of the mortgage providers to sell off those mortgages to investment funds. And that has left as many as 250,000 homeowners trapped in spiralling mortgage costs for more than a decade now. It's a situation which the government has failed to address, even though there is clear evidence that it is jeopardising well-being. A recent study found mortgage prisoners experience higher rates of physical and mental health problems, and that they're up to 40% more likely to default as a result of coronavirus. The significance of this amendment is that it would finally unlock this trap and offer an escape from the nightmare of the past decade. Significantly, it would lower interest payments through a cap on the standard variable rate of interest from mortgage prisoners that are borrowing from a firm which no longer lends to new customers. The cap would be no higher than 2% above the Bank of England base rate, which is currently a mere 0.1%. It would also require lenders to offer mortgage prisoners new fixed interest rate deals under certain circumstances. For example, if they have kept up with payments in the past 12 months, if they have an outstanding loan amount over £10,000, or if they have not received consent to let the property. Madam Deputy Speaker, the misery caused to tens of thousands over the past decade and the continuing threat it poses demand that we act. We have heard tonight why. And to me, it seems simple. It seems the correct thing to do. And therefore, I would strongly urge the House to reject the government's motion to disagree with this amendment, number 8, as well as with Amendment 1.
Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's a famous saying, isn't there, that an Englishman's home is his castle.
Well, problems born out of the banking crisis in 2008 still persist. Indeed, there are 250,000 of households with mortgages affected by lenders who suffered at that time. They are with inactive lenders. In simple terms, their mortgages stuck with non-lending asset management funds. Now, we know that the government has looked at many of those borrowers and to try to help them so that they can switch lenders. And many of them can, almost half of them, and they can benefit largely from doing so. But it's the remaining half that are our real problems, the so-called mortgage prisoners. Their rates, as they came off the original term deals, moved on to this standard variable rate we've heard about tonight, leaving them paying such disproportionately high repayments. Their lender's debt was sold on, and as such, they can't remortgage or switch, leaving many families struggling immensely to manage each month. Lord's Amendment 8 would require the FCA to introduce a cap on those standard variable rates and ensure that mortgage prisoners can access new fixed interest rate deals. Now, I know that there is huge amounts of work that is going on to try to help these people, not least by the Honourable Member for Thirsk and Malton. I thank you for all the work he has done, but also the Minister, who has been a tower of strength and talking to me far too much about how we can help these people. I thank him greatly for that. But it's an absolute must that we do keep helping these people. Firstly, the 70,000 mortgage prisoners that are in arrears, for many reasons, unfortunately, would potentially not be in a better position if they were in the active market, as borrowers are unlikely to be able to switch within the market, given the very stringent risk criteria that there is today. The government is trying to support these householders with initiatives that we've heard of, such as the Breathing Space scheme. It's the remaining 55,000 who have kept up their repayments, and that is where, in particular, I want to make sure that the Treasury can really help and work on solutions for those people. And I know there are again attempts to modify the affordability criteria assessment and to try to move those people on to a new lender. But notwithstanding those efforts, those solutions are not the final answer. So what is the answer? Is it Amendment 8? Do we interfere with the market? I should know from experience. I've asked the Chancellor before on other scenarios, but rarely, and for good reason, do we create intervention in the market, for the ramifications and the unintended consequences can easily have knock-on effect. Those that are in the active market on high interest rates, struggling to make repayments that may have been affected recently within the pandemic, what if they are now in arrears and they are unable to switch? Where do you draw the line on the cap for those in the inactive market without prejudicing those who are in the active market? I think that market intervention is the easy answer to an incredibly difficult and complex problem that we must solve. But the easy answer, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not necessarily the right answer. And as much as it pains me not to be able to pass a simple, quick fix patch to this problem with this amendment, it isn't the workable solution that adequately addresses the problem. So I will keep working with the ministers to ensure that absolutely we work with the FCA to look at the workable solution to this and to help those borrowers to end this misery. And I hope in summing up, the Minister can really give us hope and progress to help these people effectively.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's indeed a pleasure to speak in this issue, and I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to sow into this debate this evening. I would like to, like previous members, like to speak to Amendment 8 on the mortgage prisoners. It's an issue in the intervention from the Minister earlier on that I expressed deep concern over, and do so having been asked by numerous constituents to highlight this dreadfully precarious position that many have found themselves. And I'm going to give one example on that. The Honourable Gentleman across the way also give an example, and those examples are real life examples for people on the front line. Madam Deputy, as you know, I've spoken on a number of occasions. I believe this is the 5th time from 2017 on this mortgage prisoner subject. And from the outset, want to make it clear that I and my colleagues will vote in favour of Amendment 8. Minister, I have the deepest respect for you, but it has to be more than cake tomorrow to assure myself and my colleagues on behalf of my constituents. And we do hope that the Minister and Her Majesty's Government will finally do what is right for these people. We have all heard the amendment has coined the phrase of mortgage prisoners. That is what my constituent has highlighted, that she believes her family to be prisoners of their mortgage. She writes, and I quote, "My husband and I, like many others in Northern Ireland, are classed as mortgage prisoners through no fault of our own. Like many others in Northern Ireland, our mortgage was taken out with Northern Rock, which subsequently collapsed. Our mortgage was then sold to a vulture fund without our consent. As these vulture funds are not an active lender, they do not offer mortgages, hence are unable to offer alternative mortgage products. We are penalised at very high interest rates, which at the moment is currently well over 4% above the BOE base rate. This is crippling us, never mind the detrimental effect that it's having on their mental health, because sometimes it's not just the finance, it's affecting the mental health that there is as well." Her email was not the only one to use this terminology, and it is my belief that the Lord's Amendment will take strides to free those who have thus far been all but imprisoned through no fault of their own, unable to do anything but scrape by, not entitled to government help or aid as their wages are sufficient on paper, but not in reality. I agree that the Financial Services Bill is somewhere that we can look to address this issue by bringing in a cap on the standard variable rate of interest for mortgage prisoners in closed books. So I don't propose to spend much time rehearsing the specific arguments which others have done today, but instead wish to make 2 points which will speak for themselves, self-explanatory. Just last Monday, the Minister came to the House to tell us that a compensation fund for London and capital bondholders with a sum of £120 million from UK taxpayers' money would be necessary following the excellent forensic investigation and analysis report by Dame Elizabeth Gloucester. I understand the rationale behind this decision, and yet it leads me to the second point. So why not a solution here tonight for the mortgage prisoners? As I've said and reiterated for years, now there appears to be what I can only term as a failure to regulate in any way these vulture funds, like Cerberus, whilst at the same time HMT rightly made the decision on Northern Rock as Treasury, despite limited efforts by the FCA due to the restrictions placed in legislation by Her Majesty's Government on the regulatory perimeter. Little or nothing has been done for these mortgage prisoners in more than a decade. It is time for that to stop, and for Her Majesty's Government, I believe, to start finding credible solutions. Madam Deputy Speaker, a constituent contacted me to tell me, in his words, there's a rumour that a three-line whip in Conservatives against this amendment. If that is true, it's very sad, and I also believe, respectively, it's also disgraceful. Many of my constituents are worried. They have talked to me personally. My colleagues, the member for Northampton and the member for Southampton, and my other colleagues have all expressed the same concern on behalf of their constituents. So on behalf of them tonight, we have to make our decision to ensure that their viewpoints are heard in the best way in this House that it can be, by where we cast our vote. When I have seen firsthand the impact of no action on the lives of mortgage prisoners in my constituency, and beyond, I can do nothing but agree. If this is a line of government against these 250,000 struggling families, or as one honourable member on the far side referred to, 500,000, I will be supporting the amendment. I have no difficulty, Madam Deputy Speaker, in asking all other right-thinking MPs to do the same. A decade of struggle has passed. We have it in our hands this very day, right now, in this chamber, to make a change. And it is, I believe, right to do so. So I shamelessly ask members to do what is right on this occasion for those families in the middle section who have been squeezed beyond belief, both physically, both financially and mentally. Give relief to them when today it is our gift to be able to do so in this House right now. Thank you.
Minister John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm extremely grateful to all the members who've contributed to this debate, and I will try not to rehearse the arguments I made at the outset, but try and respond in the right spirit, in the right way, to the constructive and careful analysis that we've had from many members across the House this evening. And I'd like to start by addressing the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Wolverhampton South East, and I said to him during the committee stage that I was always listening, and I think I've proved that to be the case in the way that the government has responded on the climate change amendment, on buy now, pay later. And I listened very carefully to the Honourable Lady from Walthamstow, who spoke with characteristic deep knowledge of that sector. And it is absolutely clear that we need to get the legislation right and the intervention right when it comes to buy now, pay later. She rightly asserted the massive growth in that sector and the unfortunate consequences that will certainly befall and do befall a number of consumers. So we will work quickly to examine that market and what interventions will meet the need. I'm very tempted to address a whole number of points around Amendment 8. It is a real priority of mine to find a response that meets the very unfortunate situation where people are trapped in very, very difficult circumstances. And I would pay tribute once again to the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Thirsk and Moulton, who made a passionate speech identifying Louise, a mortgage prisoner whose personal story was, I think, the whole House would be sympathetic to, and a number of other colleagues have raised similar stories. But I do need to have a proportionate response, a response that can take account of data. And I appreciate the excellent work by the APPG, and I recognise their data set, 449 people. But when I'm faced with data from the FCA looking comprehensively at 23,000 cases, I can't deny that asymmetry. I will commit to continued dialogue to try and find a way forward. Those are not empty words, but they reflect, I think, the complexity of this matter, a matter which is underpinned by half a generation of different rules and regulations. Before the crisis, people could borrow in ways that today we would think would be totally unacceptable, indeed is unacceptable. And the market must provide better solutions than it can provide at the moment. And I will look carefully at what we can do to ensure that that happens. There are a number of points made about the amendments. Amendment 1 from the Honourable Lady from Glasgow Central about duty of care, and I set out at length my approach to that, which is again to examine very carefully, listen to what the FCA are saying, and they will then be obliged to come forward with rule changes. So these aren't empty words, and they recognise all the work of a number of charities and organisations who are highlighting this case. And of course, in financial services, there is a strong dynamic of change, and government and regulators must be ready to step in and make appropriate interventions as that market changes. But I do believe that this bill is a key component of a new, broader regulatory strategy that will underpin the UK financial services sector as a genuine world leader now that we've left the European Union. And I welcome the speeches from the Honourable Gentleman from Grantham and Stamford and from South Cambridgeshire, which exhibited a deep knowledge and constructive approach to this very sophisticated industry, underpinned with a lot of personal experience. I will take from this debate many points of detail. I don't agree with every point that's been made on Amendment 8, but I stand ready to engage with members across this House in order to seek to find solutions. I'm proud to have been able to lead this bill through the House. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the Minister to move Government Amendment A in lieu of Lords Amendment 1. Minister to move motion to agree formally. The question is that this House agrees with Government Amendment A in lieu of Lords Amendment 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. With the leave of the House, I will call the Minister to move Lord's Amendments 2 to 7 together. Minister to move motion to agree formally. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 2 to 7. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Lord's Amendment 8. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 8. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 8. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Scott Mann and David Rutley. Tellers for the noes, Colleen Fletcher and Bambos Charalambos. screen. I can't see the... Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 355. The noes to the left, 271.
The ayes to the right, 355. The noes to the left, 271. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I will call on the Minister to move Lord's Amendments 9 to 21 together. Minister to move motion to agree formally. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 9 to 21. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendment. That John Glenn, David Rutley, Craig Williams, Pat McFadden and Ern Thompson be members of the committee, that John Glenn be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, and that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their Amendment 8. That John Glenn, David Rutley, Craig Williams, Pat McFadden and Owen Thompson be members of the committee, that John Glenn be chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. In order to observe social distancing, the Reasons Committee will meet in Committee Room 12. Thank you. We now come to the Lord's message relating to the Domestic Abuse Bill.
The Domestic Abuse Bill. Consideration of Lord's message.
Now.
I must draw the House's attention to the fact that financial privilege is engaged by Lord's Amendment 41B. If any Lord's amendment engaging financial privilege is agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving Commons financial privilege to be entered in the Journal. We begin with the Government's motion to disagree with the Lords in their Amendment 9B, with which we will consider the other amendments and motions listed on the selection paper. Minister Victoria Atkins to move motion to disagree with the Lords in their Amendment 9B.
I beg to move that this House disagrees with Lord Amendment 9B. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I should like to start by thanking honourable and right honourable members of this House and noble lords who have worked tirelessly to make this a truly transformational bill. It will make a significant difference to the lives of many women, men and children by better protecting them from their abusers and providing them with the support they so very much need. But before the bill can have any impact, we need to pass it. We are fast running out of road to get us to that point. We should all be very clear, therefore, as to the risk of this bill being timed out this week in the course of our deliberations. None of us want that. I hope I can take that as read, and I very much hope that in the collegiate spirit of many of the debates of this bill, we have reflected carefully on the debates that took place in the Lords last Wednesday, and we have tabled further amendments in the hope and indeed expectation that both Houses can now agree to submit this landmark bill to Her Majesty for royal assent. On the issue of child contact centres, there is no dispute that these need to be subject to appropriate regulation. It remains our contention that on the evidence currently available, this is already achieved through accreditation by the National Association of Child Contact Centres, the agreements in place between the NACCC, CAFCAS and the judiciary, and the comprehensive statutory provisions already in place which determine how local authorities should discharge their duties in public law family cases. Madam Deputy Speaker, we listened carefully to the debate last week. We recognise that there is an issue here that needs to be examined further, but we cannot legislate on the basis of anecdotal, albeit pertinent, evidence. That is why the Government has brought forward Amendments 9C and 9D, which will require the Secretary of State to prepare and publish a report about the extent to which individuals, when they are using contact centres in England, are protected from the risk of domestic abuse or, in the case of children, other harm. The report will need to be laid before Parliament within 2 years of royal assent. We will engage closely with the National Association of Child Contact Centres and others in carrying out this work, which will provide a firm evidence base on which to introduce further regulation, including in the area of vetting, should this be necessary. I turn now to Lord's Amendments 40B and 40C. We remain concerned that the revised Lord's amendments regarding data firewalls still preempt the outcome of the review recommended by the Independent Policing Inspectorate in response to the super complaint. We need to undertake that review without any preconceptions as to its outcome. To provide further reassurance on this point, Government Amendments 40D to 40J introduce 2 new clauses. The first puts the review of the current data sharing arrangements onto a statutory footing and enshrines in law our commitment to report on the outcome of the review by the end of June. The second new clause provides for a statutory code of practice relating to the processing of domestic abuse data for immigration purposes. Persons to whom the code is issued, notably the police and Home Office immigration staff, will be under a duty to have regard to the code, which will also be subject to parliamentary scrutiny. Although the clause is framed in terms of a permissive power to issue a code, I can assure the House that we fully intend to exercise the power. Turning now to Lord's Amendments 41B, I welcome the fact that this revised amendment attempts to separate out the issue of leave to remain from the provision of support for migrant victims of domestic abuse. As I have previously indicated, we need to focus on ensuring that victims with insecure immigration status can access the support they need. That is the priority. Unfortunately, despite the best intentions, the Lord's Amendment does not achieve the outcome it seeks. The question of leave to remain is inextricably linked to the conditions attached to that leave, so it is impossible to waive the no recourse to public funds condition in isolation from consideration being given to a person's immigration status. As I announced last week, we have now appointed South All Black Sisters to oversee the Support for Migrant Victims scheme. The scheme will provide access to safe accommodation and the associated support to migrant victims of domestic abuse who are not eligible for the Destitute Domestic Violence Concession or other existing support mechanisms. The scheme will be independently evaluated and provide us with the necessary evidence of the gap in the current support arrangements such that we can put in place sustainable long-term provision. That is the direction of travel we are on. As the scheme itself will provide support to victims, Lord's Amendment 41B is not necessary, and by waiving the no recourse to public funds condition for a full year will again have significant new resource implications. The scheme for support for migrant victims scheme will be up and running shortly. We should see it through to its proper conclusion and then settle upon a sustainable programme of support. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, Lord's Amendments 42D to 42F bring us back to the issue of how best to strengthen the management of high-harm domestic abuse and stalking perpetrators. Here again, we are all in agreement as to the outcome we want to achieve. If I thought that these amendments would of themselves make women safer, I would be offering them my full support. But it remains our view that they will not deliver the outcome they seek to secure. I say again that the legislative framework under which the multi-agency public protection arrangements operate is not the problem here. We acknowledge that these arrangements need to work better on the ground, but we need to look elsewhere for the fix. We have a comprehensive package of work in place to deliver a step change in the protection of vulnerable women and men from domestic abuse perpetrators. Firstly, we will update and strengthen the MAPA statutory guidance so as to include sections on domestic abuse. This will ensure that all agencies involved take the necessary steps to identify offenders who are domestic abuse perpetrators whose risk requires active multi-agency management and to put in place an action plan which reflects the risk. We will ensure that domestic abuse perpetrators captured under Category 1 and Category 2 are included in the threshold guidance which is being developed. This will assist relevant agencies in making decisions as to the appropriate level of MAPA management needed in individual cases. We will consult... Yes, of course.
Can she clarify what she just said? Because at the moment, domestic abuse, the repeat domestic abuse cases and stalkers will very often not be included in Category 1 or Category 2 because the offences aren't treated as serious enough under the way Category 1 and 2 is listed. And Category 3 is currently a tiny, tiny number of people. Is she going to include all repeat domestic abusers and high-harm stalkers, all of them, on the MAPA in future?
So, as I say, those domestic abuse perpetrators who are already under Categories 1 and 2, she will know that for Category 1 they have to have committed a sexual offence, a specified sexual offence, under the legislation. Category 2, they have to be convicted and receive of a violent offence and receive a sentence of at least 12 months of imprisonment. We are saying that they will be, if they are domestic abuse perpetrators, they will be included in the threshold guidance. This is very much about drawing out in the guidance the factors that local agencies should be concentrating on, because we accept that whilst domestic abuse is, for example, already mentioned in the guidance, under, I think, Section 6 of the guidance, we fully accept, and we've listened to the concerns, that at local level, the preponderance of patterns of behaviour are not necessarily being picked up on in those offenders that are in Category 1 and 2, but also Category 3. That's why, in discussions with Baroness Royal, we've been very clear that we want to try to capture those people better under the existing framework. And so we will consult MAPA responsible authorities on the draft revised guidance by the summer recess, and we will inform Parliament when the updated guidance is promulgated. And today Baroness Williams of Trafford has written to Baroness Royal to confirm that past patterns of behaviours will be explicitly referred to in the guidance. I'll give way.
There are countless domestic abuse, serious repeat domestic abuse cases that are not sexual offences. There are also countless very serious repeat domestic abuse offences that do not pass the 12-month threshold. If all she is saying is she's going to try and include a little bit of lines around domestic abuse in those categories 1 and 2, where we know they won't include huge numbers of repeat domestic cases, then she's actually gone backwards on some of the things that Baroness Williams was saying.
I don't accept that. The point is that Category 3, as we've always said, Category 3 is the flexible category, if you like, precisely to fit those cases she's just described. They don't fit into Category 1, they don't fit into Category 2, but because they are considered to be dangerous offenders, they may have, for example, received a sentence of imprisonment of less than 12 months. That's why they're in Category 3. We want to join up that understanding across all 3 categories in the guidance. We will be consulting with MAPA authorities. We will also be inviting views from across the House, but we've been working very closely with Baroness Royal to try to address some of these issues that were rightly raised at the other end about past patterns of behaviour and so on. And we give that undertaking today that we will be looking at that phrasing within the statutory guidance that is being drafted in order to help address some of these concerns that both houses are concerned about. One more, please. I've got to make progress.
Because she's been very generous at her time. Then can I just specifically ask her about Category 3 then? Because Category 3 is only just around 300 offenders on Category 3 compared to the thousands or nearly 10,000, tens of thousands of people that we're talking about. Can she undertake to include all serial domestic abusers, all convicted serial domestic abusers in Category 3?
The flexibility of Category 3 means that that is already possible. If there has been a conviction, I gave the example on the 15th of April of criminal damage. If somebody kicks down a front door, on the face of it, criminal damage offence will not fit into either Category 1 or Category 2. And this is where it is the professional curiosity of those professionals on the ground, police, probation, prisons and so on, where if someone has been convicted of that offence, let's say, he or she may not be in Category 1, may not be in Category 2, but if they believe it is a pattern of behaviour, indeed past behaviour, as Baroness Royal has rightly focused on, then that is where, that is how they are put onto the system under MAPA. We very much want this to be, for the concerns that have been raised, to be reflected in this guidance, as well as the national framework that I've already announced that we need to be sure that action is taken when there are indicators of escalating harm that those for those that are managed under the least intensive level of MAPA, so level 1. To this end, HM Prison and Probation Service will issue a new policy framework setting out clear expectations for the management of all cases at MAPA Level 1 by the National Probation Service. This includes domestic abuse perpetrators. This will help to improve the quality of information sharing, the consistency and the regularity of reviews, and the identification of cases where risk is increasing and additional risk management activity is required. Thirdly, as I announced on the 15th of April, we are bringing in the new multi-agency public protection system, MAPS, which will be piloted from next year. All Category 3 offenders will be on MAPS, and MAPS will have much greater functionality than VISA, the existing database, enabling criminal justice agencies to share information in real time, to improve their risk assessments and the management of MAPA nominals, including domestic abuse perpetrators. Fourth, we are legislating in the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill to clarify the information sharing powers under MAPA. So, for example, GPs and domestic abuse charities can be very much part of that data sharing. That is the intention of those clauses under the bill, and I hope that we'll be able to persuade members opposite to support us in those clauses. Fifth, we are committed to bringing forward a new statutory domestic abuse perpetrator strategy as part of our holistic domestic abuse strategy to be published later this year. Our revised amendment makes it clear that this strategy will address the risks associated with stalking. We will also include a perpetrator strand in our complementary VORG strategy, which will cover stalking that does not take place in a domestic abuse context. Sixth, we are investing new resources with an additional £25 million committed this year to tackle perpetrators' behaviour and to stop the cycle of abuse. And finally, more broadly, I can assure honourable members and right honourable members that this government is committed to supporting vulnerable victims. Having published a new victims code to guarantee victims' rights and the level of support they can expect, we will be consulting on the victims' law over the summer, which will enshrine those rights in law. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the other place has asked the government to consider again these 4 issues. We will do so in the next hour. We have listened carefully to their concerns, and we have responded with a substantial new package of commitments, both to strengthen this groundbreaking bill and also to further our wider programme to protect and support victims of domestic abuse and their children and bring perpetrators to justice. It is time for this bill to be enacted and implemented for the sake of the 2.3 million adults and their children who are victims of domestic abuse each year. Let us agree the government amendments in lieu. Let's pass this bill and let's help victims. I beg to move this motion.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 9B. Shadow Minister Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for running through certainly the amendments in lieu. The Labour Party remains still, as I'm sure she will not be surprised to hear, in agreement with the Lords and Baroness's amendments, and so I shall just briefly run through some of the amendments in lieu with some questions, and my right honourable friend from Castleford and Normanton and Castleford, either way round, I went in alphabetical, has quite rightly pointed out some of the concerns that we have, although I recognise and wish to place on record thanks for the constant work that is going on between our House and the Lordships in trying to settle this once and for all. With regard to the in lieu amendment from the Government with regard to children's contact centres, which the Minister first referred to, she mentioned the NACCC, the National Association of Child Contact Centres, as one of the safeguards in place already. However, it is in fact that very organisation who seeks us to make that more robust. And I'm sure she will have received the message today from Sir James Mumby, the previous head of the Family Justice in this country, who said the government's reservation to support Baroness Finley's amendment, which has been drafted in partnership with the NACCC, would be a missed opportunity to address an anomaly in safeguarding children and improving standards in general, and specifically regarding domestic abuse. He urged members of the House of Commons to back the amendment he's written this afternoon, which is wishful thinking on Mumby's part, that we would have got to this in the afternoon, in this afternoon's considerations of Lord's message, to ensure standards in child contact centres and services are consistent and high, and domestic abuse and safeguarding is appropriately handled through high-quality staff training. I welcome the review that has been offered as an evidence gather. However, and whilst the Minister might say that it is not necessarily that there is evidence, there's case after case that I've certainly heard of poor practice in this regard, of bad handovers, with perpetrators being able to access victims, for example, being really problematic. So we continue to support his lordships. Once again, I am grateful for the review that has been offered on the firewall, and I feel like I have to say I'm grateful. I am actually grateful for that review, and it has been met with some cheer from those in the sector. However, I have some clarifications with regard specifically to the code that I would seek. Under Part 2, it says that the code must be kept under review, but it's not clear by who, that the code must be revised or replaced, may be revised or replaced, and again, by who, and can we ensure that at every single stage the by and for services for the very victims that we are talking about are consulted throughout that process. I would also seek an assurance that the code is very explicitly there the whole point of it is there to ensure that data can only be shared to enable victims to receive protection and safety. And the reason that this matters, I will share with the House, is, for example, a case in my constituency. A woman was applying for leave to remain, in fact, and was part of going through the process of that. She had been here on a spousal visa. Her husband threatened to kill her, and when she called the police, she was taken to Yarlswood Detention Centre, where I had to go and get her out. She came forward to the police because there was a threat on her life, and that information was used to put her in detention. She is now legally in this country with indefinite leave to remain. This is why there is a need for a code. I would also ask the Minister, who cited herself the Victims Code in her remarks, that what happens when there is a breach of this code, I think, needs to be made incredibly clear. And I mentioned the Victims Code as somebody who has recently been a victim of crime myself, in which case the way that my case was handled, in fact, the Victims Code was breached on a number of occasions. What recourse will people have when this code is breached? And I think that that needs to be made clearer and more understood, because even, I, as an elected representative, I'm not entirely sure what I'm meant to do when a breach of the Victims Code occurs. So it's all well and good having codes, but that's why we seek to have things written into primary legislation, so there is a check and balance in the system. But however, I know that it doesn't sound like it, but I am truly grateful for the progress that we have made in that regard with those caveats. Obviously, the Minister and I think, we could spend the rest of our lives disagreeing about whether it would mean indefinite leave to remain if we took away the no recourse to public funds of migrant victims. I imagine by the end of this week we will have finally agreed to disagree. But the reality for me, and the question I still cannot answer, is that the Minister's pilot, which, as she said, will be handled by Southall Black Sisters, of £1.5 million. What happens in the first year if that £1.5 million runs out? Does the 500th victim go back to destitution or back to their perpetrator? It is not a solution necessarily even for a year, let alone for the future, and I hope that it has legs way beyond the pilot, but I'm sure the Minister has absolutely no doubt that I will continue saying that for the entire year of the pilot and thereafter. And coming to the issue of the extra lists and of stalkers and serial domestic abuse perpetrators, again, I am grateful for the work that has been going on, and it feels like, for me, the weekend has felt like this was an ever-changing feast, and even today, as the Minister referred to, the Baroness it has written to those laying the amendments in the Lords to express some more safeguards. However, I share very, very strongly the concerns of my honourable friend, who quite rightly has pointed out that so few, in all my years of going to court and handling court cases of domestic abuse, I can think of less than a handful where more than a 12-month sentence was given. I'm afraid to say I can think of less than a handful where any custodial sentence was given. Last year, 58% of all stalking charges led to a community order or a fine. These are not cases that will be picked up in categories 1 or 2, and the flexibility that the Minister quite rightly points out exists in category 3 is, I think, for me, part of the problem, because the flexibility has led to a deficit in the past, and that is why we wish to remove that level of flexibility from those frontline workers, many of whom have absolutely rightly, as the Minister said, got curiosity in their professional curiosity, which would drive them to seek for more. But when we are up against resources that are stretched, it is very, very difficult for professionals to say, well, he kicked her door in, he said, oh, well, and 2 years ago he did this, oh, but actually, do we have the resource base to do this? I'm afraid to say that decisions are made on the ground where harm comes secondary to resource, and that is our concern. What I would seek is some assurances further that the serial perpetrators will be included on the new MAPS database, and that it will include perpetrators with a past history, not just convictions. We would also seek that past patterns of behaviour under Section 1B is taken into account. The Minister has mentioned past patterns of behaviour, and case after case tells us that this is important. We hope to see that the Lords will consider putting this explicitly into the bill. Also, as this is sent back, an idea of oversight will also be important, and will the DA Commissioner have an oversight on progress? The peers of the realm will no doubt be sending this back to us. I only bought enough clothes for one day in London. I fear I'm going to be here for 4 days. However, it is the Minister from a sedentary position tells us it's not fair, but what she would also agree is that we are all seeking to get the best outcome, and when we vote today, and my remarks today, it is only that, to get the best outcome for victims of violence, abuse and stalking in this country.
Thank you. Now, this is a very short debate, and I want to bring the Minister at the latest in by 10:05 to give her 4 minutes to wind up. That means that we need to be 4 minutes each. Richard Graham.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for calling me so early in this debate. And it does seem to me that what has changed since only a few days ago is that the government has been clearly in listening and amending mode. And on the last debate, I raised the concerns of two constituents. Firstly, Bishop Rachel, who was concerned about the treatment of those who suffered domestic abuse who are immigrants, and secondly, that of Nick Gazzard, raising his concerns about databases and risk registered in the context of the terrible murder of his daughter, Holly Gazzard. And I asked questions at that time. They have, I think, very largely been answered today. And so I want to focus my remarks, if I may, on two themes. The first one seems to me to be a question of trust, because the government has made various commitments in relation to Lord's Amendments 9C and D, I think I'm right in saying, on child contact centres, on 40B on data firewalls, and 40C on data processing for immigration purposes. And I believe the time has come for this House to accept in good faith the government's commitments to, firstly, the Home Office review on data sharing, the code of practice that has the word may rather than must, but with a clear statement of intention from the Minister in her place, and that these will happen. So that is the first theme, it seems to me, of today's amendments from the government. The second theme is a more complicated one, which is about the use of data and systems. And in relation, in particular, to the concern of Nick Gazzard, it does seem to me that the main issue the Minister has addressed this evening is not so much about the system and the risk register, but how it is used, and in a sense the reverse of the earlier issue on data processing for immigration purposes, which is how to have effective data sharing so that things known by GPs and domestic abuse charities can be accessed by people who really want to. And that seems to me crucial in the inclusion of Category 1, 2 and some from Category 3 domestic abuse offenders in the new MAPS process. And I believe strongly that what has been said today about looking at firm guidance by the summer recess in a strategy for perpetrators with, and I quote, action taken on indicators of escalating concern, unquote, from the National Probation Service. I do believe that these things will make a difference, Madam Deputy Speaker. So on that issue, I believe the time has come for the opposition to recognise the incredible value of this bill as a whole. And as the opposition spokesman from Birmingham Yardley said, there is much to support, much to be grateful for. Amendments have continually been made to take on board a whole series of valuable points made by experts in this sector and indeed individuals from their own personal experience. The one other thing I would like to contribute, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, very briefly, is the use of Clare's Law and the domestic violence disclosure scheme, which I don't think has been raised recently in debate. And I do think it's interesting to note that the figures 2020 compared to the year ending 2019 have actually seen double the number of right-to-ask applications, and the number of applications that resulted in disclosure have gone up by 50%, from roughly 2,500 to 4,200. That does seem to me something which we probably need to make more of in terms of communicating to the wider public. I think it would be reassuring for people to know that Clare's Law is in practice, is being used, and is increasingly being accepted and information provided. So with all those things to bear in mind, and conscious of your strictures on the time, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just encourage everybody in this chamber from whatever party to put aside differences and to come together in accepting this bill as it now is.
Thank you. I'm going to move to the SNP spokesperson, and I'm sure colleagues will know I can't put a time limit on that, but after that I will put a time limit on of 4 minutes, because otherwise we simply won't get everybody in. Stewart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to speak just briefly in relation to amendments on data sharing for immigration purposes tabled by Baroness Meacher. Those are amendments 40B and C, as well as Lord Bishop of Gloucester's amendment on the domestic violence rule and concession, amendment 41B. On the former, it is good to see that the government has at least come to the negotiating table with its own amendments in lieu. However, our view is that the other place has sent us already a very reasonable compromise, which would mean awaiting the outcome of the review of data processing, as insisted on by the government, before action is then required in response. In contrast, the government alternatives have several problems. First, unlike the Lord's Amendment, it creates for the government, as we've heard, the power to act, but not an obligation. And also, unlike the Lord's Amendment, that power is not granted for the specific purpose of achieving any specific aim, such as protecting victims of domestic violence. Secondly, Parliament wouldn't be able to amend any code, albeit either House could reject one. But if either House did reject a code because it had concerns, the government could simply then walk away, as there is no requirement to lay a new code that addresses any such concerns. So in short, the danger is that the amendment in lieu could lead to inaction and leave us no further forward. Now, the Minister has sought to assure us that the government is going to take action informed by the review, and that is welcome. But having given that assurance, the question then is, why are amendments 40B and C a problem at all? And finally, on data sharing in relation to consultation, if any such code is being drawn up that will apply in Scotland, and similar issues may arise for Northern Ireland, it would be really important, surely, to consult with Police Scotland and with Scottish ministers and with relevant stakeholders there, given the devolution of criminal justice issues. There is no express requirement for this in the amendments in lieu, so can the Minister give a firm commitment that such consultation would be considered appropriate in advance of issuing any such code? Turning then to the amendment on the domestic violence concession and rule, it is disheartening that the government hasn't yet even come to the negotiating table on this one. Instead of offering an amendment in lieu, it's sticking to outright rejection, justified by something which I think has really been a moving feast of excuses. A pilot scheme, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not even a comprehensive temporary solution, never mind a comprehensive and permanent resolution to the urgent problems that have been highlighted in debate after debate. Lord Bishop of Gloucester set out exactly why the pilot, though welcome, is not enough in itself. It's restricted in the numbers it can provide for, restricted in the time it can support people for, and is restricted in its ability to provide the holistic wraparound support even for the limited numbers who access it. So while the government may hope that the pilot scheme ultimately leads it to find the best solution, it isn't acceptable to do nothing else in the meantime. Indeed, if the government is confident in the scope and reach of the pilot, it should have nothing to fear from this amendment. All that the new amendment asks for is a safety net, just for the duration of the government's pilot scheme for those who cannot access that scheme. It's a safety net that's designed to complement, not undermine, the pilot scheme. And surely the government must now come to the negotiating table to discuss how we can make this work now. Again, this is about where our priorities lie, preserving immigration powers or protecting victims of domestic abuse. And of course, it must be the victims, and that is why we should support Amendment 41B.
We now go to Stella Creasy, and the 4-minute time limit starts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to recognise the progress that has been made on these issues through the process with the other House. I also gently say to the Minister, somebody who's been in the House for 11 years seeking to amend legislation to effect change, every Minister has told us that a bill is at threat because of the parliamentary process, and every bill seeks to be a landmark bill. So we're asking her to go the extra mile in these final issues that are coming up in this domestic abuse bill. And in my short contribution, I want to be clear that I want to look at the counterfactual. What happens if we don't include these amendments? Can the Minister tell us what are the conditions under which she would want somebody's immigration status to be a factor in whether they can access help? Like others, I welcome the pilot scheme, but like the bishops, I am concerned that it can run out and we'll be back at square one, where women are frightened to come forward or pushed back into the hands of perpetrators because of their immigration status. And so we will not meet our conditions under the Council of Europe requirements for the Istanbul Convention, and we will see women living with their perpetrators as a direct result of our failure to include them in this legislation. So too, I want to put on record my thanks to Baronesses Royal, Brinton and Newlove, and also Lord Russell for their work on 42B. But I ask the Minister, we know from the fantastic work that Karen Ngala Smith has done with the Counting Dead Women project that one woman is killed every 3 days in this country by a man, many with a history of abuse. What does she think will stop the cycle of violence, if not to clarify who these men are and to have them monitored? To not ask, as Clare's law does, for victims to come forward looking after their own safety, but for us to take collective responsibility. She set out some very welcome proposals, but we need clarity and detail. So can she tell us how past behaviour will be identified and defined in the guidance, so that it will be part of Category 3? My colleague from Castleford has pointed out a handful of people are in Category 3, with suggestions that there could be 50,000 people on a stalkers register and serial abusers register in this country. What is her metric of success? Will the number of people in Category 3 go up, for example, under her proposals? What training will the police, probation services and prison services have to make sure that they are using these categories? And how will we make sure that it's not just about community orders, but it is about recognising the risk that women face? Just this weekend, I had a woman in my constituency come to me, terrified at somebody who is stalking her, and yet again faced with police inaction. How will that change under her proposals? Because it is not clear that it will. And in the absence of that, let us go the extra mile and introduce all of these amendments to make sure that the domestic abuse bill will truly be something we can all be proud of.
Yvette Cooper. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also welcome the progress that has been made around this bill and the cross-party consensus that exists around many of the important measures. But I wanted to take this opportunity to just pursue further the issues around stalking and repeat perpetrators of domestic abuse, and what more needs to be done to keep other victims safe from those whose violence escalates, those who pose some of the greatest threats. I do welcome the Minister's commitment now to a perpetrator strategy, and that was one of the issues that we had raised previously in these amendments. That is very welcome. I hope that she or her colleagues in the other place will be able to give more clarity about how stalking will be included as part of that perpetrators register, that perpetrators strategy, because the wording is slightly constrained, which I assume is partly about reflecting the scope of this particular legislation, but it would be helpful to have some clarification of the government's commitment to including stalking and repeat patterns of behaviour as part of that perpetrator strategy. But particularly, I'm still very concerned about the lack of strong underpinnings to the commitment to take action against these most dangerous perpetrators whose abuse continues and escalates. The Minister spoke about being able to change Categories 1 and 2, or the interpretations of Categories 1 and 2, to include domestic abuse in those perpetrators who are already included. That's fine.
and that will be welcome to take account of their domestic abuse threats. But it won't include the thousands, if not tens of thousands, of repeat perpetrators of domestic abuse and stalkers and high harm perpetrators who will not be included by either Category 1 or Category 2, who as a result won't appear on the register, who as a result won't be included in the MAPA arrangements. The Minister says that Category 3 will in future include them. But we're talking about what would need to be a massive shift in the way Category 3 currently operates. Not a minor tweak to the guidance, not a few tweaks and changes, a little bit of adjustments here and there. We need a massive change. At the moment, there are only 330 people on that Category 3 list. That is half the number that there were 10 years ago, at a time when we know awareness of stalking and awareness of repeat perpetrators of abuse has increased. And that 330, that also includes a whole load of other offences, not just domestic abuse or stalking as well. And so it is tiny in proportion, not just to the over 80,000 people who are already on the high-risk offenders register, but also tiny in proportion to the stalkers and the repeat convicted domestic abuse perpetrators, tiny compared to the number of them who go through the courts every week, who go through the courts every month, but don't make it onto these registers so that a proper assessment can be made, so that proper action can be taken to prevent them committing more crimes, to prevent them putting more lives at risk. So that's what I was seeking reassurance from her about. That's why we wanted this to be legislation, not just tweaks to the guidance. We need legislation in order to deliver this substantial shift in the response from the police, the response from probation, the response from specialist agencies, because we're just not doing enough. We've talked many times before about it being 2 women a week whose lives are lost as a result of a partner or an ex. It was 2 women a week 10 years ago. Not enough has changed. Why is anything going to change now?
Karen Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It does seem like an age since I spoke in the second reading of this bill, and I really do commend the massive amount of work that's been done on all sides of the House and in the Lords. And when I spoke at that time, because Bristol South unfortunately sees rates that are double the national average and are the highest rates in the city of Bristol. And it's not just a coincidence that these are also some of the most deprived areas of the country, and that link between poverty and abuse must be addressed, and particularly the impact on children. Although this bill is welcome, it doesn't go far enough in some of those areas. But I'll just speak briefly about the Lord's Amendments 42D, E and F. Now, as we've heard, we all agree on the outcome, and I do defer to my honourable member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford and Walthamstow and frontbench colleague from Yardley, who I think have all eloquently placed the concerns, whilst recognising the Minister's personal commitment and intent, but the concerns if legislation isn't come forward on these things. How do we hold them to account on behalf of the women that we all know and represent? Because I think speaking to women who are expecting a more defined legislation and register, they don't really understand why serial abusers and perpetrators aren't more easily registered and tracked. And those are the stories that we all know come before us repeatedly. So if those amendments are not accepted at the end of the day, the Minister, I know, will continue to do this work, but it will be incumbent on her and her government to prove to those women that these measures are remotely near enough. We all know that we need better action across a range of service providers, and that again is something that does need much greater support from the government. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, conscious of time, last year I touched upon particularly the nature of domestic abuse amongst older women. That's often a much neglected area, and it would be good to see if there were changes in this bill that would reverse some of the perceptions about the abuse that older women are facing and make them feel more empowered to come forward, safe in the knowledge that their experiences are also justly dealt with.
Number 8 and 9 are withdrawn. So we go to Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I share what I believe is possibly the the frustration of many other speakers tonight, in that we are so close to achieving what we want this bill to achieve, and yet we seem unable to just cross that final line. I appreciate the efforts made by the government, by everyone, by the Minister in particular, but I still have reservations about the bill, particularly about the vulnerability of migrant women, and specifically about Amendment 42B. The amendment in lieu laid down by the Minister is a start, but I still do not feel it goes far enough and fails to capture the one key thing that all our amendments and all our speeches have said, and everything we've heard this evening, that waiting for a stalker or a serial domestic abuser to get a conviction for 12 months before they can be considered is way too late. Most stalking victims we know do not go to the police. It's about cumulative obsessive behaviour, and simply we don't feel, well-intentioned though it is, that the legislation is going far enough. Since the 15th, between the 15th of March and the 19th of April of this year, another 16 women have been murdered. That's between the report stage in the Lords and ping pong last week. The government's inaction has to end. We have to address this issue now, and we have to ensure that this domestic abuse bill, which so many people in this place have worked so hard for over the past 4 years, is achieved by the end of this week. Same recommendations over the years, the same reviews have been repeated over and over, and yet nothing is changing. Rarely are the recommendations put into place, and we've seen systemic failures over many years with widespread misogyny, institutionalised sexism and agenda bias. No amount of guidance or training has changed this across the last 2 decades. In fact, matters are getting worse, and that is why we need it to be in the legislation. Many colleagues tonight, many honourable members have mentioned the statistics, which are overwhelmingly depressing, about one woman being murdered every 3 days by a man, and a woman is murdered every 4 days by an ex or current partner. It is simply not acceptable. We all agree that, but we must find a solution. I appreciate the steps that the government have gone to so far to compromise, to meet people halfway, but I still think it will take another step, and that is why I would, and the Liberal Democrats would, be rejecting the government's amendments in lieu this evening.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and very briefly on this matter, I wish to highlight my concerns with the issue of identification, of monitoring and management of serial domestic abuse and stalking perpetrators, and the Lord's Amendment's new clause that refers to that. Much too often, I base most of my comments that I make in this chamber, Madam Deputy Speaker, upon personal experience, upon those people who I meet in my constituency office and who I have helped and tried to help over the years. So I remember sitting in my office looking at the face of a victim, sometimes sitting beside the perpetrator, and felt helpless and hopeless, because I could see what was going on, and I can also understand that my words may possibly make a situation more difficult for the victim, and so I found myself on some occasions just to be silent, but listening when everything within me cries out to speak, to act and to help, because that's what I wanted to do, and just felt that maybe sensitivity was more important. I've all too often tried to distract a partner whilst the staff attempted to assure a victim that they were here to help wherever they needed and in confidence. And I've all too often offered help only to hear a victim say, "No one would believe me because he's a pillar of society," which proves, Madam Deputy Speaker, that those in the highest positions and the lowest positions of the land can abuse ladies and very much irrespective of their positions. When I look at this amendment, the clarity that is brought in repeated offences, broadening to include serious harm, sexual violence and stalking amongst other specifications, makes it crystal clear that a little bit easier to help those victims. It offers a greater scope and with that greater support. It makes it clear that the offences clearly listed will never be acceptable. It makes it clear that all of those listed offences are taken seriously. And it makes it clear that a strategy to deal with this must be a government priority, and this clarity is welcomed. I believe that this House must send a unified message on this bill today. And again, I believe the Minister is very much committed to making the changes that are necessary to pull all of the concerns and all of the thoughts of members together and provide the assurance that when we pass this bill, that it's not simply the best we can do, but it's the best possible. Not that we offer help and support and recognition to as many victims as possible, but indeed that we have left no victim alone without legislation to protect them. It is my desire, when I am faced with cases of domestic abuse, which unfortunately I have and my staff have, I have confidence that I can tell the victim just how much I want to do this, Madam Deputy, to be able to tell the victim. All of the elements from the PSNI to the courts are designed with your needs in mind, and you don't have to do this alone. The police and courts will walk alongside you and give you the protection that you want. I long, Madam Deputy Speaker, to send that message and look again to the Minister for her clarity that this is what we are saying tonight in this chamber. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I thank honourable and right honourable members across the House for the constructive tone that they have maintained throughout this debate, not just tonight but throughout. I'm particularly moved by the comments that the honourable member for Strangford has just made. He speaks of the constituents that he meets in his office, and he knows that they are sitting next to their perpetrators, and he tries to distract them, and that is something I'm sure many of us can have understanding and sympathy with, and it is precisely those people that we are trying to help with this legislation and this bill. I'm going to try and deal with some of the issues raised, but I'm very conscious of time, so forgive me if I'm not able to. I know that my honourable, noble friend in the other place tomorrow will have more time, and will try to deal with some of the points that will no doubt be raised tomorrow. The honourable lady for Birmingham Yardley asked questions about the code in respect to the firewall review. We are very much in listening mode on this. We haven't drafted clearly the code yet, and we will consider the consequences that she has raised. I do draw her attention to the fact that in the new clause we have said we will consult with the Domestic Abuse Commissioner and the ICO, and I very much hope that the fact that we have thought about the point she makes about accountability, etc., that the fact we've included that in the clause gives her some comfort. I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend for Gloucester for raising Clare's Law. We haven't talked about it in the context of recent debates. It's an incredibly important tool for victims and for the police. The right to ask and the right to know. The more that we can spread the messages across our constituencies that if someone is worried about a new relationship, they can ask the police as to whether or not there is something they should know about their new relationship, or if the police are worried about a serial perpetrator and want to warn the new partner, then this facility exists, and this bill is why, again, this is just so important that it is passed. The honourable lady, the right honourable lady for Normanton, rightly, understandably, raised questions about our approach to the point on MAPA. I know this is an issue with which she is given a great deal of attention and consideration during this bill, but also previously. If I may, I just want to clarify something, because I don't know whether there's been misunderstanding in translation, but I clearly am aware of my duties at the dispatch box. I think she said that I said that Category 3 will include all serial perpetrators in future. I hope I've not misquoted her, but just to clarify, categories, what I'm trying to say is categories 1 and 2 will include domestic abuse perpetrators by definition of the offences, the qualifying offences under categories 1 and 2. The updated guidance that we are issuing as a result of these discussions in this bill, the improvements that we're going to make to data sharing, not just in terms of guidance and framework, but also importantly, we hope through the police bill, we very much hope and expect that that will see an increase in category 3 offenders, because we want local agencies to be applying the system in the improved way we all want. And, of course, domestic abuse protection orders will also include notification requirements. I just wanted to clarify that because I don't know, perhaps there's been a misunderstanding in translation, as it were, or in debate. I'm grateful as well to the Honourable Lady for Bristol South. Oh, yes, sorry, before I move on, yes.
Thank you. I think the confusion is I was asking her whether it would be possible to include all repeat domestic abusers and high harm stalkers in Category 3. That's what we were trying to achieve. Can she include all of them through the change to guidance to include them on Category 3?
I'm extremely grateful to her for clarifying this. This is really the nub of it, is that we want, through the framework that already exists, through improved guidance, through the national framework that I've described, through the wording, both in guidance and so on, that has been discussed recently, we want those offenders that local agencies judge to be posing a risk to be assessed as such, and either they will automatically be included already under Categories 1 or 2 or assessed under Category 3. That's the point of this. It's this professional curiosity that I've talked about, that we want this framework to work better, in addition to the work in MAPS that is being piloted next year. I know this is incredibly technical. I've spent the last 3 years trying to de-jargon, if you like, if that is a word, some of this very technical language so that we can all communicate with the victims that we are desperately trying to help in our constituencies. This is one of those instances where it is very technical, and I've tried to de-jargon it as much as I can, but it is incredibly technical, and we've got to look at local agencies and professionals using their best endeavours to protect our constituents across the country. The Honourable Lady for Bristol South very much asked that question, and indeed I think I may have just answered it. How can we try to reassure women in her constituency that we are, A, acting with the best of intentions, but also holding us to account? Can I make this point, not just to us, but also to members of another place? This is not the end of the road for our work on domestic abuse. We've been very, very clear that this bill is landmark, but it is setting up a whole programme of work, both locally through things like our specialist services for people in safe accommodation, through the Domestic Abuse Commissioner, through all the measures that we've put into local family courts. This is a programme of work that will be running, I hope, will outlast many of us and our time in this place. And by virtue of that, I point her to things like our announcement that we want to publish a VORG strategy later this summer, looking at some of the behaviours that we've discussed in the course of this bill. We will also be publishing a domestic abuse, a specialist, dedicated national strategy to tackle domestic abuse later this year. And the momentum that this bill has already created will be continued through both of those strategies. So this is very much the start of the journey as far as I and this government are concerned, and we very much look forward to listening to ideas and suggestions from across the House as we take through both those strategies and other pieces of legislation. But I return to the ladies, the people that the Honourable Gentleman for Strangford referred, those constituents that he faces in his office, and we all do to help. I've talked before about my own commitment to helping victims of domestic abuse. This isn't just about those victims that we're trying to help today or in the future. For me also, this is about the women, the victims I could not help when I was working in the criminal courts at the very beginning of my career. And in that day and age, it was all too inevitable that the victim would hand in her withdrawal statement because he had got to her before she had been able to give her evidence and put her case forward. It is for those victims, as well as victims now and in the future, that this bill is so critical, and I very much hope that the Lords will help us pass this piece of legislation as quickly as possible this week so that we can start to help those victims as soon as we possibly can.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 9B. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 9B. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, David Rutley and Scott Mann. Tell us for the noes, Colleen Fletcher and Bambos Charalambos. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 352. The noes to the left, 219.
The ayes to the right, 352. The noes to the left, 219. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Order, order. Under the order of the House of 15th of April, I must now put the questions necessary to dispose of proceedings on consideration of the Lord's message relating to the Domestic Abuse Bill. I call the Minister to move Governments A to C in lieu of Lord's Amendments 9B. Minister to move motion to agree formally. The question is that this House agrees Government Amendments A to C in lieu of Lord's Amendments 9B. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Lord's Amendments 40B and 40C. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 40B and 40C. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby, and a reminder that the doors will lock after 5 minutes from now on in subsequent votes. The question is that this House agree. Sorry, no. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 40B and 40C. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Scott Mann and David Rutley. Tellers for the noes, Bambos Cheryl-Ambos and Colleen Fletcher. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 350. The noes to the left, 270.
The ayes to the right, 350. The noes to the left, 270. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. I call the Minister to move Government Amendments A to G in lieu of Lord's Amendments 40B and 40C. Minister to move motion to agree formally. The question is that this House agrees Government Amendments A to G in lieu of Lord's Amendments 40B and 40C. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As to the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to Lord's Amendment 41B. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 41B. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 41B. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, David Rutley and Scott Mann. Tellers for the noes, Colleen Fletcher and Bambos Charalambos. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 352. The noes to the left, 270.
The ayes to the right, 352. The noes to the left, 270. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to Lord's Amendments 42D, 42E and 42F. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 42D, 42E and 42F. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 42D, 42E and 42F. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, David Rutley and Scott Mann. Tell us for the noes, Bambos Charalambos and Colleen Fletcher. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 351. The noes to the left, 227.
The ayes to the right, 351. The noes to the left, 227. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. I call the Minister to move Government Amendments Government Amendments D to F in lieu of Lord's Amendments 42D, 42E and 42F. Minister to move motion to agree formally. The question is that this House agrees with Government Amendments D to F in lieu of Lord's Amendments 42D, 42E and 42F. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their Amendment 41B, that Victoria Atkins, Tom Purscliffe, Rebecca Harris and Chris Elmore be members of the committee, that Victoria Atkins be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their Amendment 41B, that Victoria Atkins, Tom Purscliffe, Rebecca Harris and Chris Elmore be members of the committee, that Victoria Atkins be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. In order to observe social distancing, the Reasons Committee will meet in Committee Room 12. Thank you. 10 o'clock motion. Minister or Whip to move formally?
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Tempting. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
National Security and Investment Bill, consideration of Lord's amendments.
Now.
We will begin with the Government motion to agree to Lord's Amendment 1, with which we will consider the other amendments and motions listed on the selection paper. I call Minister Paul Scully to move to agree with Lord's Amendment 1.
I beg to move that this House agrees with Lord's Amendment 1.
Does the Minister wish to?
Yeah, I'm delighted, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the bill returned to this House from the other place and is be able to speak to it today, just very briefly, following the excellent handover from my honourable friend, the member for Stratford-on-Avon, who is successfully jabbing the nation as we speak. But as we're at a late hour, I won't endeavour to take too much of this House's time, but I'll just very quickly summarise some of the changes to the bill Amendments 1 through to 10, then 12 to 14 were all tabled by my colleague in the other place, Lord Callanan. Amendments 1, 5, 8, 9 and 10 are what the Office for Parliamentary Counsel would call minor and technical. 12, 13 and 14 pertain to the annual report as provided for by Clause 61, and they reflect the decision to include additional reporting requirements that would provide further value for parliamentarians, businesses and investors. And in Amendments 2, 3, 4, 6 and 7 were made to the bill in the spirit of a shared recognition that the requirements of the mandatory notification regime must be no more than necessary and proportionate for the protection of our national security, that businesses and investments aren't unduly burdened or stifled. And I wholeheartedly agree with the Honourable Member for Newcastle upon Tyne Central, who said at Commons report stage that we need robust powers to guard our national security and change that backs our best small businesses and our capacity for innovation. Both of these goals are possible. Indeed, they are mutually reinforcing. And that's why we reflected carefully during the passage of the bill on the 15% starting threshold for the mandatory regime. And so Amendment 2 removes acquisitions between 15 and 25% from constituting notifiable acquisitions under the mandatory regime. The House will recall, though, that the bill provides the power for the Secretary of State to call in acquisitions of control across the economy. This power remains in place. And provisions in the bill also ensure that the Secretary of State can amend the scope of the mandatory regime through secondary legislation in the future, which could include the introduction of a 15% threshold if deemed appropriate in the future, though currently we do not anticipate doing so. I'll now turn to Amendments 11 and 15.
On those amendments. My honourable friend will know that there are profound and continuing concerns about scrutiny associated with the provisions and powers which this bill provides. He will furthermore know that the ISC, of which I am a member, performs an important role in scrutinising all such security matters. Now, he will know there's a memorandum of understanding which underpins that between government and the ISC. Will he be quite clear there is no attempt to dilute or to obscure or to escape from the provisions of that memorandum, which says that the ISC, across the whole of government, can inquire into security matters?
I always value the contribution from my right honourable friend, who, as a former security minister and member of the ISC, is very wise and experienced in these matters. And I can confirm that indeed that memorandum of understanding absolutely pertains so the ISC can continue its great work to be able to scrutinise the work of the security services, which will include where the security services work supports the work of the ISU. And it's important as well to remember that whilst we consider these amendments here, that we value the work of the ISC, as we do indeed of the Bay Select Committee and the Science and Technology Committee, which I will speak as well.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend and to you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just to be absolutely clear, that memorandum is by definition flexible. The government have acknowledged that by history and example and so on. That flexibility should allow the ISC to scrutinise the additional powers in this bill, and I gather from what the Minister is saying, and on this basis I will support the government, by the way, and tonight in any division that might ensue, that he is comfortable with that principle, and the ISC will continue to perform its role in that way.
I'm very grateful for my right honourable friend's enlightening words about his intention, and indeed I can confirm that memorandum of understanding is flexible, and the ISC does good work and continues to do so, and I look forward to working with him.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. He's making a very helpful clarification. The Secretary of State wrote to the chair of the Bayes Select Committee, copied to the chair of the ISC, and to me as chair of the Science and Technology Committee. Will he just confirm that he is prepared to agree a memorandum of understanding so that the chairs of the Bayes Committee, the Science and Technology Committee and the ISC will be able to see on Privy Council terms information that might not be otherwise in the public domain, and he will commit to that in an MOU?
I'm grateful for my right honourable friend, and quickly we've got to the nub of this matter, and indeed I can confirm that. I'll just very quickly read a little snippet of the letter that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, wrote to the chairman of the Bays Select Committee, and indeed copied in my right honourable friend, the chairman of the Science and Technology Committee, when he talks about the fact that the Bays Select Committee is able to access the material that it needs in order to scrutinise the work of the ISU, which could, for example, detail some of the risks that the ISU has identified under the NSI regime and the measures taken to address them. As part of this, he has confirmed that the Department could provide the chairman of the Bays Select Committee with confidential briefings on Privy Council terms, and he would be happy to set these out in more detail in either a memorandum of understanding or further exchange of letters. He does then go on to say that he would encourage the Science and Technology Select Committee to provide scrutiny on the work of the ISU where the work of the unit falls within the specific remit of that committee, and indeed also welcomes the Intelligence and Security Committee's continued scrutiny of the work of the security services, which will include where security services work supports the work of the ISU.
I hate to be slightly disobliging, but it is a fact, isn't it, that the staffs of these select committees do not have the clearance necessary to see or handle top-secret material, and showing a top-secret document to a chairman of a committee on his or her own, briefly under very limited circumstances, does not amount, as I will be explaining shortly, to effective scrutiny.
Well, I look forward to my honourable friend's explanation in his words later on. But as I say, I do believe that within this, the bill, as amended by the other place in Amendments 11 and 15, would require the Secretary of State to provide a confidential annex to be provided to the Intelligence and Security Committee. And I'm advised by my colleagues, the noble Lords, Lord Callanan and Lord Grimston, that there was a considerable strength of feeling in the other place, ensuring that the operation of this regime receives appropriate parliamentary scrutiny, as we've already heard, and I do welcome the passionate and expert debate that this issue already has. But it's been proposed that the IC is better placed, as we've heard in the other place, and indeed today, than the Bays Select Committee to scrutinise the Investment Security Unit. That's despite my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Bays, having responsibility for the unit. So the implication of these amendments is that the Select Committee responsible for holding the Secretary of State to account across their responsibilities is insufficient in this regard. And it's also been proposed that the ISC would have inadequate access to information to carry out its duties. So in essence, the amendments would require sensitive details to be provided to the ISC regarding the Secretary of State's decision in respect to final notifications given and final orders made, varied or revoked. But the ISC is already able to request such information as seems appropriate from the security services, where it forms part of its long-established scrutiny responsibilities under the Justice and Security Act 2013, and as I've clarified, I hope its accompanying memorandum of understanding. And so in addition, the bill provides that the Secretary of State must publish details of each final order made, varied or revoked. And Clause 61 already requires the annual report to include the number of final orders made and with a number of other details. Indeed, this was amended in the other place to include further such information in that annual report. But we don't disagree that further information may be required for appropriate parliamentary scrutiny. Where this is the case, the Government will follow existing procedures for reporting back to Parliament, but it should primarily be through responding to the Bays Select Committee as it goes about its work of ably scrutinising the work of the Department. So we'll ensure that the Bays Select Committee, as I've said, is able to access the material that it needs. And it's of course right that the ISC continues its excellent scrutiny of the work of the security services. The security services work on investment security in support of the ISU clearly falls within the remit of the ISC, and that doesn't require any statutory change. As I say, that memorandum of understanding does pertain, and the continuing work of the ISC I look forward to seeing and working with colleagues on that committee. And so as such, and with Bays Select Committee having appropriate assurance that they will be provided the information necessary, there's no need for these changes made to the bill by the other place to stand. In summary, with the exception of Amendments 11 and 15, I believe that this House is today presented with an improved set of measures to safeguard our national security, that the ISC will not have its existing powers diluted through the discussion of the Memorandum of Understanding, as we have already said. And so, therefore, I commend the amendments, with the exception of Amendments 11 and 15, to the House.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. We now go to Shadow Minister Chi Onwara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me start by welcoming the Minister to the National Security and Investment Bill. And I'd like to wish his predecessor well in his work on the vaccine rollout. And I'd also like to thank colleagues in the other place who have worked so hard to improve this bill, and the members of both houses who scrutinised its important provisions. Labour are the party of national security and have long called for a new regime to deal with evolving national security threats in corporate transactions. A robust takeover regime is also essential if we want firms in our key sectors to grow and provide good jobs here in the UK. So we support this bill, which allows the government to intervene when mergers and acquisitions could threaten national security. Unfortunately, this bill in its original form lacked certain provisions, and particularly the oversight necessary to ensure it was successful in protecting our national security and national interest. And so we have sought to improve the bill along the way, and we are pleased that the government have adopted some of our suggestions. Members across party lines raised concerns over the capacity and capability of the new Investment Security Unit to deliver on the bill's ambition. And we are pleased that the government have acted on this, and Lord's Amendments 12, 13 and 14 to Clause 61 are based on Labour's original Amendment 31 during the House of Commons Committee stage, and a later amendment tabled by Labour at Lords Committee. Reporting the aggregate time for decisions will help ensure that the new regime works more efficiently for small and medium enterprises, and I was pleased to hear the Minister quoting my remarks to that effect. We are also pleased to see that the government have taken steps to address concerns regarding 15% threshold for notifiable acquisition. This follows Labour's probing Amendment 16 during Lords Committee stage and cross-branch concern. Also, the Wellcome Trust labelled the 15% threshold as a regulatory burden for those that may not be able to afford it. With Lord's Amendment 3, the Secretary of State will still be able to call in acquisitions across the economy at or below 25%, and if necessary below 15%, where they reasonably suspect that material influence has been or will be acquired. But this amendment will bring the notifiable acquisition threshold in line with our allies in France, Australia and Canada. We are pleased the government have listened to Labour and made a change that will be beneficial to small and medium enterprises. And it's also welcome to see that the government have now committed to issue public guidance, which Labour called for with our Amendment 17 at the House of Commons, at the Commons Committee stage. This is good news for transparency. Madam Deputy Speaker, our approach has been to ensure that our small and medium enterprises have clarity, and that those investing in the UK understand what the rules are and how they will work. The publication of guidance will boost confidence in the new regime for national security screening. But we are here today because of Lord's Amendments 11 and 15 to vote on the government motion to disagree. Labour believes that the Intelligence and Security Committee scrutiny is essential to provide the robust and sensitive oversight and accountability that matters of national security require. The bill gives significant new powers to BEIS, a department traditionally lacking in national security experience. The BEIS Select Committee does not have the security clearance necessary to provide scrutiny, and the confidential briefings to the chair described by the Minister will not change that. Labour's amendments requiring ISC scrutiny were rejected by the government and the Commons, but they won support in the Lords. These amendments would require the Secretary of State to redact any information from the annual NSI report that is damaging to national security and then provide that information to the ISE. We believe that is entirely proportional and a step that any responsible government that is serious about national security would undertake. And we do not understand why the government are so reluctant to involve the ISE. And the Lords agree with us. Former Defence Secretary under Margaret Thatcher, Lord King, stated that, and I quote, "I think a mistake was made in the original construction of the bill, and there now seems to be a determination not to repair the one problem that exists. It is a serious gap, and we could well pay the price for it in the future." And former Cabinet Secretary Lord Butler questioned the government's motives for excluding the ISE, asking, and I quote, "Is the reluctance on the part of the government a hangover from their embarrassment over publication of the ISE's report on Russian interference before the 2017 election, or is it a result of government pique about the committee's appointment of its own chairman in place of the government's nominee? Whatever it is difficult to understand what the Intelligence and Security Committee is there for, if not to have a role on behalf of Parliament and the public in sensitive matters of this sort." I have listened carefully to the Minister's words and I have found nothing to explain this position. The government has fought this vital layer of scrutiny every step of the way, continuously stating that the Base Select Committee can provide the correct oversight. Lord Landley has said that the Leader of the House is plain wrong about this, and that all this amendment seeks to do is ensure that the Intelligence and Scrutiny Committee can fulfil its role. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, recently there have been a number of requests for Intelligence and Security Committee scrutiny, for example, in relation to the Advanced Research and Invention Agency Bill and the Telecommunications Security Bill. The ISE has shown it is willing to do so, but the government has refused. As Lord Butler suggested, some believe this is because the government are not happy with Parliament's choice of chair for the ISE. I am loath to think that the government would be so petty when it comes to such an important matter as national security, so I hope they will take action and support Labour's calls for ISE oversight. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would just like to close by reiterating Labour has consistently welcomed this bill, and we are pleased that certain issues of national security have been addressed. The UK's takeover regime was not fit for purpose as it was, and the bill with today's amendments goes some ways to fixing that. It is undoubtedly welcome in protecting our national security, but however, it is only one element of protecting, nurturing and developing the vital sectors of the future that we know are crucial for our economy. We hope the government will work with us to ensure the national security of the UK in the future. Thank you.
Chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee, Dr. Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Intelligence and Security Committee greatly appreciates the work of the Minister and of his predecessor on this important legislation. I was on the committee in June 2013 when we identified the risks posed by foreign investment and takeovers to the United Kingdom's critical national infrastructure, citing Huawei as a case study, and we know what happened after that. We strongly support the government's decision to address those risks, and we welcome its assurances that national security concerns sit at the very heart of the bill. That is exactly as it should be. However, what was not as it should be with the bill as originally drafted was the lack of adequate oversight arrangements for those security concerns and for the process when they are weighed against business and other commercial concerns by the new Investment Security Unit. The government ought to accept Amendments 11 and 15 from the other place, introduced on a cross-party basis by former Security Minister and current ISC member Lord West, former Cabinet Secretary and former ISC member Lord Butler, former party leader and former ISC member Lord Campbell, and former Defence Secretary Lord King, who was, of course, the first chairman of the Intelligence and Security Committee when it was established. Their amendments make provision for that previous lack of oversight. It requires the annual report produced by the new Investment Security Unit in Bays to include for each final order and notification made the Secretary of State's decision along with the Security Services assessment of the national security risks uncovered. It allows the Secretary of State to move any classified information into an annex and to provide that classified annex to the ISC. With these amendments in place, as they currently are, we could be confident that the bill would create the robust regime needed to protect the United Kingdom. Given the powerful speeches from all quarters and the size of the majority in the other place in support of these amendments, it's surprising and disappointing that the government remain opposed to them and are seeking to overturn what is clearly common sense. They provide for the ISC to scrutinise the highly classified national security elements and the weighing of those classified elements against commercial concerns. There appear to be three arguments employed by the government against the amendments. The first claims that because Bays is not listed in the 2013 Justice and Security Act or in the associated Memorandum of Understanding on the scope of our work, the ISC cannot look at decisions taken by the new unit in Bays. That is based on a false premise. During the passage of the 2013 Act, the government explicitly and repeatedly told Parliament that the Act and the MOU would provide the ISC with oversight of all security matters across government. The MOU mechanism, again in the government's own words, was a flexible way to ensure that the list of organisations working on security matters and therefore subject to ISC oversight would be kept up to date. These are the words. I will give way in a moment to my right honourable friend, but I'd like him to hear this next bit because I think there was a bit that he was missing in his earlier intervention. These are the words used at the committee stage in my presence by the then Security Minister, my right honourable friend for Old Bexley and Sidcup, when introducing that legislation. Quotes, "I want to be clear that the government intend that through the provisions of the MOU, substantively, all of central government's intelligence and security activities will be subject to ISC oversight." As if that weren't clear enough, he went on to say, and this is the bit that matters, things change over time. Departments reorganise. The functions undertaken by a department one year may be undertaken by another the following year. An MOU is flexible. It can be changed much more easily than primary legislation. It will enable the intention of the government that the ISC should have oversight of substantively all of central government's intelligence and security activities to be realised now and in the future. The setting up of the new Investment Security Unit in Bays is therefore precisely the situation which the government assured this House that the MOU was designed to address, and it can easily be added to the MOU by a simple exchange of letters. Indeed, if the government were willing to give an undertaking here and now to add the new unit to those listed in the MOU, then the need for these amendments would disappear. I give way to my right honourable friend.
My honourable friend, which is precisely the way I asked the Minister earlier, drawing his attention to the flexibility of the Memorandum of Understanding, whether the government stood by the terms of that memorandum, and the Minister was as clear as crystal. He said that he believed in that memorandum. He saw no attempt in what the government were doing to dilute the powers of the ISC or their ability of the kind my honourable friend set out to range across government, if I can put it that way, where security matters are concerned. I think we've had reassurance from the Minister tonight sufficient to support the government.
Well, unfortunately, I'm afraid, unusually for my right honourable friend, he missed one little part that was missing in turn from the Minister's answer, because the MOU, as it stands, does not include the Investment and Security Unit. the MOU has a list of 7 organisations which we can currently scrutinise. And the whole point about flexibility means that as these units are set up in other departments, then you can add them to the MOU. But the Minister has given no undertaking to add the ISU to the MOU. I'm happy to give way to the Minister, because if he would like to say that he will add the ISU, the new unit within BEIS, to the Memorandum of Understanding, to the organisations listed in it, I will stop my speech immediately and say, well done, Minister. But I fear that that is not going to happen. So I will continue with my speech. The government's second argument is that the BEIS Select Committee is both capable of providing and best placed to provide the necessary oversight. I have the greatest respect for the work and experience of the BEIS Select Committee, chaired by the Honourable Member for Bristol North West, from whom we'll be hearing later. He and his committee are indeed best placed to provide oversight of the business functions of the new investment security unit. There can be no doubt that they will do an excellent job in that respect. Yet it is simply impossible for that committee to provide substantive scrutiny of the highly classified national security elements or of the overarching decisions taken about how to balance them with the commercial elements. Select committees cannot be given proper access to top-secret material in order to scrutinise effectively. Ministers have suggested that the BEIS Committee can substantively scrutinise such material, but this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is impossible. Whilst it is true, as we've heard tonight, that the provision of classified information can be negotiated with select committees on a case-by-case basis, the laying out of classified material in a secure room in the department for members to come in and read for an hour or so, but without allowing them to take any notes, without allowing them to retain it, without allowing them to share it with their staff, without allowing them to discuss it, and without allowing them to report on it, since any one of those would absolutely constitute a very serious security breach, does not amount to effective oversight. Proper oversight of the national security elements of any decision under this new regime within BEIS must include the ability to access, analyse and discuss top-secret material frequently and fully. The government already has one body, and only one body, the ISC, which can do all of those things, and which it created for that express purpose. Members of the ISC are all subject to the Official Secrets Act, have a dedicated office with appropriate security facilities to store and discuss top-secret material freely, staff who undergo the most stringent government clearance processes before they are allowed to handle such material. I said in an intervention earlier that the staff of other committees, select committees of this House, are not so cleared, and a lengthy process through which the committee's reports must go ahead of publication. That is why... I will, of course.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. He will know that the call-in power and the power to refuse permission for mergers to proceed on national security grounds is long-standing, and it's vested in both the Secretary of State for BEIS and sometimes in the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. During all of that time, it has been available, scrutiny has been available to the ISC on those decisions. Has he found that that has been deficient in some way?
I'm not sure that without concrete examples of what my right honourable friend has in mind, I'm in a position to give an answer to that question. What I do know is that it is the work of our committee on a basis of professional, full-time, constant monitoring to be able to look at the activities of those agencies that cannot be looked at by other select committees. He seems to be talking about the power of secretaries of state to call in decisions. I'm not sure quite how that relates to the work either of select committees or of the statutory committee, which is the ISC.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. Perhaps I didn't explain myself well. What is proposed in the bill is an amendment of the current powers. There's a long-standing power for mergers to be blocked on national security grounds. It's one of 3 grounds in which an intervention can take place. So this is not a new power, it's not a novel departure, and the ISC is able to scrutinise the security services' input into that now, as it will be in the future.
The ISC, on behalf of Parliament, is able to scrutinise the input of the intelligence agencies into these processes. What it would not be able to do would be to scrutinise how that input is then handled, and the trouble is that because that input is top secret, the Bayes Select Committee wouldn't be able to scrutinise it either. So that means there would be a scrutiny gap between what was being scrutinised by us as it went into the process of the new unit and what was being scrutinised by Bayes minus that sensitive material, so there would be no effective parliamentary scrutiny of the process whereby, as I said earlier, the highly sensitive security requirements were being balanced and offset against the commercial imperatives. Indeed, that may be the very reason why the government is so reluctant to let the ISC see what's going on. Yes.
Theory may have just answered my question before I ask it, but I'm most grateful to him. He's making his speech with tremendous passion, and he's very persuasive. But what I'm just wondering, as I've just looked up the definition of top secret, is what will be missing from the output of the process, which would mean that there's some scrutiny gaps. And I think he's just explained that he wants to scrutinise the process, and I can see why he'd make that case. But could he just give us some indication of what he expects that would be top secret in that analysis, if that's at all possible?
Well, if I gave an example of something that would be top secret, if I were in a position to do that because we had started the work that we're not being allowed to start, even if I were in a position to do that, I would then immediately be breaking the Official Secrets Act. So no, I can't, and I wouldn't even if I could. However, it is what is a certainty is that where you get circumstances where the intelligence agencies are advising on the security aspects, for example, of a potentially hostile state buying in overtly or covertly into a strategically important asset, such as buying up a company engaged in cutting-edge technology. And what this unit will do will be have to balance that against the possible commercial advantages of major investment from that other country. And the fact is, nobody on behalf of Parliament will be able to scrutinise that process unless either these amendments are accepted or the ISU, this new unit, is added to the list of units already on the Memorandum of Understanding. And as I said before, and I say again, if at any time the Minister wants to give me the assurance that it will be added, then I'm happy to let these amendments go from the face of the bill. So, as I explained, this is the reason why the ISC was set up as it is. If any committee could do what the ISC does, then it wouldn't be necessary for the ISC to have all those unique facilities and arrangements which we do have. And this is why paragraph 8 of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Government and the ISC categorically asserts, and I quote, "The ISC is the only committee of Parliament," I'll say that again, "the only committee of Parliament that has regular access to protectively marked information that is sensitive for national security reasons." This means that only the ISC is in a position to scrutinise effectively the work of the agencies, and please listen to these next few words, and of those parts of departments whose work is directly concerned with intelligence and security matters. A footnote to that sentence helpfully explains this will not affect the wider scrutiny of departments by other parliamentary committees. The ISC will aim to avoid any unnecessary duplication with the work of those committees. With this machinery already in place, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is all the more baffling that the government is now refusing to use the very body it created. Without oversight by a properly structured and fully cleared security body, the government is not placing security at the heart of this bill. The government's third and final argument is that if the ISC had a role, it would encroach upon the Bayes Select Committee's remit. This, too, is baffling and not borne out by experience. The government's own MOU already expressly states that the ISC scrutinises the classified parts of some government departments, leaving the remainder to the corresponding departmental select committees. That is what has always happened perfectly harmoniously in respect of a number of other departments, which is why, again, it is bizarre that the government now see this as a problem when they themselves have already made express provision for it. The ISC can work seamlessly with the Bayes Select Committee on oversight of the Investment Security Unit, just as it already does with other select committees such as Defence, Home Affairs and FCDO. Far from being an overreach of our remit in this particular case, the ISC is trying to prevent its existing scope from being reduced. The unit which currently carries out investment security work is based in the Cabinet Office at the moment. Consequently, it is already overseen by the Intelligence and Security Committee. The ISC already scrutinises these activities in their current form within the Cabinet Office, so it cannot be overreach to do in future something which we already do now. If the government do not maintain this existing ISC scrutiny when the new Investment Security Unit takes over, it will be a step backwards from the current position. If national security really is at the heart of this bill, then the ISC, as the national security oversight body, must be allowed to oversee it. The government gave the assurances to the House in 2013 that the ISC would oversee all security and intelligence matters. It's as simple as that. The sensible solution, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that which was proposed and accepted in the other place, namely the amendments which we're now being asked to reject for, as I've demonstrated, no good reason. However, if for some reason we've not been told the government cannot accept provision for oversight on the face of this bill, then there is the other solution that I've previously indicated. The Justice and Security Act and the Memorandum of Understanding linked to it set out the ISC's role and remit, which the government expressly told Parliament was oversight of all intelligence and security matters across government now and in the future. The Memorandum of Understanding mechanism was rightly described by the then Security Minister as flexible, since it can be changed much more easily than primary legislation. The matter before us today is exactly as described in 2013, an area of government for which the ISC has oversight responsibility has been moved to a different department. The Memorandum of Understanding can therefore be updated to reflect this by way of a simple exchange of letters to add the Investment Security Unit to the list of bodies covered by the MOU. The ISC would happily accept a commitment from the Minister to this effect tonight in lieu of the amendment. Either method will ensure what is needed: real oversight of the national security elements of this legislation by the only body constituted and equipped to carry it out, rather than what might be described as scrutiny in name only. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very much of the view that, I think it was Shakespeare who said that brevity is the soul of wit. But notwithstanding that, I do feel that the chair of the ISC committee has made an incredibly professional and profound set of points here this evening, which I hope that the government Minister was listening to closely. Of course, I do, as the Shadow Minister, also did welcome the Government Minister to his place, notwithstanding the fact that the previous Minister was off doing a fantastic job, I think it's fair to say, in terms of getting the entirety of the UK vaccinated, of course, in partnership with our colleagues in Scotland. I'm sure he regards it as a step up in terms of ministerial oversight of this bill. In terms of the bill itself, Madam Deputy Speaker, my colleague, the member for Dundee East, has spoken both at second reading and at report stage with passion and knowledge on this subject in respect of the scrutiny that should be provided by all of us when we're looking at such serious matters. We've tried to be constructive with the Government in that regard. We've tried to make helpful suggestions. I'm pleased at many of the amendments that have been moved by those in the other place, which the Government is agreeing to in terms of beefing up scrutiny, in terms of perhaps offsetting some of the concerns that some of us may have had in relation to the danger for investment chill that was certainly real, given the original nature of the bill. So there has been improvements made, but there is still scope for further improvements to be made. And in that regard, I would again urge the Minister, as I said, I will be brief, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would again urge the Minister to bear cognizance to the wise words of the Chair of the ISC.
Adam Holloway.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the powers that the National Security and Investment Bill introduces, and I'm very much in favour of the amendments brought by the Government in the other place. These amendments temper the impact on investment of the bill, allowing a greater proportion of transactions and investment decisions to go ahead without requiring government approval. It would also retain the government's power to intervene on its own if needed. This is a good compromise between the bill's objectives to grant the government the powers to defend the UK against losing companies and expertise to unfriendly competitors without stifling investment that we need to become the home to the industries of the future. This is vital both to our national security and our future prosperity. We must make sure that technologies that are so frequently developed by our brilliant scientists right here in this country can transform themselves into successful world-leading companies here too. And I think of the many university spin-out programmes and how very often extraordinary technology is immediately shipped off somewhere else. Developing more powerful computers and software and then allowing them all to be commercialised and deployed most effectively somewhere else only makes us less secure, not more secure. This can only take place if the government can protect them from being snapped up by our competitors and thereby damaging our long-term security interests. We've seen the impact of the problems in the past. The Secretary of State for Digital Culture, Media and Sport only last week called in the potential NVIDIA ARM deal as representing a potential threat to our national security. ARM, the Cambridge-based, the Silicon Fen semiconductor and software design company, can pose a threat to national security, so can the sale of other critical companies in developing industries. Quantum computing is about to revolutionise the digital age, and the UK has got some of the absolutely leading research establishments, notably in London and at the University of Bristol. However, many leading companies have moved abroad in the past. The British academics that founded PSI Quantum, the company that believes that it's on track to build the world's first usable quantum computer, moved to California some years ago. Now, I've got absolutely zero financial or other interest in this company, only that I wish to see the UK lead the world in quantum computing and all the associated industry and benefits that will follow this. So these four professors from Bristol and London universities have recently made an offer to the government to build that first usable quantum computer here in the UK, ensuring that the security offered by its cutting-edge technology is based in the UK. I think we can all agree that it would have been far easier and a lot less expensive if these academics had never left the country in the first place. So, as the current pandemic's shown, domestic sovereign capability will only become more important in the coming years, particularly in areas such as quantum computing. Mirroring now how the Prime Minister has made the wise decision to develop UK-based manufacturing capacity for COVID vaccines, a decision which, when placed against the current backdrop of export bans and international power politics, looks very wise indeed. We must also have a domestic sovereign capability for security-critical sectors such as quantum and AI. This will help make sure that the UK doesn't miss out on the ability to crack other people's codes, to decipher intelligence, to keep our communications secure. Current encryption is obsolete in the face of quantum computing. Calculate the solutions to climate change and cure the diseases of today and the future. This isn't just in our economic interest, it's our national interest too. The government must think extremely carefully about how it uses this legislation, as well as clever policy design and strong R&D funding in order to shape the UK's future security and economy. As these amendments will retain the government's powers to intervene in deals that would prevent us losing companies key to our national security. So I'm proud to support it.
We now go to Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In common with other honourable members who've spoken tonight and on other occasions about this bill, the Liberal Democrats support the broad principles of this bill. It's sensible at a time of geopolitical uncertainty and increasingly globalised trade to have provisions for the Secretary of State to intervene on business transactions where those transactions may have a bearing on national security. It's important that the parameters of such a bill are carefully drawn, however, to ensure both that the transactions that may pose a threat can be caught, but also that undue constraint is not placed upon transactions that ought to be able to proceed freely. The concerns raised about this bill have focused on the fact that many of the definitions within it can be drawn too widely, and that the powers of the Secretary of State to call in transactions can be triggered too easily. This creates an environment of uncertainty for investors, as a wide variety of activities come into the scope of the Secretary of State's powers. This will potentially act as a brake on investment. And at the crucial moment when we are looking to strike new deals with global partners to replace the trade we are losing as a result of leaving the European Union. I therefore welcome the Lords' Amendments 11 and 15 to require the Secretary of State to provide an explanation for why he or she chooses to exercise the powers granted to them. It seems to be a rational compromise. Instead of attempting to frame definitions and powers more precisely, which will quickly become outdated as technology and trading practices progress, we maintain the wider definitions, but explain how and why they're being exercised. This will provide a framework of precedent that investors can refer to when assessing investment risk. It will provide a much greater degree of transparency and accountability to the Secretary of State's decision-making. We've all seen the value of greater transparency over the last few weeks, and adopting these amendments would show that the government is attempting, in good faith, to regain public trust after that trust has been shaken by recent revelations. There is a distinct danger that this bill, without amendment, leaves the Secretary of State vulnerable to pressure from those whose interests go beyond national security. We've seen this government act to help developers avoid taxes, bankers win access to government schemes, shell companies win multi-million-pound PPE contracts. There is a very real danger that the UK's reputation as a safe and orderly place to do business may be undermined, and the amendments to this bill offer the government an excellent opportunity to restore our reputation once more, and I very much hope that the Minister will take it. This bill is valuable and necessary, but is only part of what's required to boost the UK's attractiveness as a global trading partner. The scrapping of the industrial strategy in the last month and the continuing failure to construct a workable plan for achieving net zero are holding the UK back from being able to achieve all that it is capable of achieving as we emerge from the difficulties of coronavirus. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
We now go to Darren Jones.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for calling me in this debate. I'll be focusing my remarks this evening on the Lordship's amendments 11 through 15 to clause 61 of the bill, which, as we've heard this evening, have arrived from the other place on the basis that the Bayes Select Committee, which I, of course, chair, doesn't have the required access to the intelligence information it would need in order to adequately scrutinise the Investment Security Unit in the Bayes Department. Can I start by thanking the noble lords for their highly informed debate on this issue and their hard work in drafting the amendments we have before us for consideration this evening. It's, of course, a matter of fact that the Intelligence and Security Committee has a level of security clearance and the powers to demand classified information that no other committee of this House has, including my own. I was therefore surprised to learn that the government wasn't going to update the Memorandum of Understanding with the Intelligence and Security Committee to specifically extend its remit to include the Investment Security Unit. This is why their lordships have sent us these amendments, which I personally have no issue with. And on that basis, I commend the chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee for his eloquent speech this evening. However, the government has made it clear to my committee and to the House that it has no intention of supporting these amendments, nor will it be extending the Memorandum of Understanding with the Intelligence and Security Committee. The Secretary of State did agree with me in committee, however, that this bill does extend the powers of the government to intervene in the market, and the adequate scrutiny of that function is therefore important. On that basis, my committee has received a letter from the Secretary of State, which we will formally report to the House tomorrow morning, setting out 3 key points. First, that my committee will be guaranteed appropriate levels of information and briefing in order to understand why ministers have acted in the way they have, noting the points made by the chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee this evening. On that basis, my committee and the department will enter into a new Memorandum of Understanding to reflect this. Second, the Secretary of State will brief me as chair of the committee on Privy Councillor terms as required. And third, that the Science and Technology Committee, which also has standing in this area, will be recognised as sharing the scrutiny responsibility alongside the Bayes Committee, in addition to the work of the Intelligence and Security Committee. And I welcome the comments from the Right Honourable Chair of the Science and Technology Committee in this evening's debate. My committee has discussed this issue and wants to ensure effective scrutiny of the wide-ranging and important powers in this bill. Given the government is unwilling to support their lordships' amendments this evening, and the main scrutiny responsibility therefore resting with the Bayes Select Committee, I think the agreement to enter into a new Memorandum of Understanding with my committee and to ensure Chair's briefing on Privy Councillors' terms is the next best available option. The Bayes Committee will continue to serve the House in holding the Department to account, and we will, of course, make it known if we are unable to do this effectively. I therefore look forward to the Minister reconfirming the Secretary of State's commitments on the floor of the House in his summing up this evening, and to promptly agreeing the Memorandum of Understanding in due course. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I very much appreciate the spirit and the detail which this has been this issue has been covered today in the Chamber, and indeed the consideration that has come from the other place as well. And I'm glad to say that we've been able to move a number of amendments to improve the bill, to make sure that we can keep the certainty for business, and also make sure that we are responsive to the needs of business, whilst clearly keeping that central focus of tackling national security, as has been talked about, because it's so important that we keep the flexibility of the definition of national security to future-proof the bill, but nonetheless make sure that businesses and potential investors within this country know exactly the regime and the competitive regime that we have here. And that goes to I think the point of my honourable friend from Gravesham when he talks about PSI quantum, and quantum computing is an exciting technology, and clearly not only this bill tackles national security, but we must make sure that the UK is a really competitive, good home for technologies like quantum computing, not least in terms of making sure that we can unleash innovation, that we can make the UK the science superpower that is the envy of the world, that people want to come and build quantum technology units here within the UK through our use of research and development, and making sure that we're competitive in all our offerings, as well as making sure that we can protect businesses for our national security. I appreciate the kind words from the Honourable Lady, the Shadow Minister, and indeed the member for Aberdeen South, when he talked about me coming to this place. And indeed, not only did I follow my honourable friend for Stratford-upon-Avon in leading on this bill, I also stole his flag from my office for fear of missing out when I'm on my Zoom calls, because that does symbolise the vaccination process and the fact that the Union has come together, the UK has come together in an amazing programme. But I'm really keen as well to tackle two more points. The member for Richmond Park talked about flexibility versus scrutiny, and I think I've already talked about that. She talked about the fact that she didn't want other countries, other businesses to undermine the UK economy. Well, clearly you don't have to go that far to have people undermine the UK economy. I'm afraid you only need to go to the Liberal Democrats. So it's important that we don't allow that speculation, the sort of muckraking that we heard from that contribution, to detract what is a really important bill for the UK national security regime and the optimism and the confidence on attracting investment within this country. But I understand the concerns of the Right Honourable Member for New Forest East, but I'll just reiterate the fact that it is for the Bays Select Committee to oversee the work of the department. It is particularly well placed to consider how effectively and efficiently the regime interacts with the business communities and investors. I will give way very briefly.
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend. I thought my right honourable friend, the chairman of the committee, really made an open and shut case. I hope he won't mind me saying so. If he won't amend the Memorandum of Understanding, could he just be really clear why he won't do that? Because I do think my right honourable friend made a really open and shut case that he should do so.
I'll come back to. I appreciate the honourable friend's intervention, and I'll develop the point about scrutiny, because clearly the Bays Committee has its business expertise. It's able to scrutinise whether the regime is effective in scrutinising relevant acquisitions of control. I do question some of the narrative that I've heard that suggests the Bays Select Committee is not well placed to scrutinise the NSA regime, and there's no restrictions on the ISC requesting further information from the unit or the Secretary of State where it falls under the remit of that committee. There's no barrier to the Bays Committee handling top-secret material or other sensitive material, subject to the agreement between the Department and the Chair of the Committee on appropriate handling. And as part of its role, the Bays Select Committee can request information which may include sensitive material from the Secretary of State for Bays, including on the investment securities units of use of information provided by the intelligence and security agencies. The Select Committee already provides scrutiny of a number of sensitive areas, and there are mechanisms in place for them to scrutinise top-secret information of this kind on a case-by-case basis. But as my Secretary of State for Bays explained in front of the Bays Select Committee last week, and indeed his letter to the Chairman of the Bays Select Committee, who we heard earlier, copied into the Chairman, my right honourable friend for Tunbridge Wells, the Chairman of the Science and Technology Select Committee. The fact is that there are essentially three committees that should act in collaboration, with the Bays Select Committee being the primary work here of scrutinising something within Bays competence, but two important additional committees, the Science and Technology Committee and indeed the ISC, acting in an auxiliary capacity to the Bays Select Committee, making sure that there's essential and cross-cutting nature of the investment security unit benefits from the rigour of those committees with expertise in each area that the unit covers. And so, with that, I do not believe, the government doesn't believe that we need to update the current arrangements or the existing Memorandum of Understanding, because it is flexible and it does still pertain. As I've said, there is no dilution of the ISC's work in this. The current arrangements are sufficient to make sure that we can have the correct scrutiny of this. I will briefly give way and then I'll conclude.
I appreciate I've tried the patience of the House, but on that one point, the MOU is flexible in the sense that you can add new organisations to it, and the flexibility is not being used by the government because it's refusing to add this new unit to the MOU, so the flexibility is rendered nugatory.
No, well, as I say, I think the direction from the Secretary of State in his letter to the Base Select Committee Chair and the Science and Technology Committee Chair was clear in terms of his expectations on how this should work, how the Basic Select Committee should be the prime committee to scrutinise BEI's competence, but similarly the Science and Technology and the ISC should be absolutely there to look at places within its competence to make sure that the wider scrutiny is there. But I think, as I said, we are in a place where we have listened to Parliament. We have tabled a number of amendments to increase the amount of information included in the annual report and the various thresholds. So we have responded, and I move the amendments to the House.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. With the leave of the House, I will call the Minister to move Lords Amendments 2 to 10 together. Minister to move motion to agree formally.
Formally.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendments 2 to 10. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the Government motion to disagree to Lords Amendment 11. Formally? The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 11. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 11. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, David Rutley and Scott Mann. Tellers for the noes, Colleen Fletcher and Bambos Charalambos.